Steve Uff, and his time 1:46.822. Then we come to Duratec Class DB. Mike Turner the quickest there, as he is year in, year out. And 1:47.441 is his best time so far. Joshua Law improves on his next lap through, 1:40.878. This is also a 20-minute session. No, sorry, a 25-minute session, because they've got the... No, 20, I was right first time. 20-minute session, that's right. Some cars do have second drivers who need to obviously qualify themselves. But that should be possible given good reliability of these cars in the 20 minutes allocated for the session. So Joshua Law, David Houghton, Michael Gibbons, Tom Stoughton, Rick Johnson, Tim Tudor are the top 6. Up to 8th has risen a few places. Number 88, Peter Williams, running in Duratec Class DB. That's for the older cars, but with the Duratec engine. Improvement for Joshua Law again. Quicker improving each lap he does is improving at the moment. 1:40.635. David Horton likewise, but not enough of an improvement to keep on the front row, because Michael Gibbons has gone through number 76 with a 1:41.720, which puts him on the front row. 1.085 of a second slower than Joshua Law, but quicker now than David Houghton.
Morning, Ian. Ian Soman down here.
Hello, hello, Ian. Yes.
How down here in the commentary box at Knickerbrook, I thought I was here as much as anything else, but I was just looking at those points. I would think that Joshua Law must be capable of wrapping up the championship today, because it is the penultimate event of the season already, isn't it? Even though we're only on the 13th of August. I think they've just got one more meeting to go at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit next month. So, looking at the way the points are, a good result for Joshua Law today should see him wrap up the Duratec Championship.
Are you going to commit yourself to a precise mathematical calculation?
I've opened myself up there.
Well, you have really, yes.
And being the accountant on the commentary team, then I probably ought to take responsibility for that, I suggest.
I'll leave that one with you. You set that hair running, Ian. So
okay, I will calculate drop scores and such things as we go through today's race. I think I'm right in saying, though, that although it's a longer distance race, a 50-minute race today, it still only counts for the same number of points as all of the other races, which have been 20 or 25 minutes long. I can't see anything in the regulations that contradicts that.
Ah, right, because you've got the regulations to hand, because I've actually printed them off as well, or the bits that are relevant to point scoring.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to show. I agree with you, yes. It does says points to be awarded as classified finishers, and it doesn't say anything about where the race takes twice as long.
No, exactly.
Presumably because each driver only drives for half of it, and therefore they're effectively only doing a normal distance.
Yes.
That's my theory anyway. Whether it's right is another matter.
Yes, there are only a handful of teams that are two-driver efforts, and one of those that was due to be withdrawn, hasn't it? The Gavin Buckley and Adam McCauley.
You know more than I do.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry, no, I knew that. Yes, number 20. So we've got Patrick Sherrington, of course, is very quick, sharing with Clive Hayes, number 15. So number 15 at the moment is down in 14th. According to TSL, that's unknown. But we know it's Clive Hayes and Patrick Sherrington. Yeah, I mean, Patrick Sherrington wouldn't be that far down, would he?
I wouldn't have thought so, no.
And John Waggett, I see, is showing with Joshua Needham, number 25. Now, John's pretty quick in various historic sorts of car. Now, you are screeners in the sense that you can't get any times down there, can you?
I have got my laptop, I have got Wi-Fi, so I am good for TLCL, I am good for times, assuming that the laptop doesn't pass out in the heat before I do, but certainly for the moment.
Yeah, well, do pace yourself. I'm concerned because it is a little bit of a greenhouse, that box.
It is, certainly.
Yeah.
I see that the 21 car, that's Richard Johnson, he's just improved his lap time, hasn't he?
Yes. By you saying that confirms you can see what I can see. Yes.
Excellent.
Well done. Yeah, that's encouraging. There are some improvements lower down as well. Number 34, for example, has gone quicker. Roger Donnan. 147.011. He runs in the Duratec Derek Bell class. And 15, as I've said, that's being shown as unknown still. But altogether, good entry here, 29 cars altogether.
Yes, best of the weekend, isn't it? And good to see a healthy field of Sports 2000s. You were talking about the early days when there were only perhaps half a dozen cars here in 1977, but it's certainly been through ups and downs in the intervening 45 years as well in terms of grid numbers, and currently it's at a peak, hopefully to stay there.
Yeah, well, it's really, I felt when Colin and Myra Firaben took it over.
Yes.
And they revived it, but I mean, I was at that very first race in 1977, and if it was 4, 5 or 6 starters, it wasn't very many, it was a handful. And by 2 years later, 79, 80, it was very strong indeed. There was a European Championship. Do you remember who won the European Championship and ended up in prison?
Right.
A chap called Charles Swalsman.
Okay.
Dutchman. He was doing all sorts of naughty things to pay for his racing, and ended up locked up for a while. Tom Stoughton up to 4th, 142.260, last year's champion with the gun. We're down to 1 gun now, aren't we? Because the other one was the Gavin Buckley car that you mentioned.
That's right. So it's very much an MCR dominated field, isn't it, as far as the main Duratec class is concerned?
Yes, they've clearly become the car to have. Number 15, I suspect, of now being driven by Patrick Sherrington, because it suddenly started moving up the times. It's now, it remains unknown to the TSL, but it is now 7th fastest, number 15, with the 143.193. So I shouldn't ask this over the air, but I'm going to. How do you pronounce the number 50, Ian? Do you have a...
right, 50.
Yeah.
Steve O.
Oh.
It is Steve O, yes, and I know Steve O. I was speaking to him earlier on, actually.
Good.
In the paddock, because he is a regular in Formula V as well. But this is his first season racing in Sports 2000. He's also done some racing in Crosley's over the last 5 to 10 years as well. But first season in Sports 2000, and I think he's done all bar one of the events this season. He's engineering and running the car himself, which is a departure from what he does in Formula V, where the Alan Harding team looks after him.
Because you're very much involved with the 750 Motor Club, and they look after Formula V, don't they?
They do, and have done since 1980 now. So.
1980?
Yes.
Crikey dikey.
Yes. And V as a category celebrated its 50th anniversary in 2017. So 55 years old, I guess, this year. And Steve has been racing in V for 20 of those, so quite experienced. He reckons he's done about 350 races now, something like that.
Crikey. Well, up to 2nd quickest is car 15, still unknown to TSL, but who's driving it, but I'm going to stick my neck out and suggest that's Patrick Sherrington who's driving it. It's gone 2nd quickest, 141.596. So Joshua Law needs to look in his mirrors then, as it were, metaphorically, because he's about to be caught, I think, in terms of fastest time. Of course, that drops Mike Gibbons down to 3rd, number 76. And David Houghton, number 8, 4th. Tom Stoughton, 5th. Rick Johnson, 6th. And then the shared car, number 77, of Tony and James Barwell, is 7th. See, father and son, Ross and Nick Hyatt, are next to each other in times. Well, no sooner said than Nick decides he doesn't want to hang around with his dad. He's moving up the times a bit. So 17th quickest now is number 36, Nick Hyatt. And father Ross, very experienced competitor with class winning at Le Mans experience. Ross Hyatt, 19th quickest at the moment.
Yes, the Hyatts are sandwiching the first of the Pinto, the historic cars. That's Trevor Welsh, another Formula V connection, in the Lola T492.
He's a Formula V champion, wasn't he?
It was on more than one occasion.
Yeah.
If I remember rightly. I'd be pushed to remember how many, but certainly a front runner in V for many years, but not now for 25 years, I guess, something like that.
25 years since he last raced in Formula V.
As a guesstimate, I would think it's before the turn of the millennium. Yeah. So quite some time ago.
Roger Donnan's just improved to go top of Derek Bell B, or D, Duratec DB it is. Sorry, he's gone to the top of. He was here last weekend, I think, in the Gars Trophy, HSCC Gars Trophy race, which caters for Sports 2000, but not anything like the numbers that we have here. Well, I think that, assuming it is Patrick Sherrington at the wheel of number 15, I think he's peaked. He's not looking as though he's about to improve on what is second best time to Joshua Law, who really has been dominant. As far as I can work out, Ian, he's won every race bar, I think, one or two.
Which was, I think, the first round at Donington, that was won by Richard Johnson, but I think after that, oh no, it's...
He had a DNF at Brands.
Yeah, at Thruxton he was beaten by Michael Gibbons as well, looking at it, but apart from that, every race he's finished, he has won. Actually, he had that DNF at Brands Hatch, where Gibbons again won. So Gibbons has had 2 wins, I think. Johnson won in the first round of the championship, and Law the rest, which is what are we on? We're on round 12 now, so we've had 11 races and he's won 8 of them.
Well, we're into the last few seconds of this session, 20-minute session. Maybe 1 or 2 last-minute improvements, but at the moment it looks pretty set. There's no sector times to give us an indication of what may be about to happen in terms of improvements as they come through to take the checkered flag. But one of the great appeal of Sports 2000, the cars all look good, don't they?
They do. They do. The whether they're the latest MCRs, which make up the front half of the grid pretty much, with the exception of Tom Stoughton, or some of the classic Tigers, for example, that predominate in Class C of the historic division, but they do look good, and it is a proper prototype style category, I guess, in terms of the looks of the cars, which is really the theme of today's racing, isn't it? With,
yes.
The clubmans and the radicals as well.
Yeah, Sport 2000 grew out of both Formula 4 2000 and based on the 2-litre sports prototypes of the early 70s.
Yeah.
When there was a very strong European championship, which attracted some of the top sports car and up-and-coming young drivers of the time. Well, Joshua Law then with the fastest time, number 91, 140.635 from number 15, the Clive Hayes Patrick Sherrington car of 141.596. Third quickest, number 76, Mike Gibbons, 141.720. Fourth, number 8, David Houghton, 141.845. Fifth, number 1, Tom Stoughton, 142.260. Sixth, number 21, Rick Johnson, 142.745. Seventh, number 77, one of the Barwells, Tony or James, but both of them are sharing the car, a 143.107. Eighth, number 40, Timothy Tudor, 144.43, 144.380. Ninth, number 34, Roger Donnan, 145.039. And 10th, number 50, Steve O, 145.792. 11th, number 25, is Joshua Needham and John Waggett, although it's only shown on the screen as Joshua Needham, which makes me think that John Waggett won't be driving it, because other second drivers are shown once they got their names right. And Joshua Needham then presumably on his own, 145.845. 12th, number 7, Mike Turner, 146.253. 13th, number 88, Peter Williams, 146.831. 14th, number 44, John Eiley, 148.088. 15th, number 73, Ashley Law, 148.140. 16th, number 28, John Owen, 148.565. 17th and 18th, the Hyatts have got together again. Still, Lad is ahead of Dad. Number 36, Nick Hyatt, 148.874. From 69, Ross Hyatt, 149.348. 19th, number 46, Trevor Welsh, with the oldest guy out there, 149.458. 20th, number 10, is Charlie Hyatt, 150.710. 21st, number 33, Mike Fry, 151.069. 22nd, number 17, is Clive Steepers, Tiger, 151.279. 23rd, number 27, Mark Noaro's Tiger, 151.372. 24th, number 13, Mike Dodd, who again he's shown on his own as if Andrew Horsnell is not going with him. And they've gone off the screen, so I can't tell you what time he was down for. And we have the final qualifying session coming up next, which is for open wheelers, for single seaters, for Formula Ford cars to be precise, classic Formula Ford cars. If you have access to the eProg, the electronic program, on the MSVR website, the page you need to be on for this final qualifying session, the HSCC Historic Sports Car Club, that is Classic Formula Ford Championship, is page 6. And we've got one to add to that, I'm glad to say, number 50, Jason Cheetham. Jason Cheetham has one of the oldest cars in the entry, a Merlin Mark 11A. In fact, it is the oldest car by quite a few years. It's a 1969 car, the Merlin Mark 11A. Same as everybody else, a Ford Kent engine of 1600 cc's, and it runs in Class B, where it is joined by Michael Saunders with his Hawk DL11. And they're the only two for the earlier cars. But in a way, this is the Ayrton Senna era of Formula Ford 1600, because it embraces 1981 and the car with which Ayrton Senna had his first season of racing, cars as opposed to karts, here in the UK, in the British Formula Ford Championship, was 1981 with the Van Diemen RF81. And we have a couple of those, one driven by Formula Ford veteran Stuart Kestenbaum, number 13. I don't know that Stewart would claim to have raced against Ayrton Senna in Formula Ford, albeit at opposite ends of the field, but Stewart has been a regular in Formula Ford for, it seems like centuries, certainly going back well into the last century, and is what you could fairly describe as a Formula Ford stalwart.
I certainly remember him racing at Mallory Park in the Star of Mallory Championship. That was my local circuit back in the late 1980s, certainly. And I think he was a champion in that on at least one occasion as well.
He also raced in Formula First, didn't he?
I don't remember that, but
yeah.
You may well be right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did that, but I can't remember whether he'd done a bit of Formula Ford before that, and then when Formula First disappeared from the scene, he went back to Formula Ford.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because Formula First, that was around in the late 1980s, wasn't it? I think 87, 88, 89,
yes.
That kind of time.
Now, this championship was won last year by Jordan Harrison, and it looks like it's going to be won this year by Jordan Harrison as well. He's on 165 points with his very smartly turned out British Racing Green Lola T540E. He won both of the races at Snetterton. He was beaten by former champion Cameron Jackson, who brought out his Winkleman at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit in May. And then at Cadwell Park, Jordan won once and Tom MacArthur won, but Tom seems to, for the moment, I don't know whether you can shed any light on this, Ian, but I haven't seen Tom at the tracks in the last few weeks.
No, I've not either. Not got any detail on them, I'm afraid, Ian, but it's a shame because this is his local circuit as well. He'd have been quick here, that's for certain, but certainly not here this weekend, or not racing at any rate.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting him last weekend as well at the HSCC meeting, and he didn't show up for that either. He wasn't entered even. So I think I last saw him at Cadwell Park. So I don't think he's going to be a threat to Jordan Harrison. So Rick Morris, you've just been talking about Rick Morris, who had a win in the second of the two races at Donington. Richard Tarling won the other. But Richard isn't entered, is he?
No.
No.
No, it's not this weekend.
He would undoubtedly be a force to reckon with which to reckon. So my thinking is that Jordan Harrison is going. Henry Chart can give a good account of himself, can't he? In number 39 of RF81 Van Dien.
Yes, he's rapid. And here we go. Another former Formula V driver as well is Henry Chart. That's probably going back a decade or so now that he did. I think just one or two seasons in V, and then switched to Formula Ford. He's raced contemporary Formula Ford as well on occasion.
I could feel an article for Autosport coming on here. Drivers who first found their way into motorsport through Formula V.
Absolutely. There's a few of them here today, that's for certain.
There's some quite famous drivers who did as well, like Jochen Rindt.
Yes, absolutely.
Although I don't think he started in Formula V. I don't think Formula V didn't exist when he started, but he raced in it, as did, I think, Dan Gurney. They had a race in Nassau, didn't they? And
that's right. On the domestic scene, of course, at the moment, we've got Ashley Sutton, British Touring Car Champion, who's got his teeth in Formula V as well, before he went down the tin top route with Fiestas, and then after a road car accident, Renault Clio's as well, before he joined the British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, I think he always saw Formula V as something he could afford as a means to an end, and the end always was touring car racing.
Exactly.
He didn't see himself becoming a superstar single-seater driver.
That's right.
But yeah, that's what we can you shed any light on what a Formula? I know we're watching Formula Ford cars, so we perhaps shouldn't dwell too much on Formula V. But you led us there. So, what do you think a season should cost in Formula V these days?
It depends how you're doing it, as often is the case. If you're running it, you've got the car, and you're running the car yourself, you'll probably do it for a small number of thousands of pounds. But if you're getting one of the preparers to do it, you'll be you're certainly well into five figures. But it is really, as with Formula Ford 1600 as well, it's how you choose to do it. Do you get one of the teams to run your car for you, or do you do all the work yourself and have one set of tyres that lasts you the season?
Yes. Hello everyone and welcome along to the live stream from the MSVR Oulton Park race meeting today, which is a mixture mainly of sports car type racing, but also some single-seaters, Formula 4 single-seaters as well. My name is Ian Titchmarsh, talking to you from the main commentary position, which overlooks the pit straight at Oulton Park, which you can see on the screen. But we also have a second voice who can see more of the track than I can on the screen at any one time. Ian Soman is over at Knickerbrook with a splendid view, and I hope a few people joining you down there, not in the box perhaps, Ian, but nevertheless sitting alongside you or on the sunny banking.
Yes, hi and hello everybody. Yes, I'm getting a few waves from, or you are anyway, from the spectators on the banking to my right. Still spectators coming into the circuit. Obviously it's a relatively early start to racing, with the first race getting underway at 11:45, or possibly slightly earlier than that. But it should be a good day's racing, as you say, mostly sports car racing. We've got some single-seaters as well, courtesy of the classic Formula Fords, and a mixture of short and longer races. We've got a 45-minute race for the Radicals later on, and also a 50-minute race for the Sports 2000s as well. So it should be an interesting day's racing with some varied grids.
Indeed. So we begin with the Radical SR1 Cup, the grid of which I'll come to in a moment. Just to say, before the lunch break, we've got also second up the Clubman Sports Prototype Cup first race, for which I'm joined in the commentary positions by a driver who actually lined fourth in that championship. But the driver whose team normally brings Peter Riching's car to the circuit has gone off on holiday, so Peter, he knew about this. It's not suddenly something that's befallen him, so why not come along and talk to us? So he was very informative during qualifying this morning, and we'll hear from Peter during the race to come as second of the races this morning. Then we'll have the Radical Challenge Championship 25-minute race, and then the fourth race before lunch is the classic HSCC, Historic Sports Car Club. If you're regular at Oulton Park for the last few weekends, you'll have come across the HSCC because they were organising last weekend and 2 weeks before that the Gold Cup. So that's the fourth race. Then we have a lunch break, and then the Radical SR1s are out again. Then the Sports 2000, as Ian's already said, the 50-minute. Sorry, we're both called Ian, so we're going to have an awful lot of Ianing, but we'll try and not confuse you. Then we've got the Clubman Sports Prototype second race, Radical Challenge Championship 45-minute race, and then the Formula 4s rounding off the day. Qualifying has gone, dare I say, so smoothly that we are running slightly early, and the first race of the morning scheduled to start at 11:45, but I have a feeling that it's going to start before then. Now the cars will come out of the assembly area having formed up in grid order there. It's a rolling start for this race. Down they come then from the pit lane, exit road, being led through. The grid is going to line up like this. On the front row, on pole position on the right-hand side of the track, looking towards Old Hall Corner, we have number 20, Tom Wood, winner of the third of the races at Silverstone last time out a fortnight ago. Tom Wood doing a qualifying time of 1:42.331, half a second better than the championship leader, number 2, Daryl De Leon, who's done a 1:42.637. So it's 20 and number 2 on the front row. On the second row, pole position on the right-hand side of the track, therefore behind pole position, on third on the grid, number 53, the other contender for the championship really, Ben Casely, who went round at 1:42.975, and beside it, number 7, Fraser McFadden, with a qualifying time of 1:43.082. So 53 and 7 is row 2. Row 3, number 45, George Nutton, it is driving the car in this race. We don't have a qualifying time for him, which is slightly curious, but I think it's the grid position earned by his brother, and alongside number 45 we have 55 James Ockenden, 1:44.033. So 45 and 55 is row 3. Row 4, number 25 Paul Denning, 1:44.718, and 66 Brian Cordwell, 1:44.720. 25 and 66 is row 4, and the final row, number 34, is David Sven Thompson, 1:44.987. And beside him, number 40, James Hadley, 1:46.018. Now this championship is already entering its closing stages. After this weekend, they'll only have one more race meeting comprising 2 races. They get their 2 races today, and the cars making their way round on the formation lap, coming into your sight behind the pace car at the moment, Ian, I think.
That's right, yes, they're heading down towards the right and left-hander at Hislops, then they'll head through Knickerbrook, just checking 2, 4, 6, 8, yes, 10 cars there that we are expecting, headed by Tom Wood, who set that time of 1:42.331 in qualifying this morning, relatively early on in the session, I think. We knew that it would be the times early on in the session that would be likely to be the quickest, with the heat gathering as the day goes on here at Oulton Park. So he was pleased to get that, knowing that overtaking can be relatively difficult here at Oulton Park as well, especially in such evenly matched machinery.
That's right, into Old Hall Corner. If you set yourself up right, coming out of Lodge or through Lodge Corner, the last corner of a lap, and then through Deer Leap, across the timing line, down past the pits, into Old Hall Corner. It's one overtaking opportunity, as we've seen on either side, really. I suppose down the inside is the way to do it, but in evenly matched cars, as Ian makes the point, it isn't easy to out-fumble an equally rapid competitor. Anyway, the BMW is leading the cars under the Paul Warwick Bridge and up to Lodge Corner. Now picking up momentum. Pace cars already in the pit lane. Where are they? Emerging from Deer Leap. They will in a moment. Up the brow, and lights go out now, and we're racing for the first time today, heading towards Old Hall Corner, and from the outside of the front row, it's Darrell de Leon who gets the lead, but diving down on the inside and taking the lead back from him, in fact side by side through the corner, but getting the lead. And I think you'll see that he's in front, is Tom Wood getting the lead back, which he briefly lost off the line.
Yes, Tom Wood's got the advantage at the moment. Darrell de Leon in second place, and then it's the 53 car of Ben Casely in third position then as they turn their way out of Cascades. Casely might lose a place though. Is that Fraser McFadden possibly that's alongside him? They've disappeared out of my view, getting it down towards Island.
Yes, this is where out of the box it's not possible for Ian to see them, but sweeping left through Island, then into the right-hand hairpin, the Shell Oils hairpin, and Darrell de Leon already seems to be making a bit of a break as the cars come up to the Britain chicane. In second place it is, Tom Wood already making the breaks. Darrell de Leon in second place as the cars come through that chicane, and you'll see that Tom Wood has already opened up a gap of several lengths.
He has indeed. It's perhaps 6 car lengths or something like that as they come down now into the braking area for Hislops. It is De Leon in second place, the driver that leads the championship in third place. It is now the number 7 car, Fraser McFadden, so he has got that move done on Ben Casely, and they climb up Clay Hill once again, but one car has spun towards the back of the field, Ian. That is the number 34 car, and that's David Thompson. David,
or Sven Thompson as he's known to his mates. Anyway, the leader has opened up a very large gap. He was half a second quicker for much of qualifying than Darrell de Leon, and some jockeying for position going on behind the leader as they come through Lodge Corner to end the first lap of this 20-minute race. So through goes the leader, and in second place Darrell de Leon. In third place is the number 53 car, number 53, Ben Casely.
Although they're side by side into the left-hander at Cascades, and it's the 7 car of McFadden, Fraser McFadden, that's gone back towards Island again. Will give Casey the opportunity to get back through.
Okay, so lap 2 then, 20-minute races. There are 2 races today. They're all bunched up for second place, but out front, just getting away with it. In fact, Darrell de Leon beginning to make a break for second place, so the scrapping is going on for third. So already the leader is over hilltop and back into your sights, Ian.
He is, and he's looking completely unchallenged at the moment. The fight is very much on for third place, where there's lots of jostling for position. They're side by side into the corner, and around the outside goes Fraser McFadden to take third place away. There wasn't much room there at all. There is a little bit of bodywork flowing from one of the cars, I think. It's Casey that's there in fourth place. The fifth place car is that of George Nutten, isn't it, I think, as they climb back up Clay Hill in towards Druids for the second time.
Yes, George Nutten, as we understand it, is driving in the first race. So the leader already coming through to complete his second lap as we watch the fight going on for third place. Leader through, Tom Wood completes his second lap, fastest lap of 1:44.436. Darrell DeLay on 3.5 seconds behind him. Then Ben Casely in third place, just holding off George Nutton for fourth. In fifth place is James Ockenden. And the leader back with you, your sight at Cascades, I guess.
Yeah, and well, more to the point, third and fourth place cars are there, and they are now a little bit more separated than they have been on previous laps. Of course, McFadden and Casey are the drivers disputing second position in the championship. I'm sure they still fancy their chances of a title as well, but Darrell DeLeon does have a decent advantage with, as you say, only one more meeting to go. That's another double header at Donington Park after this weekend.
Yeah, there's 40 points for a win, 35 for second place. The gap between Darrell DeLeon and Ben Casely is 36 points. So Ben Casey needs to break away from the pack as best he can, as quickly as he can, to have a chance of challenging Darrell DeLeon for second place, because it looks as though Tom Wood is carrying on his Silverstone endurance race form. You've got the pack going through his lops.
Yes, I do. As you say, Tom Wood had that good win at Silverstone. He's extended his lead here to already 3.5 seconds. There's almost contact towards the back of the pack.
That was a bit robust.
That was the Hadley and Denning battle, I think, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was Hadley that was the one that was possibly making contact, I thought, with the 25 car of Paul Denning.
Yes, so a fairly robust manoeuvre. The last place occupied, of course, it wasn't quite last place, they were fighting for its penultimate position. Last after his early spin is Sven Thompson. Leader has completed now 3 laps. Tom Wood just lapping quicker and quicker and quicker. His lead now over Darrell DeLay on 4.3 seconds. Ben Casely no longer in third place, because that's now occupied by number 7 Fraser McFadden. Ben Casey down to 4th, George Nutton still 5th, and James Ockenden, number 55, in 6th place.
That's right, they're all streaming through Cascades and heading on towards Ireland once again. Fairly well spread out now, including that battle for the ultimate position after they tripped over one another just at Brook here, beneath my commentary position on the previous lap. So they're heading off down to Shallows Corner now.
Yes, all in good orderly fashion coming through there. Seems they'll save their fireworks for when they get to you. So the majority of the pack making its way into and through the Britain chicane.
The lead, though, Tom Wood is already at the Hislop chicane, a bit further up. In fact, he's through it now and heading off up Clay Hill. He's not done all of the rounds this season. He wasn't at Brands Hatch or Snetterton, for example, but he's also doing, I think, some races in Europe as well in GT4, as well as the Radical SR1 Cup during the course of this season. I think he raced in British GT a few seasons ago as well, did Tom Wood.
Yes.
Again in the GT4 class.
Yes, his car prepared by the University of Derby. Quite a few universities these days have their kind of motor racing departments, and this is one of the cars run out of such. So Tom Wood then has now completed 4 laps, 5 seconds clear of Darrell DeLeon, who in turn is now only half a second ahead of McFadden. So Fraser McFadden, you should see, coming into Cascades, very close to the second place car.
He's certainly closer than he was, wasn't he? What was the gap as they came over the line? Just about 0.6 of a second.
Yep.
It's probably a little bit less than that now, if anything, as they disappear down towards Ireland once again. So we've got to keep an eye on Fraser McFadden taking the fight to Darrell DeLeon. I don't think he's had any wins, has he, Fraser McFadden, during the course of this year so far? No, he's not. So still looking for his first win. It probably isn't going to come today with Tom Wood in this kind of form, but he too could be on the cards.
Yeah, he's had 3 second places, Snetterton twice, and also at Silverstone. A bit ragged through Britain chicane, I would say he was that time, Fraser McFadden, but doing his best to stay on terms with Darrell DeLeon. How's he doing?
He's doing okay, looks pretty clean down into Hislop's, clips the curb on the right-hand side, actually carries quite a bit of speed through Hislop, so I think he might have gained a 10th on the car ahead of him there of Darrell DeLeon. And climbing up Clay Hill, possibly that's where De Leon just stretching his legs a little bit. There's another fight brewing further back though. That I think is the fight for 6th and 7th. That's the Ockenden and Cordwell scrap. That's what to watch out for.
That's just over half a second between them as they started this 5th lap. In terms of time, we're not yet quite at half distance. Still 11 minutes and 15 seconds remain. Leader has gone through past us for the 5th time. 2nd place, still pretty close. 2nd place between De Leon and McFadden. It's gone up to nearly a second actually, but it's still close-ish. Towards the back of the field, we've got this tussle between Hadley and Denning. You've got the leaders.
Yeah, and De Leon did his best lap of the race so far on the last lap, didn't he?
Yeah.
Which explains why that gap went out by about 3/10 or so. There is that scrap for 6th and 7th. That's only about or a quarter of a second between 55, which is James Ockenden, and 66, which is Brian Cordwell at the moment.
Yeah, Darryl De Leon's last lap was a 1:44.621, which was slower actually slightly than Tom Wood, but it wasn't Tom Wood's best lap. He's gone quicker than that. 44.2, his best lap.
And Wood is heading down into his lockdown, only now over Hilltop does Darryl De Leon's car appear.
They'll be side by side over Hilltop for penultimate place. They are.
They are, yes, just heading down into his lops now. So I'm looking at these two now. They are pretty much within about half a car length of one another, and it's the 55 car that is now ahead. So that is the Ockenden car still ahead of Cordwell as they climb up the hill. So that's actually for 6th and 7th position. Then there's another battle for 8th and 9th. So possibly that was the one you're referring to, where they're equally as close. That's Hadley and Denning.
So take your pick, either will do. They're
yes.
both close, as you say.
Yeah. Leader's back towards Lodge now, I think.
Well, he's going to be through here to go.
Oh, yes.
In fact, he's done so. Yes, he's completed his 6th lap, as now has Darryl De Leon. And the 6 seconds between them. A new fastest lap to Tom Wood at 1:43.820. And McFadden, Casely, pretty close still, 3rd and 4th. And De Leon not that far ahead of McFadden.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd and 4th all did their personal best lap times that time through. The one that gained most, though, was McFadden, because he was about a quarter of a second faster than Darryl De Leon that time. So we'll see if he can stay on terms with Darryl De Leon in the number 2 car, the Valor Racing entry for the driver from Cambridge. These Gen 2 SR1s.
Yes, engines all built in-house by Radical.
Leader is down towards me, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th here in pretty close proximity to one another. Into his lops they go. Look like the first of the cars through. De Leon used more of the curb there than anybody else on the first apex, and I fancy that he has been caught a little bit this time by Fraser McFadden in the number 7 car, driver from Leeds.
And there you have that tail end tussle just going past you up Clay Hill.
Yes, we've got the one for 6th and the one for 8th both going past me. The one for 8th has sort of spread itself out a little bit. That's the Hadley number 40 and Denning number 25 scrap. The Ockenden Cordwell battle is now the closer of the two.
7 laps now completed by Tom Wood. Utterly dominant almost since the start of qualifying early this morning. But really unchallengeable now, 6.75 seconds ahead of Darryl De Leon. But Darryl De Leon can't relax for a moment because he has right on his tail number 7 Fraser McFadden. And Ben Casely isn't that far back either. He's just done his personal best lap, Ben Casely. But Tom Wood still doing fastest laps, 1:43.725.
Yeah,
last time around. Yep.
Casey's best lap, 1:44.320, was actually only 7 thousandths so than McFadden's lap at that time through.
Yes.
And it wasn't McFadden's best. He has been a bit quicker. Only about a 10th quicker though in the early stages. So early stages, we're now 2/3 of the way through this race, aren't we? 7 minutes to go. Wood with this 6 3/4 second lead.
And over Hilltop goes the leader in splendid isolation, Ian.
He is, and I think the other thing to note here is that traffic isn't going to be a feature of this race either, because there's only 35 seconds from first to 10th here. A lap time is a minute and 3/4 roughly, so with only 7 minutes to go, the traffic isn't going to play a part in this race. Certainly for second and third, McFadden and De Leon are looking a bit close, but McFadden has yet to get really close enough to make an attempt on De Leon.
That's right, he's shadowing him, he's close, but not close enough to make a bid for that place. And Darrell De Leon, of course, keen to preserve it. Well, he will preserve his championship lead because Ben Casey is in 4th place. Not quite in touch, but watching them from a short distance back. Over the line they go. And the gap first to second has gone up again, over 7 seconds now. 7.3 seconds it is, Tom Wood to Darrell De Leon. And De Leon over the line. Have they swapped places?
Yes, they have. McFadden ahead of De Leon, yes. So that's been a change between me and you, I think.
Yes.
So they're heading off down towards Island Bend and Shallow's Corner once again. And now McFadden's been disappeared from the top and he's reappeared actually in third
place. Well, that's why I sort of asked the question. I didn't think I'd seen them change places.
No,
the timing screen was telling us that they had.
And by the time I looked up, they were disappearing down towards Island, so I couldn't tell which car was which. But
the order is unchanged.
Yes, 22 and 7, the top 3. 20 is going past me. That's Tom Wood, and yes, it is Darrell De Leon's number 2 car that's there in second, the white and grey car. Then it is the black and blue and white number 7 car of Fraser McFadden, and a little bit of a gap back now to Ben Casey. I was speaking to his driver coach this morning, Ryan Lindsay, an ex-Formula V driver, would you believe?
Oh, I don't. Well, I would actually, from what you've been saying today earlier on, Ian. Yes. The pool of talent that is Formula V is
absolutely
limitless.
Certainly is.
I think the gap second to third has actually gone up as the cars head along the straight to Lodge Corner to complete their 9th lap, which is just being done now by Tom Wood. So far ahead is he. Second, third and fourth come through and they complete their 9th laps, and the gap second to third is 0.8 of a second now. Well, it's not gone up that much. Darrell De Leon last time around did his personal best lap. And there they are at Cascades, Ian.
They are indeed turning their way through that left-hander past the lake to their left and the trees, and then disappearing down towards Island. And the battle for 6th place, that is, just coming through, which now is 66 Brian Caldwell ahead of 55 James Ockenden, the man that's 4th in the championship. I think he's been fairly consistent during the course of this season, James Ockenden.
Can I offer you another change, which is that upper place, up into 8th place, has gone number 25, Paul Denning, who's moved ahead of number 40, James Hadley.
Leader is coming into his lobs once again, just as on the opposite side of the loop, really, on the exit of Cascades comes 34, Sven Thompson, after his spin on the opening lap. Tom Wood heads up Clay Hill once again, leading by 7 3/4 seconds. Second and third, again, a little bit closer than they were, but McFadden catching De Leon, and on his own, really, in 5th place is the 45 car of Nutter now, but 6th and 7th is a scrap that's very much on Brian Caldwell, who's quite experienced in radical racing.
Yeah, he started off in SR1s, and
yeah,
obviously this is what this is, but he's also raced in the SR3s, hasn't he?
He has, and I think he's been certainly driven at the Burkitt 6-hour relay race as well. I seem to remember in one of the leading radical teams as well at some point over the last few years.
Right, so 10 laps now completed by Tom Wood. 2.5 minutes just under to go. Through goes second, third and fourth. The gap second to third, 0.8 of a second. Third to fourth, just over a second, 1.022 seconds. The rest of the pack coming through to complete their 10th lap. Denning and Hadley should be the next ones through. There they are, and Sven Thompson hasn't really recovered from that first lap spin, has he?
No, he's been lapping marginally quicker than on that lap. He lapped quite a lot quicker. He's with Hadley now, is that right? As they came over the line that time? That's what the timing score was
Yes,
telling
that's
me.
right. Yes,
Yeah,
you're
so it was a slow lap from Hadley there. He did a long lap of 1:55, and that allowed Thompson to get right with him, and in fact has passed him now as they head through Cascade. So Thompson has made it up to 9th place now after that spin halfway around the first lap.
Yeah, Denning got ahead of Hadley, and Hadley has dropped back in consequence into the clutches, well, behind the clutches of Sven Thompson.
I imagine it must have been a spin for Hadley somewhere that we didn't see.
That sort of time will suggest that, yes.
Top 4 have gone through, and the 6th place battle now coming through as well. The Cordwell and Ockenden, Scrap Ockenden in that 55 car in the Radical Works entry, one of the rookie entries.
The gaps, 2nd to 3rd and 3rd to 4th, look very similar now. Not much to choose in terms of distance for 2nd to 3rd and 3rd to 4th. Tom Wood, how much longer do we get? On his last lap, yeah, Tom Wood now onto his last lap. And Dal de Leon, 8 seconds adrift, 8.3 seconds adrift. The way he's going, it looks as though he should be able to defend 2nd place from anything that Fraser McFadden can throw at him. And likewise, Ben Casey, I think, is stuck with 4th.
Yeah, I just don't see anything changing there. Neither McFadden or Paisley are able to really challenge the cars ahead of them. They've occasionally got a bit closer,
That's right.
but never really been in the position to attack. Whether they'll be a little bit more open to that in the 2nd race later on, possibly just want to make sure they get through this 1st race, remains to be seen. Tom Wood then coming down towards his lops for the final time. What's this 12th and final time of the race? He, as far as I've seen, hasn't put a wheel wrong this race, and has dominated. I think that's fair to say. 8 seconds plus is going to be his victory margin. 2nd, 3rd and 4th coming through, they are, I was going to say equidistant, but they're not actually. I think McFadden is a bit closer to De Leon now than I think Hazley is to McFadden.
I think if Tom Wood hadn't missed several races mid-season, he missed both Brands Hatch and both Snettison races.
Yes.
The look of the championship would be rather different, because he really has dominated this race very impressively. Bearing in mind all the cars are very much the same performance. He takes the checker flag now, so winner of the first of the day's Radical SR1 Cup races, a dominant, is the only way to describe it, Tom Wood. For 2nd place, Darryl De Leon, the championship leader, holds off number 7, Fraser McFadden, at the flag by just over half a second. So 1st to 2nd, that's Wood to De Leon, all of 8.2 seconds. 2nd to 3rd, 0.548 of a second between Darryl De Leon and Fraser McFadden, with Ben Casey 2nd in the championship, but Ben finishing 1.4 seconds behind Fraser McFadden, and never really looking as though he was going to be able to improve upon that and earn a notional pole position. I say notional because we won't actually be doing podiums after the races today to keep the programme moving as swiftly, as smoothly as possible. So 5th goes to 45, George Nutton. 6th to 66, Brian Cordwell. 7th to number 55, James Ockenden. In 8th place, Paul Denning, number 25. In 9th place, David Sven Thompson, number 34. And in 10th place, number 40, James Hadley. So all the starters finished. Of course, we had the classes as well. The rookie class won by... Oh, it's gone off my screen now. So anyway, there was a couple of runners in the rookie class.
Yeah, George Nutton it was that won that, Ian. That's still on my screen.
And the Fangio class,
Brian Cordwell.
Brian Cordwell, yeah. So they'll be back out a little later on for their 2nd race of the weekend. Just the 2 races for them, rather than the 3 that they were able to enjoy at Silverstone. So in the championship, are you doing these calculations as well, Ian? Darryl De Leon gets the points for 2nd place. So he opens up his margin over Ben Casey, and Tom Wood is surely too far back.
Yeah, and I'm not actually sure what his plans are, if he's planning to do the remaining meeting after this as well.
Do you suspect he had a problem at Brands Hatch in the second race. I should have checked this out, which meant that he had to sit out whilst the car was repaired.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but I did notice that it was Donington rather than Brands that.
Sorry, yes, Donington, you're right.
Yeah,
yes.
where he had second in the first race, then missed the second.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure what the story was behind that, to be honest with you, but that certainly has set him back a little bit.
Well, there's nothing to be collected from around the circuit after that, is there?
No.
So we can move straight on, and I think we probably will be moving straight on to the second race of the day, which is the Clubman's Sports Prototype Championship. A championship headed by somebody who's going to be starting well back on the grid and has not actually won a race this year, but by consistency, Jared Lester has taken the lead of the championship. But let me just get the grid positions up. Right, so that's what we've already had, so we don't want that, do we? Sorry about this, but there we are. Peter Richards, I'm delighted to say, has arrived on the scene, even though we're starting early, his race. Let's just do the grid first of all, based on qualifying this morning. If you have a digital program, it's page 4. So up it comes, we've got the graphic there, and pole position is occupied by number 21, Alex Chamkin, who qualified at 140.548, and second on the grid, number 71, Cody Tree, 141.477. Alex Chamkin snatching pole position on the very last lap of the qualifying session. 21 and 71, first and second on this 1x1 offset grid. Third on the grid, number 7, Steve Dickens, 142.088. And fourth, number 17, Alan Cook, 144.891. 7 and 17, third and fourth. Fifth, number 84, Michelle Haywood, with a 146.895. And sixth, number 32, Steve Collier, 147.713. 84 and 32 are fifth and sixth. Seventh is number 4, Steve Chaplin, 148.476. And eighth, number 20, Mathieu Gauthier Thornton, 148.903. 4 and 20, 7th and 8th. 9th, number 76, Maurice Hart, 150.880. And 10th, number 87, Samantha Evans, 151.017. 76 and 87 are 9th and 10th. 11th, number 58, Tom Muirhead, 151.553. And 12th, number 50, Clive Wood, 151.643. 58 and 50, 11th and 12th. 30th, number 25, Martin Walker, 152.256. And 40th, number 81, Rodney Player, 152.676. 25 and 81, 13th and 14th. 15th, number 40, Mike Upton, 2 minutes 00.058. And 16th, number 68, the championship leader. What's he doing down there? Maybe Peter's going to be able to tell us. Number 68, 2 minutes 00.718. 40 and 68, 15th and 16th. 17th, number 52, Roger Watton, 2 minutes 2.794. And 18th, number 66, Adrian Lester, father of Jared, starting behind his lad. Without a lap time, actually. 52 and 66, 17th and 18th. Also without lap ties, number 37, Tommy Weir, and 74, Lee Parks, although whether they'll be in the race, something else that Peter may be able to answer for. Peter, welcome back to the microphone.
Thank you, Ian.
And let's start with the championship leader and what's he doing down on the 16th place on the grid.
The Leicester family had a really bad morning, unfortunately. So if we start with Adrian, Father Adrian, on his first flying lap, he managed to put a wheel on the grass and then lost it and has smashed both front and rear end of the car against the barrier, so we won't be seeing Adrian for the rest of the day.
Right.
And simultaneously, Jared then had his clutch was slipping, And just as I left the paddock to come up here to see you, they were still working on the car to try and get the clutch working again. So whether we see Jared or not, I'm fairly confident we'll see him for the second race, but it's a bit 50-50 whether we see him for this first race. So, yeah. But interesting little snippet is that we've got Alex Chamkin on pole ahead of Cody Tree, both in Phantoms. But Alex Chamkin had a bit of a gearbox problem testing yesterday, has had to reconfigure all the ratios within the gearbox, so he's just running it as a 3-speed gearbox today, which means he's probably not going to get off the line terribly well, because first gear is going to be a bit high.
So the driver on pole position is going to struggle to leave the line.
Well, he's going to leave the line a little slower than he would have done normally, is my prediction. So I expect Cody Tree will nip ahead at the beginning, and we should see a very close race between the two of them.
Right, that's your prediction. I mean, that one-off lap at the end of the qualifying session, which put Alex onto pole position, that wasn't just a fluke in the sense that it wasn't because he just threw caution to the winds. And
no, I think he just built up to that lap and got a fairly clear lap.
Okay.
I did suggest he should try and get sponsored by Sturmey Archer, going it says 3-speed. So
good thinking.
Yeah.
Now, Alan Cook, we're concerned about Alan's health.
So Alan actually drunk a lot of Lucozade before qualifying. I mean, other sports drinks are available, of course, but he drank a lot of Lucozade, and he told me by about the second lap he felt fine. So he seems to be a rejuvenated Alan Cook.
Oh, well, that's good news then. And of course, Michelle Hayward is doing very very well in the championship. She's qualified well as well.
She has, and of course, she's in an unfamiliar car to her because she normally drives Barry Webb's Mark 23, but that's not available because Barry's gone on holiday. Very thoughtless of him. And so Michelle has borrowed the car this weekend, very kindly loaned to her, and it's an unfamiliar car. And ironically, it was a car in Howard Payne's hands that beat her for the championship by 1 point a few years ago. So, but she's got it going really well this morning in typical Michelle way. So it's going to be an interesting race between her and Matthew Gauthier-Thornton. Yeah,
so just to explain the different classes, I know there's a notes in the programme that do that, but just to explain, CSP1 is for...
It's for cars of up to, with car-derived engines up to 2 litre and motorcycle engines up to 1600, but they've all got a limit of 200 horsepower.
Right.
So
the Leicester cars, for example, they've
got Hayabusa motorcycle engines.
And also Lee Parks.
Lee's not here. But
Lee's
yes,
not here,
true,
no.
Yeah. But,
right. Now, CSP2 is K-Series.
So that is that's the engine formula that's been in existence since 1996. It's a 1.6 K-Series, sealed, basically a standard engine, giving about 125 horsepower. So they're very evenly matched engines.
The engine you used to find in your Rover 216 GTI if you had one.
Yeah, that sort of car, yeah.
They used to race those, Peter.
They did, and MGs and MGFs and those sort of cars.
Yes.
That engine, yeah.
Now, Steve Chaplin is the only...
Steve, unfortunately, has failed in qualifying, so we won't be seeing Steve either.
Oh, right.
Warning in terms of...
that's him gone for the day, is it?
That's him gone for the day, I'm afraid, yeah.
Anybody else you want to get rid of?
Not that I'd like to mention at the moment, but CSPB, which is the Formula Ford engine class, I anticipate we're going to have a really good race in that because we've got top 3 cars very close together. Tom Muirhead, Clive Wood, and Martin Walker all within about a second of each other. Martin Walker and Tom Muirhead have had some terrific races this year. Clive Wood's just joined in CSPB just for this weekend.
Yeah, he was dabbling in Formula 2, historic Formula 2.
He's got so many cars, yeah. He normally races in Clubman's and CSP1, but that car's in PC.
You can't see the wood for the cars.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And when he's racing in CSP1 against Cody Tree, of course, you can't see the wood for the tree, but...
I wondered about that.
Yeah, I thought he did. But this weekend he's taken over the car that's normally raced by his daughter, Pippa. So, and he's going to race against the 2 youngsters in the CSPB. I expect a good race between the 3 of them.
Right, so all set. Now you only get a 50-minute race. I say only because Radicals get 20-minute races. Is this because they like the chaps in the sports prototype?
It's a relatively simple equation that we buy the track time from MSVR. We buy an hour. We have So this weekend we bought 45 minutes because it's only 2 races. Normally we have 3 races over a weekend.
Yes.
And we just split it 4 ways, 15 minutes qualifying,
Right.
and 15 minutes for each race. So yeah, and I think most of the drivers I've talked to are very glad it's only 15 minutes because it's so hot today. And in a clubman's car, of course, you sit alongside the engine and gearbox. So
it's quite a warm place to be.
It's going to be quite
at the best of times.
Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
Most clubman's drivers have got a sort of scar on their left leg.
Go on, flash your scar then.
I'm sure I can find one.
Yeah, have a look. You might come across it. Right. Unlike the Radical race, which was a rolling start, this is a standing start. They've done their green flag lap, then come up to the grid. So pole position occupied by Alex Chamkin, but having to start in 3rd gear, if I remember right.
Having to start in 1st gear, but
First
a much higher 1st gear than he would normally do.
Right, I'm with you.
Yep.
Okay, a high 1st gear. And then the orange or red car of Cody Tree, you predict will be in the lead at Old Hall.
Unless, of course, champion Steve Dickens can nip past them both from the 3rd position.
When did Steve win the challenge? He's won it once, twice?
He won it for the first time last year.
Last year, yeah.
And at Snetterton, the last meeting we did, he won all 3 races. So Steve, we shouldn't count Steve out of this race.
Okay, I think all the cars are in position. 5-second board held up. Waiting for the red light. Red light on. Out. And pretty good start by both of them actually off the front row. And I think that he's done what's necessary, Alex Champion, but he's being challenged strongly on the outside as they go into Old Hall corner for the first time by Cody Tree. And as they come out of the corner, it's still side-by-side stuff, but for the inside line into Cascades, it'll be Cody Tree, I think, Ian.
Yeah, it is, but he's not actually close enough to make that work. So it is Alex Chamkin in that pale blue car that continues to lead as they head out of Cascades and towards Island for the first time. It looks like everyone has got through Cascades safely and is heading off down towards Island in Challows Corner.
Very good, and so we'll get a view in the moment as the cars make their way through Shell Oils of the leading pair, or maybe a trio. So we need to catch the leader in the moment coming over Hilltop into your sight for the first time, Ian, or for the second time of this lap.
Yes, first time over Hilltop. 2nd and 3rd are a little bit closer though, aren't they? So it's
yes.
Chamkin in the number 21 car, the Phantom that's leading the way. 2nd and 3rd are together though. That's Cody Tree and Steve Dickens. And there's a gap back to the 4th place car, which I think is Alan Cook as things stand. But they're all heading up Clay Hill for the first time, and everyone again looks to have made it safely through this first 2/3 of the lap.
Any thoughts, Peter, about how this first lap has gone? Pretty straightforward, I would say.
Fairly straightforward at the front of the field.
Yeah.
My prediction was wrong, and Alex Champion got away first, and with Steve Dickens harrying the 2 of them. Interestingly, in CSP2, Morris Hart, Chris Hart's son, has got to the lead from 3rd place. So it's 3-2-1 relative to the qualifying, with Matthew Gauthier Thornton 2nd and Michelle Hayward, who didn't make such a good start, 3rd.
Alex Champion already beginning to open up a gap. 1.6 seconds is lead at the end of the first lap over Cody Tree. Steve Dickens is 3rd, and in 4th place. In 4th place is Steve Collier. No, sorry, number 17, Alan Cook. Then Steve Collier in 5th. Yes. So Steve Collier has now had a clubman's race.
Exactly right. Yeah. So we'd be delighted that he's actually taken part in that clubman's race.
Right. Well, the leader getting away, isn't he?
He is. He's making that 3-speed gearbox work.
Is that the answer? You can save on gears.
I did suggest to him that he ought to take one of the gears out of the gearbox after this qualifying.
Well, they're going to be back with you in your sights over Hilltop in a moment, Ian.
Yes, they're already turning their way through his lots. In fact, the first 3 pretty much equidistant. The 2 Phantoms out in front, and then the Steve Dickens Mallet Mark 29 in 3rd place. Quite a gap back then to Alan Cook, who's a bit solo at the moment in his Mallet in 4th place, number 17. 5th, the number 32 car of Steve Collier, who did get ahead of Michelle Hayward then on that opening lap. Hayward losing a couple of positions, in fact, down to 8th she was at the end of lap 1.
Is a bit solo a legitimate concept? Aren't you either solo or not solo, like being unique or
yes,
not?
I think you're probably right, Ian, now you mention it, yes. It's completely solo, entirely on his own.
Yeah, entirely on his own, absolutely. Or slightly on his own. Anyway, he is well out in front, is Alex Chamkin. He led by 2 seconds over the line this time.
So Michelle Hayward challenging Matthew Gauthier-Thornton here for second place in CSP2. I think she may get at the inside over the start and finish line now. Yes, in fact she has.
So the inside line going into Old Hall Corner, they're side by side, and I think Michelle has got through. So number 84, Michelle Hayward, in a car that you say she's not familiar with.
No, not at all. No, she's not driven that car. She's borrowed it from Roger Watton, who's taking part in CSPB in his other car, and she's not driven it before. Well, I think she did a test in it last week, but not driven it, not raced it before today.
So going impressively, you were saying glowing things about her in qualifying.
She's a very quick lady.
And that's Michelle Hayward then, and she's leading her class in the championship, isn't she?
Oh yes, but I think she had 7 winners this year.
Now Alex Chamkin with Jared Lester, now he's not made it, has he? So not scoring any points. Cody Tree is going to get a decent helping of points. But Alex Chamkin's going to do himself a power of good here, isn't he?
If Alex can keep that gearbox together and keep at the pace he's running, then this could be good for a really good championship challenge towards the end of the season.
Ian, you've got that battle going through past you now, Michelle Hayward.
Yes, and she is about 2 or 3 car lengths clear at the moment ahead of Matthew Gauthier-Thornton. A nice little scrap going on further back as well, and that is between 58, which is Tom Muirhead, and 87, which is Samantha Evans. So that's for 9th and 10th positions. And Tom Muirhead leading his class, isn't he? The CSPB class, that's the Formula Ford engine class.
Yes, he's kind of. You said there was going to be a 3-way battle there, Peter.
Well, I was hoping there was going to be, but they've spaced out quite well already, haven't they? So there's 2 or 3 seconds between each of the first 3 now. So I think for a battle we've got to look for CSP2 class. And
somebody
Rodney Players just had a spin there in the gem, but I'm anticipating that Michelle Hayward will start to close on Morris Hart now. She's 3 seconds behind.
That was at Drury's, wasn't it?
Looked like it. Yes, it was. Yeah.
The Rodney Player went agricultural, but he got the car pointed back in the right direction as we watch the leader with you, Ian.
Yes, that's right. He is heading down towards me once again. Gap was 2.9 seconds at the beginning of the lap over Cody Tree in 2nd place, and it's an even bigger gap now to Steve Dickens in 3rd position. I'm just wondering how healthy that leading car sounded of Alex Chamkin there. He's gone past. It didn't sound completely in the best of health, so maybe that's one for Peter to listen out to as it comes past the start and finish line as well. But it's still good for the lead at the moment, 2.9 seconds ahead.
Okay, right. Will you cock an ear in the direction of the leader then, Peter? You probably didn't hear what Ian thinks, that the engine doesn't sound quite right in the leader's car.
Oh, we've got a spinner down here, and that is the number 87
sounds okay to me.
car.
I mean, I guess the could be a sort of slight crack in the exhaust or something, but it sounded okay to me.
That's
Samantha Evans has had a spin as well.
Yeah, she had a spin.
Must be getting to everybody now.
Yeah, Ian was just telling us about that. Yeah, so tell us what happened.
Well, she was coming into braking for his lots, and it's before she got to the turning point. She was already sort of spinning around, and she collected the curb on the inside, the apex, the first apex of the chicane, and ended up on the grass on sort of the exit of the first part of the corner, if you see what I mean. But she's rejoined and back into the race, but I think we'll have lost at least 1 place.
Well, the lead that Alex Chamkin had at the start of this, it's a bit like the previous race, this, with Tom Wood, isn't it? We've got one driver taking the lead from pole position and really dominating proceedings. He has a lead of 3.9 ahead over Cody Tree. Steve Dickens is not really keeping in touch with Cody. So, how are your Formula Ford brigade?
Well, Tom Muirhead got away best in CSPB, and he's leading Martin Walker and Clive Wood. There's a couple of seconds between each of them, but I've been looking at the gaps, and I think they're just getting slightly closer to each other as the race goes on.
Yeah,
so
Walker to Wood actually is just down to 1.2 now. So
I think we could have a race for CSPB before the end, I think. Keeping my fingers
I think it's worth making the point, Peter, that these cars are great fun to drive, aren't they? They really are proper racing cars.
They are indeed. They're very rewarding cars to drive, and very, very good for both an experienced driver and a sort of a relative beginner.
And they haven't evolved from road cars. They're purpose-built front-engine racing sports cars.
Absolutely, purpose-built cars. Although it's the second oldest racing formula in the country, having started in 1965, we've managed to evolve the regulations as the years have gone by and changed the engines and everything else. So it's.
I was just waiting for a howl from Knickerbrook to say. Ian would say Formula V is old. Actually, Formula V isn't quite as old,
No,
is
It's
it?
not. We beat Formula Ford by a year and Formula V, I believe, by a year or
But
two.
I guess you're thinking that the oldest is 750 Formula.
Formula is the only one.
Yeah,
So,
1949 that was inaugurated.
Which one? Sorry.
750 Formula.
Oh, well, that has to be the oldest.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Monoposto goes back pre-1960, doesn't it? 1958, 59, that was conceived. Anyway, that's a bit of history. Cars with yellow backgrounds, their numbers, incidentally, are the CSPB class cars. It's been a tradition, goes back many, many years. I think it began in Clubman's, actually. It was then picked up by other categories. Yes?
So that CSPB battle is getting quite close now. You can see Clive Wood's really caught up with Martin Walker, and they're both closing, I think, on Tom Muirhead.
Right, so we're focusing on that then as they come down the avenue and through Denton's into your side at Cascades, Ian.
Yes, it is pretty close now, isn't it, between those two? In fact, there's less than a car length between them now as they turn their way out of the corner. But I don't think there's going to be any change in the order. They're just disappearing from my view again as they head into Ireland.
There was an attempt on a position change, but I don't think it's actually happened.
Yes, it has.
Has it? Yes, it has now, yeah, as they go into Shell Oils. So that's Clive Wood up ahead.
And we've got drama because the second place car, I think that is, Cody Tree has stopped at Hilltop. As there's yellow flags at Hilltop, and opposite the yellow flags there is a red car and a driver out of the car. It is parked. I don't think it's gone off. It has been pulled off. And Cody Tree from second place is out of the race, and then that promotes Steve Dickens to second.
And it enhances Alex Champkin's prospects in the championship, doesn't it?
It does indeed, yeah. And Steve Dickens come to that. Steve Dickens isn't so. He had a bad start to the year, but he's been racking the points up since then. As I said, he had all 3 wins at Snetterton, so this could be a close championship battle as we get towards the end of the season.
Talking of getting towards the end of the season, of course, it's not all that far away for you, is it?
We've after today, we've got Brands Hatch Indy Circuit in September, and then Donington at the end of October. So another 5 races after today.
You got the leader, Knickerbrook?
Yes, he's just turning through now past me. He's put a lap on the number 40 car of Mike Upton, his Formula Ford engine Mallet Mark 20B. But now it is a big lead. It is 21 seconds between Alex Champkin, number 21, and Steve Dickens, number 7, in second position. He is just turning into his lops now, and he in turn has another 9 seconds to Alan Cook, number 17, in third position.
Yeah, Alan Cook's health seems to have improved with his performance, and he's now third.
Absolutely right, yeah. Just goes to show that energy drink can work sometimes.
Which one was that? Steve Collier is fourth, moving on. Going nicely in 5th place, leading CSP2, is Maurice Hart.
His father, Chris, would be proud of him, yeah. So he's often very good here. Oulton Park's his home
Local circuit, yes.
So, and he was only 3rd in qualifying. I did say to him, well, you're always good around Oulton Park, Maurice. So,
then he remembered, oh yes, I am, aren't I? I better get on with it.
I'd forgotten until I reminded him, yeah.
Right, so how long have we got? 2.5 minutes on the clock still? Just under.
The Formula Ford class battle, the CSPB battle, is coming past me now, and it's headed at the moment by number 58, which is Tom Muirhead. But there's still the chance that this could change around in the last lap or so. There's only about 2 seconds covering those first 3 cars. Also involved, of course, you've got the car of Walker and the car of where are we? Upton and
Martin Walker, yeah.
That's right, Walker there as well. already, though, the race leader's coming through to pass me once again at...
yeah, we've got the Formula Ford engine battle that we've been talking about just coming up to complete another lap. And Tom Muirhead doesn't have much of an advantage now, does he, over Clive Wood?
Clive Wood's definitely homing in on him now. I guess they've got another couple of laps to do with the time that we've got.
Yes, this lap and one more, I would say.
So, knowing him, I'd put my money on Clive Wood, quite honestly, now. Seems to have got him in his sights. But
yeah, has he missed some rounds this year? He's not done a full season.
Clive.
Yeah.
Clive's been racing his historic Formula 2 and Formula Atlantic cars around the place.
I haven't seen him in those. That's why I asked.
He's been in Europe as well.
Ah, right.
To the Nürburgring.
So over the line and onto his last lap. So Alex Chamkin, for whom it's been a trouble-free drive, really, hasn't it?
Absolutely. He's absolutely miles in front of Steve Dickens now, about 20 odd seconds, I think. So he's had a very easy run since Cody Tree retired.
Yeah, the gap between Alex Champion and Steve Dickens is 25 seconds, which is a big gap by
In fact,
Clubman's.
Alex Cook's getting quite close to Steve Dickens now. In third place.
I think the heat's getting to them. I mean, well, the point you were making at the start of the race.
Yeah.
In the Formula Ford class, Ian, the two leaders are right together now.
To the Lucasade, personally, but
Clive Wood's right under the wing of Tom Muirhead now. Those two are heading up towards Druids. They've got one more lap to go.
Here they are. We've got them on the screen then, coming through Druids. And it is still, but only just, Tom Muirhead in front of Clive Wood. And very experienced and successful racer Clive Wood looks for the outside line going into Lodge Corner. That's not going to work. The inside line well defended by Tom Muirhead. They go through, loses a bit of momentum coming out of Lodge through Deer Leap, and so alongside him comes Clive Wood, and they go to change places as they get to Old Hall Corner. On the inside line, Clive was going to be last of the late breakers, is he? But Tom Muirhead sits it out with him on the outside line as they come out of the corner. They're virtually side by side, but just getting the nose in front and staying ahead as they come back into your sights, Ian. At Cascades, it's Tom Muirhead still just there.
He is by about 3 car lengths as they turn through Cascades. They head out of Cascades now, past the lake towards Island once more. They're going to disappear from my sight. Can Clive Wood do anything about Tom Muirhead in the final 2/3 of this lap?
We're just waiting to see the leader become the winner. And so the checker flag taken by Alex Champion. He is a dominant winner overall, but we'll surely get back to watching that fight for CSPB before the end of the race. Here they are then. And it is still just Tom Muirhead.
yeah, he fought off Clive very well. I thought that challenge
Ian?
was the last lap.
Yeah, about to head over hilltop. Here they come, and it is still Muirhead, but the gap has come down, and Wood is going to position his car on the inside of the circuit, but he's a little bit too far back to make that work. He's about 2 or 3 car lengths behind. So I think Tom Muirhead, for the moment, holds on, but there's still 2 more corners to come, and he's got a really good run
Yes.
out of the chicane there. Has Clive Wood. He's going to try and get alongside on the run up towards Clive, towards Druids there, Ian.
He's a good old racer, isn't he, Clive Wood? He doesn't,
He doesn't
give up. No, absolutely. So here they come through Druids, almost side by side. Through Druids, side by side. That's a bit of a thing to
almost
do.
impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, quite. So along they come to Lodge Corner, the final corner, and Clive Wood looks at the inside line. He's going to be last of the late breakers. Tom Muirhead sees him coming, sticks to the racing line, leaves the door open. Should Clive wanted to walk through it, but no, he doesn't. And so on this occasion, it may be different in the second race to come, but as they go across the line, Tom Muirhead just wins his class from Clive Wood after a brilliant battle, as predicted by the old sage beside me. So Tom Muirhead finishes 8th place overall, but more importantly, wins the class. Just to confirm the order, Alex Chamkin finishing in the end 19.3 seconds ahead of Steve Dickens, so that gap came down on the last lap, but that'll be
Off on the last lap.
yeah. So first number 21 Alex Chamkin, second number 7 Steve Dickens, third number 17 is Alan Cook, fourth number 32 Steve Collier, fifth number 76 Maurice Hart, sixth number 84 Michelle Hayward, seventh number 20 Mathieu Gauthier Thornton. In 8th place, that battle we were focusing on, Tom Muirhead, just finishing ahead of in 9th place, Clive Wood, and in 10th place, number 25, Martin Walker. I've vacated for all the classes, though. I think I have, haven't I? 11th after her spin, number 87, Samantha Evans. And in 12th place, number 81, didn't he also have a spin? Rodney Player with the gem, yes. So that's what happened to spinners. Well, that was a stirring, thanks to the Formula Ford engine cars particularly. Otherwise, it was a bit straightforward up at the front, just quick.
It was. After we lost Cody Tree, then I think any challenge to Alex Jamkin disappeared. But yeah, as you say, thank goodness for the CSPB class.
But they often do that, don't they?
They do. They do. It was, as I say, Tom Muirhead and Martin Walker have had some excellent races with Barry Webb this year. So
yes.
Clive Wood's come in to replace Barry for this weekend. Be the old
Tom Muirhead's quite new too.
Yes, John Muirhead, who's raced Lotus Elans and Clubman's cars, is his son. Yeah.
Oh right, and yeah, one of the next generation of Clubman's
part
sports
of the Clubman's
prototype.
breeding program. Absolutely, that's right. Yeah.
Good. Well, Peter, thank you very much for the moment, and enjoy your Clubman's type lunch.
And I'll see you for the second race.
See you for the second race. Sorry if you find it difficult to hear what Peter is saying, but I'm afraid that the other microphone doesn't work terribly well. It's not because of the way but he's doing the best he can. Right. Thank you, Peter. Right, it's going to be a rolling start for the Radical Challenge Championship race that is coming up next. This race will be 25 minutes. And then later on this afternoon will be their longer 45-minute race. Ian, is there much to be collected from your part of the world? I don't think there is there?
There's Cody Tree's car from up at
right.
Hilltop, and that is in the process of being recovered. But besides that, no, there's not. He was the only retirement from that race. So Cody's car will be recovered, and once that is done, I imagine that the Radicals will be released. Yes, it looks like that Cody Tree car needs a full lift, so it is taking a few moments to recover it.
Okay, well I think we can go to the grid for the next race, and it's for a rolling start. Pole position on the right-hand side, looking towards Old Hall Corner, and it's occupied by number 50, Dougie Bolger, and he lapped at 1:37.887. Which was looking pretty impressive until the very end of the session when the Danish driver Noah Degnebol, number 77, put in a 1:37.890. So just 0.003 of a second separate the two drivers at the front of the grid, numbers 50 and 77. On the second row, we've got the driver who lies in third place in the championship. Noah, incidentally, I should have said, lies second in the championship. In third place is Anthony Ayres, and he's third on the grid in car 58, starting behind Dougie Bolger, with a time of 1:38.631. And alongside him, number 14, the quickest of the Fangio Elder Statesman class, number 14, John McLeod, with a 1:38.929. 58 and 14 is row 2. Row 3, number 5, Ben Stone, with a 1:38.966. And beside him, number 39, James Lay, the championship leader, with a 1:39.497. 5 and 39 is row 3. Row 4, number 28, Elliot Goodman, 1:39.612. And 54, James Sweetnam, 1:39.898. 28 and 54, row 4. Row 5, number 4, Chris Preen, 1:39.997. And 16, Matt Jones, 1:40.124. 4 and 16 is row 5. Row 6, number 88, Jacek Zielonka, 1:40.232. And 18, Mark Williams, 1:40.352. 88 and 18, row 6. Row 7, number 22, Andy Lowe, qualifying at 1:40.714. And beside him, number 96, Nicholas Francis, 1:41.458. 22 and 96 is row 7. And the last full row, number 6, Chris Myhill, 1:42.978. And number 10, Wesley Fongeny, 1:43.086. And I think this will be the last row because the other car shown as being on the grid, number 23, Jason Rishover, we were notified would be a non-starter, so I don't think he'll be there. What we do have, however, is an extra runner. So we lose one, we gain one. Number 80, Peter Tyler, runs in the SR3 XXX, that's what his car is, runs in the Fangio class. And he qualified just looking if you're on the grid, he doesn't seem to be there.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing myself.
Oh, we agree on that omission, yes. So whatever the reason for that is, he ain't there.
No, it's not the classification or the grid, is it, for that session?
Unless I can rustle up an amended grid.
Ah.
No?
There is an amended grid, actually, and I have found it a little bit further down the list, and that does have the Tyler car, yeah. So a slightly different grid to the one you gave, with Tyler lining up on the outside of row 4, number 80. I imagine that was a timing issue from the qualifying session. They had to slot him in later on, but Peter Tyler on the outside of row 4, so slotting in between Elliot Goodman, number 28, and 54, Jason Sweetnam. James Sweetnam, sorry.
Got an amended grid for Radical SR1s, but Radical Challenge.
Yeah, it does. It's not flagged as amended, but it is there. It's bulletin number 20.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. But it still has Jason Rishover on the back of it, and we think he's not going to be there.
So just you've identified where the gap is filled. So this is how the grid actually lines up. 50 and 77 is the front row, Dougie Bolger and Noah Degenbol. Second row, 58, Anthony Ayres, and 14, John McLeod, as before. Third row, 5, Ben Stone, and 39, James Lay, as before. The fourth row, 28, Elliot Goodman, and this is where number 80, Peter Tyler, joins in, with a time of 1:39.727. So 28 and 80, row 4. Row 5, 54, James Sweetnam, and 4, Chris Preen. The sixth row, 16, Matt Jones, and 88, Jacek Zielonka. The seventh row, 18, Mark Williams, and 22, Andy Lowe. The eighth row, 96, Nicholas Francis, and 6, Chris Myhill. And the ninth row will be number 10, Wesley Fongeny, with a gap alongside him where Jason Rishover was never going to be. And they go round behind the pace car, because it'll be another rolling start. Tell me what you know about Dougie Bolger, or Bolger.
This could be a very short conversation.
Well, because he suddenly appears. I don't see him having scored any points in the championship.
No, I quite agree. So let's see what we can find about him.
I don't think you find it on the Radical website. There's quite a lot of drivers, but couldn't find him.
Yeah. Well, he is a, although you might not know it from the name, a Japanese racing driver. It says here, from the age of 4, he dreams to become Japan's first Formula 1 champion.
Oh, right.
So it says, and his website was last updated at the end of last October, when he was in British F4 last season, it seems. So the British F4 last season, certainly for part of the year by the looks of it, and it appears then first time out in the Radical Challenge Championship.
But he's done F4, so he's going to be, well, not everybody in F4 is quick, but they all tend to be pretty quick, young drivers in F4. So he aims to be the next Japanese F1 driver.
Yeah, indeed, the first Japanese F1 world champion is his career intention.
Oh, okay.
So
and how old is he? Does that?
Well, he was 16 last year in F4, so I'm going to pump for 17 now.
Right. So teenagers come to the Radical Challenge.
Yeah.
Must make one or two drivers feel their age. But anyway, let's see how he gets on. I think in the light of that, he obviously is going to be the winner, isn't he, as the favourite to win this. Here they go then. Cars go out of Deer Leap, go across the line, and the race is underway. And then Dougie Bolger from pole position into the lead, and as the pack pours through Old Hall Corner, one car goes wide near the back of the pack, but up at the front of the field into Cascades. It
is side by side for the lead between the two from the front row. I think Bolger and Deckyball as they head away from my side. Again, there's one or two, in fact 3 cars off towards the back of the field.
Oh dear.
One of them certainly has come to rest, is the 22 car, I think. I think the rest of them have got going, but the 22 is Andy Lowe's car from row 7 of the grid, although he is getting back onto the circuit now. So I think everyone's back into the race.
Yes, I think you're right. So the leaders making their way through the Britain chicane and will burst over Hilltop into your sight at that point of the circuit for the first time in this race.
Yep, they do indeed, and it is the number 77 car that is in the lead of the race at the moment. So that's the Deckyball car that's leading then. 39 it is in second position. So that is the man that's won the last 6 races and leads the championship, James Lay. So he only qualified on the outside of row 3, but he's made a very good start to the race, James Lay, to get up into second position, and he's chasing after Deckyball as they head up towards Dreers for the first time.
So the cars then making their way through Lodge Corner, coming through to the completion of the first lap in what is a 25-minute race, 5 minutes longer than the SR1. Scott over the line for the first time. It is Degbol leading. Lay is second, so as you say, he didn't qualify terribly well, but he's certainly a man on the move now, up into second place. Bolger is third, and in fourth place is number 5, Ben Stone.
Yeah, so the car's heading through Cascades and down towards Ireland for the second time then. So it was Deckyball with this 0.6 of a second lead over Lay at the end of the first lap, but it was a great first lap for Lay, making it 5 places from 6th on the grid. And the pole position on Bolger dipped back down to 3rd position. Got a lot of social light on the opening lap. I imagine they should be about to head back into my view over the top. Yeah, here
Yes,
they come.
Yeah.
Yeah, back down towards me, and it's Deckyball still leading. Second and third look a little bit closer actually than they were on the previous lap. It's the 50 car in third place of Bolger. Fourth place at the moment is the number 5 car, that's the white car of Stone. And they are heading up Clay Hill once again, all getting through Knickerbrook without too much drama on this occasion, Ian.
Well, Degbol seems to be able to control things at the moment. He's not got a large lead. It was only 0.6 of a second on the at the end of the opening lap, but he is holding his own against the James Lay. his rival in the championship, of course. They're lying in first and second places the other way round. James Lay being in the lead of the championship, Degnabol second, Noah Degnabol second. So through they have gone. Ben Stone fourth, behind Danny Bolger.
Certainly second and third are a bit closer than they were, so Bolger now putting the pressure on James Lay in second position. Lay, the 24-year-old engineer from Oxford, ahead of this teenager from Japan who's done some racing on single seaters before coming into the radicals for this meeting.
What do we know about Degnabol before this year?
Again, good question. It's not a driver that I've been...
no, I haven't either, that's why whether you will.
No, certainly never raced in Formula V, but...
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Right. Well, he is at the moment in the lead over Hilltop, heading back towards you for the third time.
He is now, and I think Lay is catching him a little bit as well. It's pretty equidistant the first three, and then the next three behind them, fourth, fifth and sixth, are pretty equidistant as well, headed by Stone. Then it's the 14 car of John McLeod that is next up. He started fourth on the grid and has dropped back to fifth, and Anthony Ayres, 58, who was third on the grid, he's dropped back to sixth, and he didn't have a great first lap or two of this race.
There's no pit stop in this race, of course. It's only the later one where they have to make a pit stop, so straight through 25 minutes. Wonder whether these cars are any less warm to be in on a hot day than the Clubman's cars that Peter Ritchie's was telling us about, how much of an oven they are on wheels. Anyway, James Lay has the fastest lap at 1:39.799. No, Degnabol still leads.
He does, and he's coming down towards Cascades again. He was seventh in Spanish F4 last season, Noah Degnabol, and has done some racing in Radical Cup Scandinavia as well, which I suppose makes sense if you're from Denmark.
Yes.
But first season of racing in the UK, therefore. They're heading down towards Shell Oils once again. Lay did the best lap of the race, didn't he, on the previous lap?
Yes.
1:39.799, so
that's right.
only 3/4 of a second behind the leader.
And he'll be back in your sight in a moment, just coming out of Britain's over Hilltop, still maintaining that margin over James Lay in second place, just about.
Yeah, and the third place car is the one that's dropped back. That's Dickie Bolger in third position. He's not yet into the clutches of the fourth place driver, but he's now sort of in that hinterland between second and fourth position, as Lay, with that best lap of the race last time through, chasing after Degnabol as they head up towards Druids once again.
So this is the championship battle being fought out in this particular race. Bit of dust kicked up there by Degnabol as he came out of Druids. That may have slowed it out just a little, and that means that as they come through Lodge Corner to complete their fourth lap, the gap, I reckon, has come down to less than half a second as they go over the line. What does the gap appear to be? Yes, it's 0.352 of a second, and another new fastest lap by James Lay, a 1:39.449. So into your sight in the moment, through Denton's, into Cascades.
Yeah, just about a third of a second between them now through the left-hander. Not quite yet in striking distance, though, isn't Lay in that second position, chasing after the red car of Degnabol, increasing the gap back to Bolger, who was actually a bit slow again, 1:40.4 last time through, so the gap from second, third up to 1.8 now.
Into Shell Oils, the gap comes down again. Out of the corner they come into Britain chicane. It is still the red car of Degnabol, Noah Degnabol, just in front. Using more of the road and running a bit wider, not such a smooth line through Britain's as James Lay has, but here they come.
Yeah, down towards towards Hislop's he comes. No hint yet of having to take a more defensive line. There's no particular attack yet coming from the car behind him, but that car behind him of James Lay is only now about a car and a half length behind the race leader, so there really is very little to choose. He's going to be getting into a little bit of disrupted air there, so he will be keen to try to put a move now on Noah Degnabol, I would think, and come back really from what would have been a very disappointing qualifying session for James Lay.
Yes, well, he quickly made amends for that, didn't he?
He did.
And right, you might like to think that he'd be in the lead had he had a better qualifying session. He wouldn't have had to sit behind Noah And through they go then. The gap 0.5 of a second this time, so much as it was on the previous lap. It's gone up a little bit, but nothing to get terribly excited about. So Degnabol, then Bolger, Stone, McLeod, John McLeod in 5th place, leading the Fangio class. Anthony Ayres is still 6th. And the leaders are back with you.
They are indeed. So now Degnabol, the Danish driver, heading down towards Ireland once again, pursued by number 39, James Lay in the Raw Motorsport prepared car. Raw, who prepares several of the cars in this championship. They are out of my view again at the moment.
54 has gone off, I think. I don't think that's pulling off. James Sweetenham. That looks like Druids. Yes, it is. So there'll be yellow flags when they get to Druids. He's not hit anything, as far as I can see. It was Marshall's trying to manhandle the car back into a position he could drive off from the scene of the crime, as it were.
Leads into Hislops once again. A similar gap to that on the previous occasion past me. So 39 unable to mount an attack. James Lay. Just wondering if Bolger now, who was a bit quicker on the previous lap, he might just be starting to eat back into the gap ahead from what is the left, 15 minutes. So still quite a long way to go in this race. Bolger could get himself back into contention if Degnabol and Lay begin to slow each other up in the lead of the race.
Yes, if they start trading places, certainly he's got a chance of getting back into the reckoning.
Yeah, you've got the Fangio Cup as well. That's being led by John McLeod at the moment, isn't it? Number 14, 5th overall.
Leader through, the gap 0.665 of a second. As in fact, on that lap, Degnabol does his personal best lap of the race at 139.450. So he can match the pace of his pursuer.
And having said that Dougie Bolger was going to possibly be catching the two leaders, he had a slower lap that time and lost about a second on them. So
2.6 seconds adrift.
Yeah, so that's starting to become more difficult, but he's not falling into the clutches of Stone and McLeod behind him, who are lapping in a similar kind of lap time, a little bit slower at the moment.
And they're absolutely together, those two, Stone and McLeod, aren't they?
Yeah, they were 4 tenths apart across the line, so we'll pick them up again perhaps as they come back down towards me.
Here are the leaders for you.
Yeah, they are entering into Hislops once again, lap 7 of this race now. And again, still no sign of an attack, particularly from number 39, James Lay. So it is a relatively difficult circuit to pass at, this international layout at Oulton Park. We'll see if he's mounting an attack. That 4th and 5th place battle you mentioned being very close together, that is gathering a sort of third car into it now, and Anthony Ayres, number 58, is joining in with that scrap as well, the 23-year-old mechanical engineer from Essex.
James Sweetenham, it was, I said, who was spun at Druids. I think he's still there, actually. So, well, there's still can you see a yellow flag?
There's nothing showing on the marshal's post to my left, no. So it must be the next marshal's post beyond that the yellow is.
Yeah, it's just the exit of the corner where he's spun off.
Of course, after a lap or two, that yellow flag will likely be withdrawn in any case.
Exactly.
Leaders are at Cascades once again, and they're ever further clear of Bolger now.
Yeah, over 3 seconds, but the gap first to second came down a few hundredths that time. It's 0.609 of a second first to second, but you can see how close it is on the screen.
Yeah, absolutely right. And 4th, 5th, 6th, very tight. Stone, McLeod, Ayres. They are disappearing down towards Ireland as well.
We've picked up for a brief view. Wesley Fongenis and Chris Myhill have a final fight for 13th place, numbers 10 and 6.
Yep.
You've got the leaders.
I have got the leaders. They're back with me again. And 3 car lengths, I'd say, between the first 2 this time. As they come through, Bolger in 3rd place, trying to get back on terms, but I think it's an uneven fight, that. There is now a chance, I would say, of a change of position for 5th before too much longer, because Anthony Ayres in the number 58 car is with John McLeod, number 14 now. John, the entrepreneur from London, another Raw Motorsports prepared car.
Leaders at Lodge. 5 points difference between winning and coming second. And at the moment, the difference between the top two is a mere 12 points in favour of James Lay. So this will bring them even closer. Noah, if Noah does hold on to win this race.
Yeah, he's heading through Cascades now. And out of it and down towards Island once again. I mean, he's been pretty unflappable actually in this race, although he's had James Lay on occasions within about 3/10 of him. He doesn't look to have put a wheel wrong just yet, despite the pressure that's been applied.
One lap he got a bit not crossed up, it was a bit worse than that. He kicked up some dust on the outside coming out of Druids, if you're looking for any sort of blemish.
Okay, we'll let him have that one.
Well, it's what almost gave, to be fair, it almost gave James Lay the chance to have a go at him at Lodge.
And he's not going to need much in a race this close. No, it is only going to be one moment when he goes slightly wide, gets his braking point slightly wrong, and James Lay is there to pounce. He's not, actively seeking to make a move at the moment, but he's certainly there to capitalise if anything should go wrong for Deckenball, who's heading back into the pedestrian bridge at the top of Clay Hill.
Stone, McLeod and Ayres you'll be talking about, they're still very close as they go up Clay Hill now, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed, just disappearing under the bridge again, but Ayres still in 6th place, not yet able to find a way past the experienced John McLeod.
Yeah, it's always been a front runner, John McLeod, since joining the Radical some years ago. Anthony Ayres looking at the possibility of going the inside line, but couldn't. New fastest lap is that, yes, to Noah Degnabol, 139.336. So the lead gap has now expanded to nearly a second. Remember, we had it down to 0.35 of a second, but it's now 0.958 of a second.
Oh, a spinner down here. It's obviously a back marker, but I can tell you that it is the number 16 car that has gone around.
Matt Jones,
who's running in 15th position. I think the last of the cars that's still circulating, to be lost. The 22 car as well on the first lap, Andy Lowe, who I think I did say got going again, but obviously didn't get much further than let's put Cascades on the
No, he showed us a breakdown somewhere.
Yeah. Waiting for the leaders to come back into my view. And here they come over Hilltop. So nearly a second between 77 Deckenball, Noah Deckenball, and 39 James Lay at the beginning of the lap. It has, I reckon, come down to about 7/10 or something like that past me.
Okay.
Climbing up the hill again. Dougie Bolger still there in 3rd, and
good battle behind, isn't it?
yes, they're almost overlapping between McLeod number 14 and Ayres number 58 as they head through Knickerbrook. That's actually allowed the number 5 car to get away a little bit. Ben Stone, the London-based company director.
On the screen we can see there the number 80 car, the additional runner, Peter Tyler, who is in 10th place. And still that fight for 4th continues, or it's really a fight for 5th, as you say now, McLeod against Ayres.
There's another decent scrap just going past my commentary box as well, Ian, which is for 13th and 14th position. That's the Wesley Foncheny and Chris Marhill.
Yeah, you don't see this, but we did actually have some pictures of that a few laps ago.
I think the 15 car has just locked up again. The 16 car, Matt Jones, I should say, locked up into his lops that time.
Well, still 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, but it is beginning to look as though James Lay has either settled for second, because the gap's going up by the lap here. It's over a second now, 1.2 seconds first to second.
With it being so close in the championship, though, you would think you would want to
keep pushing
and take points away from his championship rival, Noah Deckenball here, rather than see the gap between them close as it would do by 5 points if it stayed this way. I've not thought about bonus points there in that equation yet. Perhaps that's one for the lunch break.
It is, absolutely.
My head on that one.
Yeah.
4th, 5th and 6th going past me again, and it's still the same order between those. So still McLeod in 5th place, number 14, ahead of 58, Anthony Ayres in 6th position.
And the gap first to second as they completed that 10th lap, they're now on lap 11, was 1.2 seconds. We've got 6 3/4 minutes just under to go. there on the screen we can see Wesley Fontenay and Chris Myhill that we were talking about earlier on that Ian has just mentioned. Down the head towards you.
They do indeed, into Hislops, and a little bit of just kicked it by the second of the cars there, which is the Myhill car, Chris Myhill car. As they were heading past me, he's kicked up some more.
Yeah, he ran quite wide there, coming out of Knickerbrook, didn't he?
Yeah, bit wide, bit wild. As they were coming through Knickerbrook, the leaders were heading down towards Island.
I don't think we've had a track limits problem with anybody yet, have we?
I've not seen anything on the screen. I don't know if there's been any black and white flags being shown from the start line. I know that I think in the SR1 qualifying session, I think there was some warnings in that session, I understand, from chatting to some of the drivers, but nothing that I've been made aware of so far, which is a rarity these days.
It's a rarity, but it's a pleasant rarity.
Absolutely, we'll take that. Two leaders have gone past me again.
Half a second apart as they started this lap.
Yeah, still the same now, I would suggest, as well. And about 5 seconds clear now of Bolker in third position. He's not been able to convert that pole position. Fourth, fifth and sixth, it looks like McLeod and Ayres have got back on terms to some extent with Ben Stone as well in the number 5 car. Leader
into Lodge, and the second place car, James Lake, closing up again. So the gap was 0.5 of a second at the start of the lap. It's going to be about the same, I would say, as they go over the line to complete their 12th lap. It is 0.6 of a second. Well, that is about the same. It's a 10th different.
So
go on.
Should appear into my view now. They do, and they turn their way through Cascades. But really, it's about 6 or 8 car lengths between them, so nothing that they can do.
It's gone up between the start-finish line and what you can see.
Yes, agreed. It must have done, because that's more than 6 tenths of a second.
Absolutely. Anyway, through Island, the fast left-hander, then into the Shell Oils hairpin. And on that short stretch, it's not really a straight, it's a long curve to the right before they reach Britain's chicane. Flick through there, and I think there's little doubt Noah Degnabol is driving on the limit, but it's a controlled limit. He's heading towards you.
He is, and he is into Hislops and takes an appropriate amount of curb there, I would suggest.
Yes.
And uses the curbs to pretty much the right limit on the exit of Knickerbrook as well, not straying onto the green bit of tarmac beyond the curb, which the third place driver there I thought was certainly very close to, Dougie Bolger. The leader's heading up to Druids now with probably 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, I would think.
Well, on the clock we've got 3.5 minutes, and the leader's over the line. There will certainly be time for 2 more laps, yes.
Yeah.
With lap times at 1 minute 40, just under. So leaders over the line, the gap between them 0.567 of a second. So James Lay does seem able to close the gap down, but he just can't get close enough to challenge the leader for the place.
No, they're turning their way out of Cascades and down towards Island again, and still no particular challenge on. Just you're watching that, I'm sure, on the screens. I'm just watching that Fontenay and Myhill back to go past me for 13th and 14th, and that's also for position within the in the Fangio class as well. For 5th position within that class.
Yes. So 77, Noah Degnabol through Britain's, pursued still by James Lay. But again, the gap I think has gone up slightly. It was 0.567 across the line. What do you reckon?
I think it looks like it might have come down. Yes, it's probably about 3 car lengths as they came into Britain's that time, out of not Britain's, Hislops, I should say, out of Knickerbrook and climbing up the hill once again. Of course, as the gap elongates as they go up Clay Hill, because Degnabol is able to get up to speed a little bit quicker than Lay. So
go on.
It may be about 6 tenths again by the time they get back round to you, I suspect.
Well, they're heading towards Lodge Corner at the moment to complete their 14th lap, and there will be about a lap time left on the clock as they go over the line. So, query, is this the last lap or not? 1:36 is, well, it's either 1:38, 1:37, 1:36, about that time on the clock as they went over the line. So is this the last lap?
It might be, but it might not. We'll have to wait and see. They're turning the way out of the corner of 2 lanes. 9/10 was the gap, so it had gone out by 3/10. And Bolger really now having a very lonely race in third position, number 50. He in turn is about 10 or 11 seconds clear of the fourth place group, which, although it did get quite close on one occasion, has never really materialised into a scrap and changing positions and things.
So you'll see the leaders coming over Hilltop in just a moment.
Do indeed. Here they come down towards me for what may be the final time, or may not. We will see. Noah Zegnival driving with pretty metronomic regularity anyway. He takes a very nice line through Nickelbrook there, despite this pressure of sorts that's been piled on by James Lay throughout this race. He's been pretty unflappable, and he heads into Druids for what may be the final time. We'll see.
Well, they've got the countdown in the top left-hand corner of the screen. 16 seconds, 15, 14. It's going to be touch and go. They turn into Lodge Corner. There's no doubt that Noah Degnable has a significant advantage now, bigger than it's been for a while. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The flag is unfurled and waved. So that is the end of the race. Noah Degnable, could be no doubt about that. In the end, he wins by just over a second, 1.069 seconds ahead of James Lay. So the battle for the championship continues. The gap, Ian has said he'll do some accountancy stuff at the lunch break, but at the moment I would say it's come down at least by 5 points. What was a 12-second gap, therefore will be down to 7, possibly less.
In the top 6, Anthony Ayres is dropping back because he came past me very slowly for reasons that weren't quite clear.
And he's going over the line now. I'll tell you where he finishes. So Anthony Ayres finishes in 9th place, having been 6th, so he lost 3 places on that last lap with some sort of car problem.
Yeah.
So the result then, Noah Degnable the winner by 1.069 seconds from James Lay, 77 from 39. In 3rd place, number 50, the pole position man, Dougie Bolger. From Japan in 4th place, number 5, Ben Stone. In 5th place, winning the Fangio class, number 14, John McLeod. In 6th place, number 28, Elliot Goodman. In 7th place, number 4, Chris Preen. In 8th place, number 18, Mark Williams. In 9th place, number 58, so losing 3 places on the last lap, or was it 4? Anyway, he lost several places on the last lap as he slowed Anthony Ayres. And in 10th place, number 80, Peter Tyler. 11th, number 88, Jacek Zielonka. In 12th place, number 10, Wesley Foncheny, who prevailed in that constant tussle he was having with Chris Myhill, who finished in 13th place, 0.259 of a second in arrears. And there you are, you can see on the screen the finishing positions. And the race time, incidentally, it was a 25-minute race, competed in 24 minutes, 59.414 seconds. So it was just under 25 minutes. They could have justified another lap, but I think, to be fair, it wouldn't have changed things. So I think by then, Ian, that Noah Degnable had the legs of the second place car, James Lake, just about.
Yeah, I mean, the gap had sort of extended, hadn't it, in that last lap or so, to be about a second, so Lay wasn't really in striking distance. And I guess from the point of view of Anthony Ayres, who dropped from 6th to 9th on the last lap, he was pleased that it didn't go another lap, because otherwise he may not have made it to the checkered flag.
Absolutely, yes.
But interesting as well, Chris Preen in 7th place, he did his best lap on the last lap of the race as well, and Peter Tyler also went quicker towards the end. So,
for those of you who are watching at a distance from Oulton Park or on the streaming, we won't be covering the Classic Formula Ford races. So for the moment, it's goodbye to you. We'll be continuing with the live commentary over the PA here at Oulton Park, and we'll be back after the lunch break, streaming again from, well, 14:40, but it may be before that unless the Formula Fords give us reasons for delay. So it's Formula Ford, classic Formula Ford is coming next, won't be streamed. Then lunch, won't be streamed, just be eaten. And then after that, we've got the Radical Cup. Welcome back to Oulton Park, the MSVR live stream from their event here today, mainly of sports car racing. We've had 4 races already, also some single-seaters from Formula Fords, and the lunch break is now over, slightly early. We're going to be able to resume because things went so smoothly on the whole this morning for the first 4 races. This afternoon, we will begin with the Radical SR1 Cup. They set the ball rolling this morning, and then they'll be followed by the 50-minute race in the Sports 2000 Championship. They just get the 1 race today, and that is over 50 minutes, so they get twice as long as anybody else. We've then got the Club and Sports Prototype Cup second race, the Radical Challenge Championship for the SR3 Radicals, and then the second of the HSCC Classic Formula Ford Championship, although we won't be streaming that. We'll be streaming all the other races before that. So the car's waiting to come out, and it'll be a rolling start for this second Radical SR1 Cup race. The grid based on the their finishing positions in the earlier race, and the grid will line up like this. On pole position, the winner of the earlier race, number 20, Tom Wood, and with him on the front row, the championship leader, number 2, Daryl DeLay. On 20 and 2 is the front row. The second row, number 53, Ben Caisley, and number 7, Fraser McFadden. 53 and 7, row 2. Row 3, 55, James Ockenden, and 25, Paul Denning. 55 and 25, row 3. Row 4, 66, Brian Cordwell, and 34, David Sven Thompson. 66 and 34, row 4. And row 5, number 40, James Hadley, and 45, Darren Nutton. Darren and George Nutton sharing the car, so Darren taking over now. George drove the car in the first race. That is the field we're expecting to see, and the car's making their way around past Ian Soman, who is at Knickerbrook and has had a good lunch, I hope.
Yes, certainly have, Ian. I've spent a little bit of it working out what the point standings look like after the earlier races as well. So in this particular category, the SR1s, Daryl DeLeon, now I reckon unofficially has 374 points. He has extended his lead over Ben Caisley to 44 points now, with 3 races left this season, 1 this afternoon and 2 more at Donington Park next month. Fraser McFadden 3rd in the points, James Ockenden 4th, and Tom Wood, with his win and fastest lap and pole position earlier on, he moves up to 5th in the standings, ahead of, actually, we missed this, Dougie Bulger, who was out in the Radical Challenge Championship earlier on today, but has done some SR1 races in the early part of this season too. Yeah,
just give me the points totals then. I know it's all sort of unofficial and you don't on your fingers, but go
so
on.
DeLeon 374,
yeah.
Caisley 330, McFadden 294, Ockenden 246, Wood 216, and Bulger 177.
So Tom Wood, an easy winner, well, not so much easy, I don't think it's easy, but a pretty convincing winner of that first race today. He's not really in with a chance of getting the championship, is he?
No, too far back, and he's also doing the Paddock GT4 Championship as well this season, so I think he's had some clashing rounds as well.
So here we go then, the car's going through Deer Leap, and we'll go across the timing line in a moment for the race to go underway again. A 20-minute race like the earlier one was, in good formation then, and from pole position, Tom Wood will take the lead, will he? But charging through to be alongside him going into Old Hall Corner is Fraser McFadden, but Tom Wood quicker into the corner, through the corner, and has the lead as they come out of it, but not that far behind him. I think you'll see Ian, is Fraser McFadden from row 2.
Yeah, that looks like it is the way of it. Fraser McFadden is in second place behind Tom Wood as they head through Cascades and down towards Island for the first time. And McFadden trying to take the fight to the race leader as they disappear from my sight once again.
Right, so the car's then heading through Island into Shell Oils. Fraser McFadden certainly trying to stay with Tom Wood on the outside line, coming out of the corner, but as they come up to the Britain chicane, Tom Wood has seen him off and comes out of the chicane over Hilltop in front.
He does indeed, so it's Wood from McFadden. McFadden moving to the left-hand side of the circuit, though, trying to get alongside on the way into his laps. Has he stood it around the outside? Has he carried too much speed into the corner? Well, if he has, he's managed to cling on to the lead, but he's not got the momentum going up Clay Hill. So it's McFadden leading, Wood in second place, and it's side by side for 3rd and 4th as well, I think, involving Daryl DeLeon and Ben Caisley as they head up the hill. Out of my sight they go again as they approach Druids for the first time.
And yes, it was a good move, that, wasn't it? So into the lead he has gone, and he's holding it now as the cars come under the Paul Warwick Bridge towards Lodge Corner. So it is car number 7, Fraser McFadden, storming first lap, who has the lead as the cars come out of the corner for the first time up to the end of the lap. And over the line, it's Fraser McFadden in car number 7 who leads. And in second place is Tom Wood. In third place, Fraser McFadden at the moment hasn't been shown as on the screen. Tom Wood is therefore second. De Leon is third. Ben Casely is fourth, but that's not what the screen's telling us. McFadden must have a transponder problem, I'm afraid.
Indeed he must, but he certainly is there as they head through Cascades and down towards Island once again. Oh, and there's one off into, or certainly onto the grass on the exit of Cascades, and that I think is the number 34 car. That's Sven Thompson, who was off in the first race as well. I think he may have just about nudged the barriers with his rear wing.
He's getting going again.
Yeah, deranged, but he is continuing.
Yeah, so obviously he doesn't like the first lap of race. Oh, well, it's the beginning of the second lap, isn't it?
He got a little bit further this time.
Yeah, it's good for him. Right. Okay, running wide there now. Tom Wood, that was a bit of a ragged passage through Britain's. He got all over the curb of the grass, and as you can see, he's no longer in second place. He's about to drop down to fourth.
Oh, he's made a complete mess of that.
Horlicks,
under braking, yes. Yeah. He's going to be down to about, well, he's going to be 8th, I think, as he rejoins here. Outbraked himself as he was trying to get the place back, get second place back into Hislops there, and ended up outbraking himself, going over the grass on the inside of the circuit. Fortunately, I don't think there was any real contact with anybody. Everyone's continued, and they're back up to Druids, but that is going to make life a little bit easier then for Fraser McFadden in the lead.
Indeed it is, and it makes you think, Tom Wood now, I think that's cost him any outside chance he may have had of winning the championship. He's too far back on points. He's not going to get through, I say confidently, get through to lead this race and win it. So the lead then over the line for the second time, Daryl De Leon has it from Ben Casely, and in third place is number 55, James Ockenden. Fourth is number 6, Ben Casely is third, fourth is Ockenden. McFadden leads.
Yes, he does, and he's off into Ireland once again for the third time in this race. What do we have? 12 laps in the early race. I expect it to be 12 laps again, barring any safety cars. Out of my sight for the moment, but it will be interesting to see how far back up field Tom Wood can get, although he's in the pits by the looks of it.
He's coming to the pits, you're quite right, yes.
As has Thompson, according to the timing screen as well.
They're both at the entrance end of the pit lane, so they're really too far. We've got the cameras now trained on the car, so you can see him there being attended to. But meanwhile, the leaders are back at Knickerbrook.
They are indeed, and it's McFadden with a fairly clear advantage at the moment over Daryl De Leon in second place, and a reminder that it's De Leon that's in the lead of the championship and is crucially here ahead of Ben Casely as well, who's in third position in the number 53 car. So we're continuing to take more points away from Casey as they go into that final meeting at Donington Park, and it is crucial because all of the rounds counting this. There are no drop scores in the Radical SR1 Cup this year. So
really all Daryl De Leon has to do now to win the championship is just carry on the way he's doing this race and hope that something similar can happen. He doesn't have to win the races at Donington, but if he does, that will surely give him the championship quite comfortably. So through he comes to complete his third lap with McFadden still in the lead then by just a quarter of a second with the new fastest. Daryl De Leon has the new fastest lap, 1:44.566.
That's right. It looks like Wood and Thompson still in the pit lane, I'm guessing, because I've not seen them come back out on the
I did say Tom Wood is in the pits, yes.
Okay, yeah. So, University of Derby run car is out of the race. Leaders were separated by only about a quarter of a second.
Yeah, that's right.
As they cross the line at times. Allow with that fastest lap, 1:44.5 or so. On the early race, we got down to 1:43.725 for Tom Wood. So that's the benchmark from earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, Tom Wood seemed to have that first race totally under control, didn't he? And now he's thrown it all away.
Yeah, well, he didn't put a foot wrong in race one.
Quite.
But he lost the lead at the start here, and that looked to rattle him a little bit, didn't it? Whereas he could control race 1 from the front. This time he was behind, and immediately that seemed to just put a little bit of pressure on him to try and recover places, perhaps more quickly than he needed to, really. The leaders, well, everyone back down to 7th, I think, has gone past me, and then the 45 car coming past is the final car that is still running.
Yeah, that's Darren.
Darren's in this time, isn't it?
Wheel of the car this time, starting at the back of the grid as a result of changing with his brother. Right, so we expect to see number 7 go through in the lead. Yes, he does. The gap has probably gone up a little bit. Yes, it has, 1.227 seconds. And number 7 sets a new fastest lap, Fraser McFadden, at 1:43.104. De Leon, Casely, Ockenden, Hadley, Denning, Cordwell, and Nutton D, with Tom Wood still in the pits, as is Sven Thompson. So it looks as though those are both retirements.
They are indeed, but there's a good scrap towards the back of the field by the looks of it, heading out of Ireland, and that I think is going to be for 6th and 7th, isn't it? That's 25 Denning.
And Brian Cordwell is in the thick of things as he was in the previous race. We got a brief glimpse there of the engine cover off Tom Wood's car.
Okay. For the lead, though, it's looking as if it's come down a bit. It was 1.2 seconds over the line.
Yeah.
It is not 1.2 seconds. It was barely 1.2 car lengths as they arrived at Hislops that time. Maybe about 3 car lengths between them now, but it is still number 7, Fraser McFadden, leading from number 2, Darrell De Leon in 2nd position. So it's the driver from Leeds ahead of the driver from Cambridge. 3rd is still Ben Casely in the number 53 car, the driver from Northumberland. And we have a green flag underneath me, which indicates there must be a yellow at the previous. Oh, there's a car off now, actually, into the gravel trap just behind me. That's one of the white ones.
There's a car, I've got a glimpse on the screen of going up Clay Hill, is it?
Yeah, that's the one that's just escaped from the gravel trap, I think, that you've seen. But then there was another car, must have been off, or some other reason why there was a yellow flag further up the road, but I couldn't see what that was.
Right, the lead has come down, as you suggested. It's under half a second now, 0.492 of a second between McFadden and De Leon. With Ben Casey dropping away, he's 4 seconds adrift of the 2 leaders now, but the race is very much open between these two. Between number 7, Fraser McFadden, and number 2, Darrell De Leon.
Fraser McFadden here has done a 1:43 in this race, a 1:43.1, which is more than a second faster than he went in the previous race, which is quite something, given that the conditions would only have got another 2 or 3 degrees warmer since then, I should think. I think it's around about 30 degrees outside now. Warmer track temperature, obviously.
Well, the 2 cars turning through Britons at the moment will come over Hilltop and back into your sight now, Ian, as we've got somebody else in the pits.
Yeah, 2 leaders are right together here.
Yeah.
He may have been the one that was off then at Knickerbrook, but the 2 leaders together, and it's a better exit from the corner that time for number 2, Darrell De Leon. I thought he was going to pounce as they went through the final right-hand element of this complex down here and climbed up Clay Hill, but he didn't in the end. He's took back in behind Fraser McFadden now. Under the pedestrian bridge, they've gone at the top of Clay Hill, and they'll head into Druids. But there's a race on here, Ian.
Absolutely a race on. Nose to tail as they came through Druids, now heading towards Lodge Corner, where there is an overtaking opportunity if the driver ahead of you leaves the door wide enough open, which on this lap Fraser McFadden hasn't done. So Fraser leads the way through Lodge Corner up to the end of the 6th lap. And so that's approximately half distance, yes, 9.5 minutes to go. Leaders over the line, pursued at a distance now by Ben Casely in 3rd place. And the lead was 0.374 of a second that time that Fraser McFadden had over Darrell De Leon.
Yeah, down into Cascades. Pretty close between the 2 of them. They both look to have negotiated Cascades cleanly. Heading off along that straight towards Ireland. They'll just disappear from my view now. They've got a big lead over Ben Casey now. It's 4 seconds back to him, and James Ockenden another 4 seconds or so behind that, with the 40 car next up. That's James Hadley, isn't it, who was only 10th in the first race.
Yes. And he leads the Fangio class of 2, ahead of in the pits, Brian Caldwell. So the two leaders make their way through Britain's over Hilltop back into your side, Ian.
Yeah, it looks like there's only one car there, but there is in fact two, and it is the white and grey car that is partially obscured for a moment, that of Darrell DeLeon behind the blue and white car of Fraser McFadden, who's gone so well in this race. A little bit squirrely over the curbs on the exit of Knickerbrook, but no real harm done as he climbs Clay Hill. He's still keeping DeLeon at bay for the moment.
Through into Druids they come then, and it continues to be car 7, Fraser McFadden, ahead of car 2, Darrell DeLeon, under the bridge and up to Lodge Corner, and he's going to go for it this time on the inside line to try and take the lead. He does, it works. Darrell DeLeon takes the lead on the inside into Lodge Corner, and as they come out of the corner, Fraser McFadden is fighting back. They're almost level as they go over the timing line. In fact, what's the gap going to be officially measured at? It's not going to be very much at all. So DeLeon had the lead, did he? Let's just see what we're going to put. McFadden, they haven't sort of done the correction yet to allow for the fact his transponder's not working.
Well, it's McFadden ahead as they come down into Cascades, Ian, and he is still there on the exit of the corner as well. So it was,
over the line, it was 31 thousandths of a second in DeLeon's favour.
Yeah, but Fraser obviously got the lead back into Old Hall and has held it through Cascades. But Darrell DeLeon has proved that he can do it now. At least once. He's got 7 more minutes to go.
But that was a case of Fraser McFadden really leaving the door open, he's having another look on the inside as they come out of Shell Oils, but it's still in the lead into the Britain chicane is Fraser McFadden. Here they are.
Yeah, and
a bit of weaving going on now.
There is a little bit. To the outside line goes Darrell DeLeon. He switches back to the inside line for the first part of the corner. Card of the leader, Fraser McFadden, drifts a little bit. The track focused, entered and run car. He is still there this time, but DeLeon within a car length of him as they go under the bridge on lap number 8.
Good race this, very good race this. We've got 6.25 minutes remaining. Side by side through Druids, really? Well, they almost managed that, but it is still Fraser McFadden who leads, and of course as they fight amongst themselves, so Ben Casey is getting that little bit closer through Lodge Corner then, in the lead. Number 7, Fraser McFadden, from number 2, Darrell DeLeon, and closing up on them, Ben Casey in 53 in 3rd place. And over the line, it is still just, but only just, number 7 in front, Fraser McFadden. Out of Old Hall Corner, back into your sight at Cascadian.
Certainly are, and it's still these two, and I think they are holding each other up, because now Ben Casey is within 2 seconds of the race lead, as he was 4 seconds. So if they keep at it, we could have a 3-way fight. Certainly the best race of the day so far. This in the Radical SR1 Cup.
Through Island Bend, it's nose to tail, still 7 from 2, McFadden from DeLeon, and there's no doubt about it, Ben Casey is getting ever closer to the leading pair. And of course in the championship, Fraser McFadden is in 3rd place, so he's got an outside chance in the championship as well, hasn't he?
He is 36 points behind Casey coming into this particular race by my unofficial calculations. Down to his laps they come. This is lap 9 of probably 12 laps we're expecting in this race. There is McFadden that's massively out of shape coming out of the corner. He was at 45 degrees to where he wanted to be there. Somehow he's still held on. DeLeon didn't take advantage of that. I thought he might try and capitalise on that, but maybe he just thought, actually, I don't know which way this car's going to go.
Exactly, absolutely, yes. Which way is the accident going to happen? So it didn't happen, fortunately. They're still nose to tail, still in the same order, still 7 McFadden from 2 DeLeon, and 53 Casey is closing as they head under the bridge and up to Lodge Corner for the 9th time. We reckon 3 more laps. Is it? How much have we got on the clock? 4.25 minutes. Yes, 3 more laps, I would imagine, as they go over the line. And there's about 2 lengths, if not 3, daylight between the top 2 that time over the line. Frustrating, we have to wait for the screen. There we are, McFadden, yes, 0.58 over second between McFadden and DeLeon, and between DeLeon and Casey, it is 1.5 seconds.
Down to Cascades once again, and a few more tenths taken out of the 2 leaders there by Ben Casey in 3rd place, but this time McFadden's not quite got the pressure being piled on him by Darrell DeLeon as they head down through Ireland. It's still James Ockenden, number 55 in 4th position. 5th place is number 40, That's James Hadley, and in 6th place it's the 25 car, is it not, of Paul Denning. And then there's only one more car still circulating there, isn't there, which is Darrington.
Well, in fact, this is one of those races where you don't actually have to have a large number of cars because you've got a great battle for the lead.
Exactly.
Through Britons and over Hilltop, you'll see there's a bit of daylight opened up between the top two.
A little bit, yes, as they come down towards us, but showing his nose there to the race leader was. Oh, and he's going to do it, I think, because over the grass goes the race leader, Fraser McFadden. He's come back onto the circuit in the lead of the race still, but he's cut the chicane there, and I would have thought that might be something that would attract the attention of the officials.
He cut the top off the grass triangle.
Yes.
Probably rather than the whole corner.
Yes.
So you might get away with that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But he did come back on in the lead ahead of Darryl DeLeon anyway. Ben Casey still there in 3rd, and I think getting closer to the top 2 yet again. But it's a bit of a scrappy race at this part of the circuit, at least for Fraser.
Here we go. On the inside, he's going to have a go at taking the lead in the way they needed a few laps ago, and he does so. On the inside, Darryl DeLeon retakes the lead, which he briefly held a lap or no, about 4 laps ago, wasn't it? So over the line for the 10th time, and we've got time for 2 more laps. Yes, certainly time for 2 more laps. Cars heading out of Old Hall Corner, down the avenue through Deadtons and into your sight.
Yeah, for the first time it is the white and grey car of Darryl DeLeon that's appearing in my view in the lead of the race, but the first 3 now pretty much equidistant, probably about a second covering all 3 of them. So now Fraser McFadden's got to keep his eye on his mirrors, because Ben Casey, and at second in the championship, will be keen to continue to extend his lead over McFadden in the championship battle for 2nd and 3rd.
That was a very fair move that was pulled off by Darryl DeLeon, but it seems to have deflated Fraser McFadden slightly. He's dropped back a little bit. He doesn't seem to be re-challenging that strongly. Through Britons they go, over Hilltop, back into your sight, Ian.
Yep, they are, and it is actually a relatively convincing lead this now for Darryl DeLeon by the standards of this race anyway. He has 6 car lengths, perhaps 5 or 6 car lengths as they come into his lock this time, and certainly it's closer for 2nd and 3rd than it is for 1st and 2nd, because Ben Casey is challenging Fraser McFadden now. They've got a lap and a quarter to go, something like that, as they head back to Druids.
Through Druids they come then, and as they started this lap, DeLeon to McFadden was 0.4 of a second, but visually it looks to me to be rather more than that now as they come to Lodge Corner, which is where Darryl DeLeon took the lead a couple of laps ago, and he's held that lead, and it looks as though he's going to hold it to the flag. Over the line he goes, the championship leader, onto the last lap of the race, into Old Hall Corner, and the gap between DeLeon and Casey. Now we want to know DeLeon to McFadden, who's dropped back to 3rd. So, yeah, McFadden 2nd, Casey 3rd.
Yeah, there they go, and it's still the same order then. So it's 2 from 7 from 53 as they head through Cascades down towards Island for the last time, because the clock has nearly counted down to 0. 15 seconds left on it, but it is definitely going to be the last lap as they head towards Shelf for final time.
Yeah, through Island, fast left-hander into Shell Oils, the hairpin. And I think Darryl DeLeon has done the job, and this will not clinch the championship for him, but it'll put him in a strong position going to the final 2 races next month at Donington Park. Great series this for getting into sports car racing, with a very similar performance of all the cars, same engine tune, and down comes the leader into Knickerbrook for the final time.
Yeah, he's okay in the lead, but I worry a little bit for Fraser McFadden in 2nd place at the moment. He's got a couple more corners to go, and again he's a bit scrappy through Knickerbrook. He's got Ben Casey only 2 car lengths behind him. Both use quite a bit of curb on the way out of the corner, so they climb under the pedestrian bridge for the final time. I think it's going to be Darryl DeLeon's race once again in the SR1 Cup, but who's going to be 2nd?
Yeah, Darryl DeLeon undoubtedly has the advantage. He's already won 6 times this year, and this looks like being his 7th victory. Into Lodge Corner then for the final time comes young Darryl DeLeon. Into Deer Leap. 2nd place isn't going to change, so 2nd place will go to Fraser McFadden. Ben Casey will have to settle for 3rd. Well, we didn't really give... it was very close at the end, the dash for the line for 2nd place, but Fraser McFadden took the verdict from Ben Casey. The gap 0.455 of a second at the flag, and quite some way back in 4th place number 55, James Ockenden. 5th place, Ockenden winning the rookie class. In 5th place, number 40, winning the Fangio class, was James Hadley. In 6th place, number 25, Paul Denning, goes over the line now. 7th from the back of the grid, just having the one race, because George is in the other, Darren Nutton. In 8th place, well, no one, because the remaining 3 starters are all retirements. Brian Caldwell, Tom Wood, winner of the earlier race, but retired early from this one. And in the last of the cars, but another one not running, David or Sven Thompson. Well, that was a very good race, really, wasn't it?
It was certainly the best race that we've had so far. A real battle for the lead. Drama in those early stages where Tom Wood was involved, and a couple of mistakes really. Lost the lead at the start, and then a mistake at Britain's, which put him into the pack, and then he had this off down here at Hislops, and from there he was into the pit lane. So the race one winner had a very short race,
yeah.
But after that, very good battle for the lead. Fraser McFadden possibly just a little bit too scrappy in the end to hold on. I think he left the door open on one occasion, you said, for Darryl DeLeon, who capitalised on that, and he actually drove fairly cleanly, I thought, throughout the whole race as well, and
yes.
Well deserved to take that victory, I think.
Yes, it was a very well earned win, and he is looking as though he is going to end the season as champion, but there's still 2 races at Oulton Park to go, and we'll see what happens. Okay, right, well, the next race is the Sports 2000 Endurance race, over 50 minutes with mandatory pit stops, and joining me for this race, not somebody who would have been racing it otherwise, but Chaz Draycott, who follows all the Sports 2000 races, championship races around the country. So, as with Peter Richings on the Clubman's, I hope that you're going to be audible.
Well, I hope so.
Well, that's audible.
I can't hear anybody else, but I'm sure everybody's hearing me right now.
Yeah, you have to do that. Anyway,
I'm more worried about poor Mr. Soman down there at Knickerbrook, because I couldn't hear a single thing of his voice earlier on, so there may be a bit of talking over one another. But yes, it's a wonderful, wonderful day here at Oulton Park. Fantastic sunshine.
Who was talking over who?
Oh, it's always me talking over him, unfortunately, for him.
Oh, right, okay.
But no, it's a beautiful day here at Oulton Park, and this is one of the highlights of the season, really, for the Locks for Vans Sports 2000 Championships. We have an endurance race, the only one on the calendar this season, a 50-minute race with a mandatory 2-minute pit stop. So we've got a lot of teams and drivers hoping that they can make the change in a short amount of time as possible, of course, over that 2 minutes. Some of them even willing to refuel as well and add that extra element to the stops. But these cars usually take part in 20-minute, 15-minute sprint races over the course of a weekend, either 2 or 3. We had 3 at Snetterton earlier in the season, 2 at Thruxton in the middle of July, and now we have just this 1 endurance race and 2 sprints left at the end of the season at Brands Hatch. And with there being so few races left this season, it turns out that the championship is almost wrapped up. It's ready to be wrapped up, because even with 2 drop scores available, if Josh Law basically wins this race today, he is champion. So it is looking very, very good for him right now, considering he's on pole position as well. Now, alongside him, you mentioned earlier Patrick Sherrington, Ian. He is quite the driver in these Sports 2000 machines.
That's right. So I've got the start drivers as well, just to get the sort of detail out of the way. Only a few cars are sharing, but Patrick Sherrington shares car 15 with Clive Hayes, but Clive Hayes will be the start driver in car number 15. Number 77, the start driver is Tony Barwell. Number 20 was withdrawn because of engine problems, I think. 25, the start driver will be John Waggett. 54, Harriet Johnson will start before handing over to her dad, Peter Needham. 116, Tim Jacobson isn't here. Was withdrawn. He was here originally yesterday. And number 13, Andrew Horsnell will start before handing over to Mike Dodd. So those are the start drivers. Do you want to go through the grid?
Yes, we will.
It's a 2-part grid, isn't it?
Yes, so we have the 2 classes. We have the Duratex and the Pintos. They're most notably differentiated by the fact that the Duratex have big wings and splitters on them, and the Pintos are a lot more elegant and smooth without the big protruding bodywork. So Josh Law starts on pole position for what could be the race that determines the championship for him. Alongside him will be Clive Hayes. He will then hand over to Patrick Sherrington later in the race. Michael Gibbons and David Houghton make up row 2. Michael, one of the men trying to stop Josh Law in the championship. Then it's Tom Stoughton alongside Richard Johnson on row 3. Richard is the other one of those drivers that could try and take the title away. Cars 77 and 40 are on row 4. Tony Barwell starting the 77. Tim Tudor starting car 40. Roger Donnan is in car 34 in 9th place with Steve O alongside him, car 50, starting 10th on the grid. Josh Needham is in the number 25 car. However, I believe he's got Mr. Waggett driving the car to begin with, has he?
Yep, that's what
yes, and then Mike Turner is in car 7. He's next up in 12th position. Then it's Peter Williams in number 88 alongside John Eiley in car 44. Ashley Law in car 73, brother of Josh Law, starts 15th. He's alongside John Owen in the newly bodyworked car, or two cars actually at the back of the field that have new bodywork on this weekend. John Owen in the bright orange 28, it's usually a green and blue car, and then David Gorst is now in a all-white number 103 MCR, which is normally all bright orange. So moving on to the Pinto grid, we have 2 Hyatts on the front row.
Yes.
Nick Hyatt, number 36, with his dad Ross, number 69 alongside him. My son's here today, and he was over the moon earlier to sit in Ross's car. It's the first race car he's ever sat in. Trevor Welsh is next up.
How old is he?
Incredibly fast. He's 7 years old.
Right, that's the right sort of age to start.
He's just getting into it, I'd say.
So Hyatts dominate the front of the grid here, the second grid, don't they?
Yes, indeed. All three of them inside the top 4. Trevor Welsh is very quick in his Lola. Charlie Hyatt starts 4th. Charlie's had an amazing season, actually. It's his first racing season that he's ever had, and he's doing amazingly in these Pintos, and he's such a lovely guy as well. He's so modest about all of it, but he's honestly...
So's his dad.
Oh yeah, Ross is very modest.
Let me just say about Ross. At the Gold Cup meeting a couple of weeks ago, he was driving a Ginetta in the Gars Trophy race and came to grief just going past the commentary box.
Oh.
Ended up with the car stuck in the middle of the track pointing the wrong way. The race had to be red flagged. It was towards the end.
Oh, heck.
But yes, it was a bit of an OEC moment for Ross, yes.
Yeah, Ross, I'm sure in his career has had a few of those. He's certainly had a glistening career.
A long career, yes.
Yeah,
and he's class wins at Le Mans and things, yeah.
And he's still just as energetic as ever.
Yes.
Third row in the Pintos is Mike Fry in car 33. He's going to be alongside Clive Steeper in car 17, who's had a new engine and new bodywork in that car. It's basically only the chassis that's remained the same. Mark Noiro in car 27 is next up, and then he has got Mike Dodd alongside him in the number 13 Silver and Blue Tiger. It's good to see that car back out, actually. Made its debut this season at Thruxton. Next we have Jörg Tobler in the number 66 machine. It's good to have Jörg with us on the grid in one of 2 Royale S2000s. He's alongside Harriet Johnson in car 54. As you mentioned, Ian, she's going to be handing over to her dad, Peter Needham, later on. And then we have Nick Bailey in another Royale. He was actually testing on my simulator at home last week to get his eye in at Oulton Park again. He's going to be in car 12, and then David Muse in that gorgeous, gorgeous Shrike P15. It's a car that I always say it looks like it's been vacuum formed to the ground. It's a gorgeous machine.
It reminds me of Dougal.
Yes, yeah, Dougal
the cars, because they scuttle along the ground. It's a sort of Dougal shape. When the Aquila was the predecessor of the Shrike, whether you remember them, but they look very similar, and I remember calling them that as they scuttled into Woodcote Corner years ago.
It's the fact that the front wheel arches are closed off as well as the rear.
That's right.
Like on the Lola, you get the closed rear arches.
It's a splendid looking car. Right, go on, you take the start. Off you go.
So, you can see them all doing a bit of weaving, maybe not as necessary today as it is incredibly hot here at Oulton Park, over 30 degrees. But Josh Law, well, he's going to be hot under the collar because some of these guys are very eager to get him going. Michael Gibbons had an electrical issue earlier on in the day and during qualifying, so he's going to be hoping that he can make it through. It's a 50-minute race over double the length of a usual race in the Sports 2000 Championships, and we get things underway now, and it's an amazing start from the third row of the grid by Tom Stoughton. He looks down the inside of David Houghton, and Michael Gibbons goes straight into second place. Fantastic move down the inside, very opportunistic. He goes up into second while everybody else jostles behind. Looks like a clean start from the Duratex. Just a moment, we'll see all of the Pintos.
Ian, can you see them?
Yes, they're turning their way through Cascade, and the top 2 have got away from the rest. I think possibly Clive Hayes holding up the rest of the group, but the Pintos have made their start by the looks of it, Ian and Shaz.
Yeah, so as they turn through Shell Oils for the first time, you're right, the top 2 have made the break. or had, no, passed, no, yeah, they have, sorry, we were watching a stream of cars for about 4th or 5th places, but the leaders are already making their way through the Britain chicane. We'll keep coming over Hilltop into your sight in a moment here. There they are.
Yeah, indeed, it is Joshua Law in the lead of the race, from in second place the number 76 car of Michael Gibbons. It's side by side for third, down into Hislops, and it's the number 21 car that goes through, so that's Richard Johnson up to third, down to fourth. Then has gone the car from the front row, Clive Hayes. In fifth place is number 8, and that's Dave Houghton then top. So that group of 5 cars jostling for position as they head under the pedestrian bridge at Clay Hill.
Yeah, it's actually going to be Clive Hayes that's starting that number 15 machine, and he's, no disrespect to Clive, he's not as quick as Pat Sherrington. We all know just how quick Patrick is, so once he gets into that car a little bit later, he's going to be absolutely flying. But yeah, David Houghton and Tim Tudor both getting through there, and Tom Stoughton now as well. Behind them, there is a little bit of a battle going on between Tony Barwell and Steve O, who goes down the inside, as Josh Law makes it across the line and finishes the first lap of the race. 1.1 seconds to the good over Michael Gibbons. Then Richard Johnson's nearly 4.9 seconds back as Steve O goes past Barwell into turn 1 once again. Roger Donnan just behind them there. He's series secretary, so he's certainly not a man that you want to have problems with or collide with. He's had many collisions with other drivers previous seasons, but there we go. They've gone now down through Cascades once again. The Pintos come through, and it's Hyatt from Hyatt.
Hyatt.
No, there's been a spin from Trevor Welsh. Trevor Welsh goes completely around on the brakes. I think Ross Hyatt went to turn in, and Trevor Welsh has tried to avoid him. It looks like the number 33 machine has been involved in that. There's big damage on the front right corner, I think, or has he actually managed to avoid that? That's Mike Fry. Mark Noiro's been off as well. Can't quite see. Trevor Welsh is still there, and the front end bodywork has come off the car, and he's pulled it over to the side. Ian.
Yeah, so we can see the car just looking through the windows of the hospitality tower. We can just about see the car.
Oh, and yeah, Mike Fry on our screens has got big damage actually to the front right corner of his car. He must have been the car that clipped Trevor, and he is out of the race as well. And
so it wasn't Ross Hyatt who started it. The curse of Old Hall Corner didn't strike again after this genetic experience.
Yeah, it looked like Trevor wanted to chuck it down the inside and make the move, and then Ross turned in. I think Trevor wanted to just make sure he backed out of it in time, and then the back end just went on the brakes, and it was a complete 360, and then he went out of sight behind the very well-placed hospitality building.
Yeah, Ian?
The 33 car of Mike Fry, that has come to a stop after all of that. Halfway, or most of the way down the avenue actually, Mike Fry out of the car being parked up against the barrier. Meanwhile, the leaders have gone through.
Let me just ask Chaz this question. Did they know it was a 50-minute race? They didn't have to sort everything out on the first lap, did they? Or second lap?
No, they all knew it was a 50-minute race, yeah. Yeah, you would have thought that they'd calm it down a bit, but to be honest, in the Pintos, there is incredible racing all of the time. They slipstream each other so well because of the lack of huge wings and splitters. Yeah. It's a beautiful category. I must apologise to you, Mr. Soman, if I do speak over you, because I cannot hear you to save my life, so I'm going to apologise in advance for that.
Well, I'll let you off, not that you can hear me letting you off, but it is Joshua Law then that's still leading as we now are into lap 3 of the race, and I think he is somewhere down at Shallow's Corner at the moment, possibly already heading back towards me. He was 2.3 seconds clear of Michael Gibbons as they cross the line to complete lap number 2.
Chat, does he like to be called Josh or Joshua?
I'd call him Josh. He doesn't.
I thought you might.
The one you want to worry about is Michael Gibbons.
He is Michael Gibbons.
Never call him Mike.
I know. I remember that.
Kill you.
Yeah,
Maureen will kill you.
Yeah.
She's already murdered me once, and I don't want her to do it again.
Well, we've got Joshua Law and Michael Gibbons both past me now. Gaps at about 2 seconds between them. It's quite tight for third and fourth though. Dave Houghton taking the fight to Richard Johnson down here, and then Tom Stoughton, he's now up to 5th position in the number 1 car, the reigning champion.
Ahead of Tim Tudor, and then we've got the car that started on the front row, but thanks to a time by Patrick Sherrington, Clive Hayes in 7th place now, number 15. That car's going to be storming through the field in the second half of the race. The pit stop window, incidentally, is between 20 and 40 minutes of the 50-minute duration.
So it goes quite late on into the race,
yes,
doesn't it? Considering usually you'd have it in a sort of like a middle third of the race, but they do extend it quite late on. You can imagine that between Pat and Clive, with the difference in pace, they might try and get Clive out of the car as soon as possible. He is one of the people that owns and runs MCR race cars as well, so it's a bit of a flagship run out for Clive at the moment. He actually sometimes has a radio on him in the car and can hear the commentary live, so if you're listening, hi Clive, give us a wave. But
Then he
either
spins
way-
off when he's distracted by something you say.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Either that or he knows when he's been commentator's curse. We're looking at Mike Turner here, who's, again, another driver who's had a very long career of racing against some absolute stars all over the back of Tony Barwell. Another car that may change pace through the race as James Barwell gets in a little bit later. He was one of the drivers fighting for the championship early on, had a big accident at Donington Park after contact at the start, which damaged the car, and then they got it back out with the new bodywork. Here's a quick look at the Pintos. There is that Shrike we mentioned earlier. It looks like it would never pass a ride height check in its life.
Well, impossible. Yeah, there's about 1 millimetre between it and the ground.
Michael Gibbons there going into the chicane, chasing down Josh Law.
Ian?
Yeah, and they're already into the back markers as well, the leaders. So the traffic starting fast. The fight for third is quite incredible. That's between Richard Johnson and David Houghton. Those two MCRs were literally nose to tail as they came past me. So that's a really good fight for third and fourth position. And Tom Stoughton not too far behind in fifth place. In fact, he did his personal best lap on the previous lap as well.
Is he a Rick or a Richard Johnson?
See, I've called him both before as well.
So I used to know him as Rick anyway. As a slow car, though, is that just keeping you out of the way?
Yes,
I think it is.
Harriet Johnson in the 54 Van Diemen, that is. But yeah, there's Rick and Nick Johnson, actually. Nick Johnson usually racing in a Lola. I think it's the 492S that he races in the championship. But yeah, as Ian said, as I just about heard him, David Houghton and Richard Johnson having a great old fight. David Houghton throws it up the inside. Looks like he locks up on the brakes slightly, straight lines the first corner. And now Tom Stoughton's going to try and go back down the inside as he comes back towards you, Ian.
Yep, that's a good scrap down towards me. It is genuinely a three-way fight now, isn't it, as they head through Cascades as well. Out of it they go on towards Island Bend. There's a bit of a gap back then to the number 40 car, which is Timothy Tudor, which I think is still run by the University of Swansea from memory, or I think that's right. And then a gap back then to the Hayes car, Clive Hayes in fifth place, in seventh place, beg your pardon.
Just to recap on who we've lost, Trevor Welsh and number 33, Mike Fry. And full marks to the marshals for getting the cars out of harm's way, because it didn't seem to, no need for a safety car. The racing was able to keep going. That obviously owes a lot to the marshals for getting the cars out of the way so smartly. And it must be a very hot day for you in those orange suits. Right, what have you got here going past you?
I've got the battle for third, fourth and fifth going past me at the moment, and Tom Stoughton, last year's champion, very much joining in with this now, with Richard Johnson and Dave Houghton as well. They're going under the pedestrian bridge once again. They're, 10 seconds behind the race leader, Joshua Law, at the moment, and about 6 seconds clear of Timothy Tudor.
Yeah, the gap first to third, 10.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Just keeping my eye on what Houghton can do here behind Richard Johnson. He keeps closing in on him, and then when he goes for a move, he's compromised somewhat and drops back a little bit into the clutches of Stoughton. Tom's actually been trying an interesting damper setup on that gun with Gary Gunn himself as well, trying to get whatever they can out of the car and try and improvise new ways of making it work. And it's quite an interesting technique that they're going for at the moment. But
why are there so few guns around?
Yeah, there's not that many.
They're all MCRs. I mean,
yeah, it's mainly MCRs in the field. We had a few gun TS11s and TS12s. Well, the TS12 is basically a new car for this season, but the TS11 and TS11B a few seasons ago. We usually have Paul Traherne as well in his car, but he's not here for this weekend, unfortunately. The other black and yellow car that is going quite well, though, much like Paul's usually does, is John Eiley. He's right up behind Ash Law at the moment. He's on our screens right now, car number 44. Incredible man of aerodynamics is John Eiley. He's an absolute star. Really, really nice bloke as well. Great to speak to. He's worked with whatever company you want to name. He's a real legend, to be honest with you. That's John Owen, who has stopped at the island hairpin as the rest of the field streak through. He was complaining earlier about the brakes fading very quickly in the car, but a number of them have had that issue. Actually, I was speaking to Mark Noaro's engineer, and he was saying he's had a problem as there is a move almost by Ash Law. He's looking at trying to get past Tony Barwell, nearly side by side through the Shell Oils hairpin down towards the Britain chicane, and he's surely going to try and slipstream in as they come back over the hill towards you again, Ian.
Yeah, indeed. I am watching this battle that features Clive Hayes at the minute, with just behind him the number 50 car of Steve O, the multiple Formula V racer, has raced 350 races in Formula V, never won one yet.
The challenge for you, Ian, is to mention Formula V in every race commentary today.
Well, I can do it several times in this one, because Patrick Sherrington's not come out yet, has he? And
No, he used to race in Formula V, did he?
He did, yes.
Oh, really?
Absolutely right. The other thing I was going to say was I think Chaz explained why I'd score a green flag up at Hilltop, and that must have been for a yellow flag for the car that he described as being stopped up there. But I could see that green flag waving there a moment or two ago, so that's that explained. And I noticed that we still have the three Hyatts together, don't we? First, second, and third in the Pintos at the moment.
Yeah, it's a wonderful day out for the Hyatt family, isn't it? In the sunshine here in Cheshire. It's a great day so far. There's a great quartet going on here between Clive Hayes, Steve O, then we've got Peter Williams, and just behind them, the next position is Roger Donnan in the number 34 machine, as the cameras cut back to Richard Johnson, still under attack by David Houghton. He's doing a great job at holding him off, but at the same time, when you look at the gaps on the timing screens, it's 6.8 seconds from Josh Law to Michael Gibbons, and then Richard Johnson is another 7 seconds at least back from second position. So right now, the championship's going the way of Josh
See
Law.
that Roger Donnan has become MCR S2N.
Yes, they have new bodywork on some of the S2s this year.
But
it's actually his
that's,
name.
That's his name,
It's
yeah,
actually
sorry,
come
that
up
was the
as
point I
his
was
name.
making,
Apologies, yeah. It does. He's that one with the car, let's say.
That's a good way of putting it, yes.
TSL.
Yeah.
But the new bodywork on these MCR S2s, it's absolutely stunning as well. Steve-O's car steps out on the brakes there.
Ian, that's with you, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was. That was just on the way into Knickerbrook, so there's 4 cars circulating together. I think it was Steve-O that was the driver in question there. He's chasing after Clive Hayes.
Did he used to race in Formula V?
He did. Have I mentioned that before?
Just keeping up.
But yeah, good little scrap that though. Also involving 88, which is Peter Williams, and the 34 car, which is Roger Donnan. So a good little scrap that for 8th, is it? No, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
It's great to see the two different types of MCR S2 as well together. You've got the new bodywork cars bookending the little gap, or the little battle I should say, that we've got going on, and the two, let's say, older cars in the middle of it all, but the 4 of them glued together at the moment. They've just come flying past our commentary box once again. It's great defence by Clive Hayes, but Steve-O is really piling the pressure on. He tries to get some sort of cutback out of Old Hall Corner, going down the avenue. They're just about to appear over the crest again, Ian. Look how close they are now.
Yeah, really good fight going on here. Hayes is having his work cut out to keep Steve-O at bay. O seems to carry more speed out of Cascades that time, but doesn't appear to be able to do anything with it on the run down to Ireland. Steve's still getting used to these cars. It's his first season racing in them, engineering and running the car himself, which is not something that he's been used to in his previous racing.
Oh, as well. No, he's sorry, Ian. He spun it on the way into Ireland.
That's Steve-O, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just lost it on the way to the Shell Oils hairpin, sorry.
Oh,
He's gone
dear.
again under brakes. But the spin, obviously, coming from the car being on the brakes, and the very rearward bias they run, they've had a lot of drivers saying that the brakes have been overheating, and because of the temperatures, they're just trying to cool them down in whatever ways they can. It seems like it's caught him out there as he stamped on the anchors.
He should have been able to rejoin and pass you, Ian, but it's lost in places.
Yeah, so there's only 3 cars rather than 4 in that group now, and Steve-O is somewhere in the distance. Yes, I think I do. No, I don't yet see him coming down actually towards me, so he may have been a bit. Yes, here he's just over Hilltop now, but he's 20 seconds, 25 seconds behind that battle now, something like that. After that off at an island, and he just goes past my commentary position now, and he will be down a few more places, I think.
Track warning going. Clive Hayes is getting a warning. Also, he's number 15. Also, number 19 getting the warning. Do it again, you get a penalty.
There is no 19.
No, I agree. I'm
maybe 91, Josh Law.
And 14.
I think that's the time that the message was issued, actually. 15, 19 and 14
That's
seconds.
one way. Yeah, it can't be the year, can it?
No. Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, you're right, Ian.
Joshua Law's coming back past me again for the, 9th time. Still a big lead over Michael Gibbons in his lap.
7.5 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. Is that the 54 car for what is at least the 2nd time? That's Harriet Johnson, who's been lapped once again.
So, Chaz, let's go back to if Josh Law finishes where he is, And the others finish where they are.
He's basically won the championship.
It's basically
because
right.
in the Locks for Vans Sports 2000 Championship, you get 2 drop rounds. So for anyone that doesn't know, your 2 worst scores get subtracted from the overall score at the end of the season, which means that if you have 2 poor rounds, you basically get all of your points from the other ones. Yeah. But if you are having a very good season, it levels the playing field out. So say, like in the case of Richard Johnson, your worst results this season are 2 4th places. That is 18 points total that you get taken off your score. So it means that you get brought down a little bit to be a bit more level with everybody else. But it can work both ways. And Josh Law has had a very impressive season. But he's also had a DNF so far this year, and that has helped him keep his sort of full complement.
So he can drop a 12-pointer, I think.
Yes.
That's probably what you've already worked out, yeah.
So even with the drop scores, if he finished where he was, he would be something like 34 points clear, and there's only 30 points available for the last 2 races at Brands Hatch in September.
Right.
So even on full points, he's basically got it wrapped up already, because he's 31 points clear at the moment anyway, without drop scores.
Well,
when you include the drop scores, the gap gets even bigger.
Yeah. It's 32 points available, I think, because there's a bonus point for fastest lap as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, but yeah, the principle stands. So we are into the 17th minute of the race now, aren't we? And the leader's about to come past me again. So we're 3 minutes away from the pit lane window opening, something like that.
Yes.
And Law goes past me, and he is driving very much like a champion. Out in front here, controlling this race very nicely indeed from Stephen Gibbons. The 3rd place battle, that has not relented really. It continues to shine as it comes past me. Possibly Johnson now just looking a little bit more comfortable ahead of Oulton and Stoughton as we head into the pit stop phase of the race.
After his spin, number 50, Steve O has dropped down to 14th place when he was running around about 7th, 8th.
Top 10, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, 8th.
Yeah, with the other guys. There was a moment not long ago, actually, David Houghton went a little bit too hot into the Shell Oils hairpin and locked up. That's where he would have lost that time that Ian rightly mentioned there. And the battle is sort of spread out evenly between the 3 of them now. The gaps between the 3 are very, very close, though. I mean, there's 6 tenths back from Johnson to Houghton, and then another 6 tenths back from Houghton to Stoughton. So it is very even right now. But Houghton in the first part of the circuit just seems really, really confident, especially through Cascades. Now this is Nick Hyatt on our screens. He's a very tall bloke, is Nick, and you can see that by the way that his crash helmet's nearly the height of the roll bar in this gorgeous Lola, one of 2 prepared by Pegasus, as it's known. That's his father Ross behind him. They've got the same design on, and then there's his other son Charlie behind them as well.
That's all Hyatts then?
All Hyatts, all 3.
Do we call it a regency of Hyatts? You've got that, yeah, a regency of Hyatts.
It's probably gone way over my head, Ian. I'm not going to lie. I'm not intellectual enough for that. But we've
to
got
do with hotels.
But the 2 Lolas are quite interesting because they're beautifully prepared cars. They're very slippery little things. A lot longer than the Tiger that Charlie is racing, but interestingly, in the final round of the season, Charlie is going to be racing Nick's Lola to try it out and see how he goes. But honestly, coming back to Charlie, he's just been amazing this season. He's been absolutely stunning. Everyone was complimenting him at Silverstone at the 2nd race meeting of the year because he was on pace with drivers that have been doing this for so many years, and it was his first performance out, and he was outdoing them, outdriving them even. It was just amazing, and he continues to be just as quick. 1, 2, 3 for Hyatts at the moment. Yeah, they'll be really pleased.
Looking at the times as well, they're quite a long way clear of anyone else, so we could have a realistic chance of an all Hyatt podium, and it's unusual to have 3 family members on a podium together. I've certainly had that at Castle Coombe once, where we had 3 members of the Moore family, Sarah, Nigel and the sibling whose name I've forgotten, but we did have 3 more.
Edward Moore was one of the family.
Yes, could well have been.
Brother of Sarah,
yes,
Nigel.
That may be it, yes.
28, what's that doing there?
John Owen retired.
Oh, he went some time ago, yes.
We've also
not a new arrival, no.
No, we've lost Mark Noiro as well, unfortunately, who came into the pits in the 27 Tiger, so 4 retirements so far in the race, 3 of which are in the Pintos. I could have got that one. There was a 50% chance that I got it wrong. We've lost 1 Duratec and 3 Pintos so far. Back with Barwell and O, and with Eiley right behind them, actually. John Eiley's still in that battle. As the traffic gets negotiated by just about everybody, there's a number of cars now that are starting to get lapped for the 2nd time, while others are being lapped for the 1st time. So this is where it starts to get a bit more mixed up.
Yeah, it might help to just give a rundown of the order before the pit stop start, which they will do. Joshua Law leads in car 91 from 76, Michael Gibbons. In third place is 21, Richard Johnson. In fourth place is David Houghton, number 8. In fifth place, number 1, Tom Stoughton. In sixth place, number 40, Tim Tudor. In seventh place, number 88, which is Peter Williams. In ninth place, number 15, Clive Hayes, who will hand over to Patrick Sherrington. In 10th place, number 73, Ashley Law. In 11th place, number 77, which was started by Tony Barwell. In 12th place, number 50, after his spin, is Steve O. In 13th place, number 44, John Eiley. In 14th place, yep, go on.
We've got a car around, sorry. I'm trying to figure out, that's in Cascades, that's at the bottom of the hill. Is that Steve O?
Yes, it is Steve O, that has gone around there. I didn't see it happen, but he's out of the car. He's a bit frustrated. It's in the gravel trap. He ended up there yesterday as well, he was telling me, in testing. So
this looks like a safety car situation just as the pit window opens.
Has that ring about it, doesn't it? Yes.
In fact, in has come number 8, David Houghton.
Wondering whether...
Safety car is being deployed. Pit window is open. To give you the timing rather than the year, 15:27 was when the pit window opened. 15:28 and 38 seconds is when the safety car was deployed. So there'll be a mass invasion of the pits now, I would imagine.
And it's not the biggest pit lane in the world down here at Oulton Park. So
well, fortunately, these cars aren't as big as British GT cars, so I think
that's
they should be.
True, very true. It's a bit of a packed old place when you pile all the GT3s and GT4 cars in here. So let's see how this all goes. We've got some driver changes about to start. There's Patrick Sherrington about to get behind the wheel of the number 15. And everybody now creeps.
Yeah, the order is going to get very jumbled up over the next few minutes, so we won't attempt to give you every second by second change of the order because it'll just confuse. But we've got double parking in the pit lane already because of the, there we are, number 15 is in. That's the car that Chaz has just mentioned, being handed over to Patrick Sherrington.
Barwell
the whole pit stop has to take at least 2 minutes. That's including the stationary bit. So from pit in to pit out, you must be at least 2 minutes, and they're all coming in.
Joshua Needham coming in, guided in by his dad Peter.
Anyone seen the safety car?
I've not seen the safety car itself yet, no.
No. Well, they may not have a leader to pick up.
Well, that's what I was just wondering, where they would position it in the queue, as it were.
Absolute nightmare for
Josh Laura's just come past us, actually.
So he's not been in yet?
No. So he carries on. Richard Johnson stays out as well. I love how the two Hyatts came in flying formation in the two Lolas there. Very similar designs, just different colours. Looks very, very tasty. But yeah, it's quite the packed pit lane right now. They're all line astern, and they're going to be hoping that they can manoeuvre around the cars in front of them here, aren't they? Because it's very jam-packed.
The safety car has picked up Joshua Law, which is good.
Well done.
Has picked up the leader.
Big pat on the back for the organisers then on achieving that, because so often it isn't achieved. But then Dave Scott's here, and he knows a thing or two about directing races. So Joshua Law, as you say, has stayed out. He hasn't been in yet.
No, same with Richard Johnson as well.
And
second place at the moment now.
If the safety, you can see, and can't you, what's going on with Steve-O's car?
I can. There's now 3 or 4 marshals standing around it. Now there's a gap in the traffic. There's a Land Rover Discovery heading down towards the scene as well, and I imagine they will tow that car out and then bring it onto the infield.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't take too long to deal with, I wouldn't have thought.
That's why it's important for Joshua Law to get into the pits at the end of this current lap, isn't it?
I think there'll be one more lap behind the safety car, and that will be it. So he really needs to get in this time, otherwise he could have thrown away a golden opportunity.
Yeah, so...
Yes, looking at the time screen, it looks like 2/3 perhaps of the drivers have headed into the pits, and therefore about a third of them have stayed out.
Well, as Chaz suggested, the pit lane is full, so there's traffic wardens patrolling.
And just as they came in, the Hyatts make their way out again, flying formation once more. Nick leading Ross. Although Ross is Ross not sharing that car, the number 69?
No.
No, he's not, sorry.
No,
Didn't recognise it. Looked like a different lid to what he usually uses.
all the family get issued with a Sports 2000 car if they're owned to play with.
Josh Law, I can tell you, is going to come in. I can see his dad Ian with Andy Katani standing in the pit lane as Charlie Hyatt receives help from Chris Snowden, who unfortunately isn't racing here this weekend. He's racing in his Alfa Romeo actually tomorrow at Brands Hatch, he's told me.
Wise man.
He is, very wise man. He loves his Alphas, he's very good
Yeah,
at them
I
as
know.
well. As Tim Tudor has gone straight through the pits after seemingly being waved down by a marshal in front of us here. Not quite sure why, but Tim Tudor now stops at the end of the pit lane.
Steve-O's car is out of the gravel trap now, so it can now, I think, move under its own steam. They've unhooked it from the back of the Land Rover, and Steve-O is going to do what with it next?
Well, the Law family seem to be a law unto themselves in terms of pit stops, because neither Josh nor his brother Ashley have been into the pits. And
Josh
the other
is
one,
just coming in now, actually.
okay, 44 John Eiley hasn't been in either yet.
Josh is in, Richard Johnson's in, Clive Steeper, David
Yeah.
Gorst. Couldn't quite see the car that was behind them, it's sort of lost in the pile.
I fear that this is going to cost Joshua Law the race.
We'll have to see. He's just come to a halt now. Andy Katani's looking at the dashboard, looking at the wheel. He's playing with the tyre pressures, not just playing, of course, adjusting them. Ash Law comes in as well. He's had to park sort of next to David Gorst. There's not much room.
Ian and Chaz, the recovery is now complete down here of Steve-O's car. Steve-O's gone back out onto the circuit, so he's somewhere down.
And the recovery vehicle, snatch vehicle's out of the way as well.
It is, yeah, that's back on
So
the
we can
infield.
expect the safety car to come in at the end of this lap.
Absolutely.
Where is the safety car?
It is
Just coming down towards Ian, I think, at Cascades.
Yeah, it's just been through. So
Through Cascades, so it's still got most of the lap to do.
yeah, half a lap or so to do, if not more.
More than half a lap, isn't it?
So it might just about work out for Joshua Law, but it's going to be tight.
It is. I can see him still out of the window. He's on our screens as well. There's Andy Katani with his glasses not quite on. His dad Ian on the left there, telling him, look, you need to go and win this championship, mate. Stop messing about and get on with it. Harriet Johnson's just jumped out of the number 54 machine. Peter Needham is jumping into the car now. That glorious blue Van Diemen. Gorgeous looking car. Great in the sunshine. We've got John Eiley in the pits as well. You can also see further down there we have Jörg Tobler in the number 66 machine. Richard Johnson is in the pits too, so a lot of the big hitters from near the front. Michael Gibbons is actually one of the cars that's been in and gone back out, isn't he?
Yeah.
Safety car is going up Clay Hill at the moment,
Right.
so it's not too far away from the end of the lap, and I think we'll go
And
racing
Josh is
again.
leaving.
One car that hasn't yet stopped according to the timing screen is number 2, which is the Shrike of David. Do they not have to stop if there are Shrikes?
No, they they continue. It's maybe because they can't get it off the ground to check anything. But there's everybody leaving the pits now in one big go. Ash Law's coming along. He's got Tobler going with him as well. Mike Dodd has also started to leave the pits. He's handed it over to Andrew Horsnell.
He started, Andrew Horsnell.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, so Mike Dodd in the car now then. Again, 50-50 chance. It's not going well. John Eiley leaves the pits. Steve-O and Peter Needham are still here. And the
Safety
green
car
flag
is in.
out.
Yep. So the car that's the first to be released, David Houghton. He was an early stopper, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, and he's really benefited from it as well. So
Well,
we're going
has
to give
he?
it a moment to settle out, because by the look of it now, we're going to get quite the jumbled up order because of these late stops. So some of them are going to filter in on the correct lap, and others might have lost an entire lap.
Well, the way it looks is that the gun has triumphed in terms of the pit stops, because Tom Stoughton is leading.
And Joshua Law is only just coming past me now, Ian.
Yeah.
So he's going to be half a lap behind, effectively.
Yes, so he's on his 15th lap, whereas Tom Stoughton and Michael Gibbons, who came in early.
Well, Michael's just come in again. He's just come back into the pits, apparently. He is in the pits.
Yes, you're right, he's in for the second time. Right, well, let's go back to Tom Stoughton then, the reigning champion. Tom Stoughton has done 15 laps. Only Michael Gibbons has done 15 laps, but as Chaz has just said, he's in the pits. So who will be second? Probably Josh Law, but probably, and you may get a better view of this, Ian, than we do here, half a lap behind.
Yes, well, Josh Law has gone through. Should be with you momentarily, I would think, to complete that. There he is, yeah. 54 seconds, so that is pretty much half a lap, isn't it?
Yes.
That he is now behind the race leader, Tom Stoughton, who will effectively second with Gibbons in the pits, of course.
I think Tom Stoughton's done the job right, because we've got 19.5 minutes remaining. You're not going to make up half a lap if you put two quick drivers, one against the other, in 19.5 minutes.
I'm not quite sure what the issue is, sorry guys, but Michael Gibbons, I think, may have a puncture or suspension damage. There's a lot of attention around the front left of the car. They are jacking the front end up, the bodywork's off it. I think he might have had a puncture or something, because there's a lot of attention around there. They're saying, come on, get it jacked up, get it jacked up. So they still obviously want to get the car back out there, whatever's happened to it. But unfortunately, he has dropped it here. And, well, if Josh Law, as I imagine he will do, moves back up into second as Tom Stoughton comes past us, Josh will still be in a championship winning position.
Really? Right,
yes,
second place is good enough.
He's ahead still of Richard Johnson, who's the other driver that could take it from him.
Who will move up to third.
That's right, and Joshua Law coming past me now, he's got clear track ahead of him, lots of it as well, whereas the rest of them are pretty much different traffic. So he's not going to make up that 50-second gap, but he'll make some inroads on Tom Stoughton.
Yeah, from what Chaz has said there, there's no need for Josh to throw caution to the winds and drive the wheels off the car, because if second place is good enough.
Yeah, and Law is about 15-16 seconds clear of Johnson at the minute, so that's all fairly clear. I notice in the Pintos it's a change of leader, but it's still the same top three, with Hyatt C now leading, Charlie Hyatt ahead of Nick Hyatt and Ross Hyatt, so they've swapped around a little bit in the pit stops by the looks of it.
Josh Law's just on the fastest lap of the race now with a 1:42.553. That was some 5 seconds quicker than Tom Stoughton. So he's certainly getting his foot down, that's for sure. He's trying to still go for the race win. Richard Johnson ends up 19 seconds behind Josh.
Yeah, and lapping slower.
Yes. He was about, what, 2.8 seconds slower on that lap.
On your Michael Gibbons watch, is he still in the pits?
He is. There is still work going on. And Michael's actually out of the car looking at the front left now. They were pulling on the struts for the splitter as well. So I'm not sure. I think he must have had a knock on that front left corner somewhere with somebody, but no one else seems to have come to strife, do they?
Now, Ashley Law is fourth. We could have 2 Laws. On the podium, so 3 Hyatts and 2 Laws.
Well, Ashley's going fantastically well here. And
this is his best performance.
Yeah. I mean, no disrespect to Ashley, by far his best result this would be if he finished in 4th position. Earlier on in the season, when my notes were last fully updated, he had a best result of 11th place by the time we went to Brands Hatch. So he'd certainly appreciate 4th place. I'm sure there's a lot of the guys on our live stream
He's going to get caught by David Houghton, I would have thought.
I'd imagine so, yeah.
Number 8
I mean, we've got Pat Sherrington in car 15 as well. And what is known on the timing screen as MCRS2 Red, which we know is Roger Donnan in car 34. He's going pretty well as well, and James Barwell. So it's going to be intriguing to see how that develops near the end of the race. But Ash is certainly in a good position for the moment. In
terms of current lap times, Joshua Law has just set, as Chaz just said, the fastest lap of the race. Others who are lapping quickly, David Houghton at 1:44.9. Richard Johnson 1:45.3, and those are the other quick drivers at the moment.
Josh just did a 1:43.3 on that previous time, so he was 8/10 off the fastest lap of the race, but he was still,
which is his,
nearly 2 seconds quicker than everybody else.
Yes.
He was 1.6 seconds quicker than Houghton.
But he's got 45 seconds to make up on Tom Stoughton, and he's got 15 3/4 minutes in which to try and do that.
We'll see, shall we?
1.5 seconds a lap. Over to our accountant at Knickerbrook. How many seconds per lap is he going to have to do?
Well, what have we got? 15. It's going to be about 11 laps. About 4 seconds a lap, something like that.
4 seconds a lap. Well, he's not managing that at the moment.
No. Mike Dodd, meanwhile, has been through the sort of bollards here on the escape road at his laps. I think he was out-braked himself. Joshua Law's going past me again, still there in second, and no one else yet in sight for 3rd position. So he's got plenty of daylight behind him, Joshua Law.
The Hyatts, I think we kind of said this already, but just to repeat, they're in 13th, 14th, and 15th places. but they're not actually running nose to tail in some sort of Hyatt formation.
Well, it's actually Charlie that leads them.
Yeah, that's
Charlie
right.
actually leads the entire Pinto class, which is amazing for him. Bless him. Nick Hyatt in second place, Ross Hyatt in third. So Charlie has jumped the pair of them in
the old man's last, you mean?
Yeah, basically they go in age order, ascending
yes,
age order.
Yes, that's right.
A good battle going on for fourth place here. This is Ashley Law and Dave Houghton. They were side by side into Hislop's that time, but Ashley Law just about holding on for what, as Chaz was saying, would be his best result yet in Sports 2000.
Yeah, David Houghton's caught up a lot of ground. He's going to get through inevitably, I would have thought, fairly soon. But he's had to play catch-up to get to where he is. And even as they head into Lodge Corner, do we see the place change? As number 8 goes through on the inside, David Houghton. Yeah, it wasn't the quickest line through the corner, but he's got out of the corner in front.
Now, I hate to say it, but the Shrike has come into the pit lane, but it seems involuntarily. It's got the bodywork off it, and David Muse is no longer in the car, nor does he have his helmet on, so I think it's the end of the day for the Shrike, unfortunately.
So David Houghton then takes fourth place from Ashley Law into Lodge Corner. He is 19 seconds behind Richard Johnson, so I think that's as far as he's going to get.
Yeah, I think you're right. Lapping in marginally quicker at a better lap time, but slower in the last couple of laps because he's been trying to find his way past Ashley Law.
Patrick Sherrington, meanwhile, is getting on with things. I think he's going to end up 2 places better off than he is at the moment in the number 15 car, which started by Clive Hayes. In 6th place at the moment. I can see him ending up in 4th place, the rate he's going at. Although that would include David Houghton having to be passed, and he's quick.
When I just compared the previous 2 lap times, Josh Law was 4 seconds faster than Stoughton previously. He's just crossed the line now, and he was another 1.4 seconds quicker. So the gap is now down to 40 seconds from 45.9, so it was a lap and a bit ago.
Meanwhile, down here we've just had the change of 5th. Patrick Sherrington, the ex-Formula V racer, has got past Ashley Law now.
I noticed that one.
Oh, I tried to stick it in.
To be fair, Ian, even I heard that one, and I can barely hear anything through this headset.
But no, he's nevertheless got up to 5th place now and lapping in the 1:45. So as fast as anyone out there at the moment, apart from Law.
Who's that?
Patrick Sherrington.
Yes.
Yeah. No one else. Well, Stoughton's in a 1:45.9, a high 1:45.9, but Sherrington's there. 2 successive low to mid 1:45s.
So Patrick Sherrington ahead of Ashley Law now into 5th place, and he's got a. Well, David Houghton's only 3 seconds ahead of him, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. So that is a more than possible change, I would think.
But their lap time's very similar.
So it'll be a bit of a fight.
Yeah.
And they're just heading down towards Shallow's corner now, I think, those two.
Meanwhile, up front, it is still number 1, the probable outgoing champion, Tom. In fact, he can't win this year's championship now, can he? No. So number 1, the outgoing champion, Tom Stoughton, has the lead. Joshua Law lapping quicker. But that was a slow lap by Tom Stoughton by comparison with front running pace, 1:47.1. But Joshua Law still not come through.
Well, it was 40 seconds last time round.
Yeah, so it'll be less, 36.7.
He is flying. He really is flying, is Josh. Not sure it will be enough. Like I say, we've got just over 11 minutes of the race left to go now. It would take quite a lot for Tom Stoughton to lose this one, but it's been one of the sort of races that proves why endurance racing like this with pit stops is so interesting, because it's not just on outright pace and it's not a sprint race straight through. You have these pit stops that can muddle up the order a bit and provide surprise victories, especially when you throw a safety car in the middle as well. And to be honest, it'll be a very, very popular win to see Tom Stoughton back on top, because he's not won a race this season.
Yeah, well, that last lap of Tom's was a 1:47, which is abnormally slow by his standards. So if that's beginning of a trend, or whether it was simply traffic that delayed him a little on that lap.
Either that, or he's just letting off a little bit to relax to the end.
Not a good thing to be doing that.
No.
Need to keep going. Unless there's a problem with the car, you need to keep going at your race pace. Normal race pace. But 36.7 seconds is the gap. 10 minutes remain.
Just crossed the line.
Oh, Top Go penalties now. Have I missed that? messages. Yeah. Sorry, a couple of cars just crept onto the screen with stop-go penalties, but they've now been taken off the screen, so I can't tell you who they were. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, Stoughton has gone through to complete his 21st lap. There's 9 3/4 minutes to go. I'm watching now the number 21 car come through, which is Richard Johnson, so he's in 3rd position. About half a minute now behind Joshua Law. And then the next cars that come through, or the lead lap, will be the Houghton and Sherrington cars. And they are with me now down here at Knickerbrook. And the gap, if anything, has gone out between them compared to what it was a lap ago.
Yeah.
It was about 3 seconds. It's feeling like about 4 as they come through this time. So keep an eye on that one.
Right, Joshua Law, just to see whether I missed this. Tom Stoughton led last time through after 21 laps by 35.7 seconds, so their lap time was very similar that time. It was an abnormally slow lap, the previous one, I think, by Tom Stoughton, because of some circumstance such as encountering a slower car in the wrong place. So 1:45.49 his last lap, 1:44.5 the last lap by Joshua Law. Not much difference between them.
And in the Pintos, we've still got the Hyatts 1, 2, 3, Charlie, Nick,
Yes.
and then Ross doing a fantastic job. They're even ahead of some of the Duratec's, or one of at least, which is Mike Turner in car 7. Clive Steeper is 4th overall in the Pintos. And then the Horswell Dodd combo in car 13 is ahead of Tobler and then Bailey. David Gorst has dropped down the order, unfortunately. I'm not quite sure what has happened to David, but he's dropped 4 places on that previous lap, so he must have had a problem somewhere around the circuit. On our screens right now is Barwell James having a bit of a go at Ash Law out of Cascades. Gets a really good run by the look of it as they run down towards Island Bend. This is going to be for 6th position. Still a really good result for Ash if he can hold on. He puts the car right to the inside, but Barwell goes around the outside. Lovely stuff, great commitment through there. Hard onto the brakes into the shell oils hairpin, and he gets the job done. But Ash is going to go for the cutback on the exit down towards the chicane. No, he's not quite got the run there. He needs to be careful now because Roger Donnan is closing in behind him as they go hard onto the brakes into the chicane. Looks like Barwell keeps it nice and tidy on the exit, gets a great run, and they're going to pop back over the hill now towards you, Ian. Let's see whether Mr. Donnan can make a move as well into the chicane.
Okay, looking at them as they drop down, and Donnan is having a look at the number 73 car as they head down into the corner, but he couldn't quite make it work there, so he's still, for the moment, in 8th position behind Ashley Law, climbing back up the hill.
Gorst has gone missing, according to TSL, unfortunately, so there has been an off somewhere around the circuit, or he's pulled over to one side, I'm afraid. I mentioned that he dropped a few places, but now he's
he's got the
race, it seems.
The breakdown triangle alongside his number in the running order. The last lap times for Houghton and Johnson. And yes, Patrick Sherrington was, as described, up into 5th place now, lapping 1:44.6. David Houghton 1:44.5.
Oh, Donnan's just got past Law, sorry, Ian, into turn 1. Donnan makes that move now. It was just on our screens a moment ago, and now he is through. Moves up into 8th place. Tim Tudor is the next car that would be having a go at Ash Law, and then rounding out the top 10 at the moment is Peter Williams in car 88. But yeah, Tom Stoughton, he's still doing everything he needs to do at the moment, isn't he, to hold on to this lead.
The Mike Dodd car, number 13, was sounding a little bit sick as it came past me. That's the car that's running in 18th position overall and 5th of the Pintos, I think.
And that's not sick in a sort of millennial sense, like that sounds sick, bro.
No.
More like that doesn't sound very well.
Unhealthy, yes.
I had to clarify. I spent too much time on this references.
It's worth doing.
Charlie Hyatts. Oh, we've got big strife down at the chicane. Roger Donnan is completely facing the wrong way. Ash Law's just had a spin on the exit.
This is the Britain's chicane.
Yes, it is. Car's not moving. Now we've got a 3-way scrap down the hill, which is not really supposed to be a scrap because it's Tom Stoughton lapping Tim Tudor, and Peter Williams is in there as well. Those two scrapping for position.
Yeah, that got a little bit too close for comfort there. There was almost a touch between Tudor and the race leader as they came through, but Stoughton has just managed to get that move done. You're quite right, though. Tudor and Williams are battling for 9th and 10th position overall as well.
It was close, but I must say credit to all three of them, actually, because I don't think there was any contact in the whole process, was there? From what we can see on the screen.
it just looked like there was about to be at any point.
Yeah.
It never quite manifested itself.
All it takes is for a driver to get suddenly spooked in a moment like that, fling the wheel one way, and then you've got an unspeakable accident. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened down at the Britain's chicane there. I suddenly glanced at the screen and Roger Donnan was facing the right way, and then Ash Law was having a moment on the exit of the chicane. So whether Roger had lost it on his own or whether Ash had tried to make a move and clipped him and then lost it on his own, I'm not sure. But we can only speculate, unfortunately. But I think they both continued. Yeah, Roger Donnan's actually just coming past us now, and yes, so too is Ash Law as well. We've got just under 5 minutes to go actually now, guys. I can't believe how quickly this has flown by.
We were getting excited about the prospect of Ashley Law being on the podium. I'm afraid now he's down in 11th place after the problems that have beset him in the last few minutes.
Certainly the pit stops flattered Ashley's position a little, didn't they? But
yes, I suppose.
There we go. So 8 and 15 are past me again. So that's Houghton and Sherrington, and that's not really bubbled up into the battle I was hoping it would do for fourth position. There's still about 2.5 seconds between them, as there has been now for about 4 or 5 laps.
Now, Tom Stone's last lap was a 1:48.8. I'm assuming that was a lap in which there was that very close passing of slower cars having their own battle.
Yes.
So I don't think, again, we see a trend there. The gap first to second still over half a minute, 32.099 seconds. But Joshua Law seems to be keeping out of trouble. It may have been thwarted by the safety car and not stopping as soon as he perhaps should have done, but he's going to salvage almost certainly second place and almost certainly the championship.
Yes, yeah, he's still going to extend his gap somewhat over Richard Johnson, and that is before the drop scores get counted, and Josh already has more points dropped off his total than Richard does, so Josh will pretty much wrap up the championship with this. There are very, very few circumstances, if not no circumstances, where Richard or anybody else would be able to take the title away. Right. It's a shame we didn't see Michael Gibbons all the way through the race as well. I would have been intrigued to see what he could have done in the latter stages. But yes, Tom Stoughton continues to lead. A much better lap this time round, a 146.584. Let's see what Josh can do when he comes across the line. He shouldn't be too far away right now. Tudor is now ahead of Williams and opening that gap as well for 7th and 8th position. And here comes Josh Law now, 46.5 for Stoughton, 44.0 for Josh Law. So another 2.5 seconds out of the race lead with 2 minutes 20 left to go. I'm not sure if that shaking the head's in disbelief really or not.
No, it's shaking the head, he's not going to do it. But they're on to their penultimate lap. There's this lap plus one more.
Yes, there is indeed. Tom Stoughton now very much with a comfortable gap, it's safe to say. Who have you got down there at the moment, Ian, at the chicane? Oh, there's a car into the pits at the far end, trying to figure out who that is. This looks like, it's John Eiley, number 44. He's had a stop-go penalty, I believe.
The car that I've got was James Barwell, but he's just gone through. Behind him is the race leader, Tom Stoughton, who is about to go on to his final lap then to take his, or hopefully for him, take what will be his return to victory in Sports 2000. For Joshua Law, though, second place, as Chaz has been saying, will be enough to wrap up the championship. He is just heading into his laps at Knickerbrook now and looking relatively untroubled. I guess the only question is then for Joshua Law is, does he do Brands Hatch, the final meeting, or does he sit it out? Because there's always the danger, if you do the meeting, you get into trouble for some reason, indiscretion technically, or contact with the driver or something, which is quite rare in Sports 2000.
Ask Jonathan Palmer, who won the Formula 3 championship here in 1981. And then problems befell him. He had to win it again at Snetterton about a month later.
There you go.
That's a long story, which I won't start now. We haven't got time.
If we would have started that with 50 minutes to go, we
yeah,
would have been all right, would we?
We got to the end of it, yeah.
So Tom Stoughton's on his final lap now. He's come through. Josh Law's just crossed the line as well. He's gone another 3.5 seconds quicker than him on that previous lap. But I think now Stoughton has definitely sort of taken his foot off the gas, knowing that the race is into its final few moments here.
And the 15 car going through is Patrick Sherrington. Still hasn't found a way through past Dave Houghton.
No, I mean, he got closer than he is at the moment, in fact.
Yes.
He's 3.9 seconds behind now, and he was a bit closer than that earlier.
Meanwhile, Tom Stoughton is heading down towards his lots for the final time, turning his way into the corner. He's got those two cars behind him that he lapped a few moments ago, Tudor and Williams, so he's not really pulled out much of a gap from those, but he's not really needed to because he's so far in front, 25 seconds or so in front of Joshua Law, who now is just heading down his lap, and actually is lapping Ashley as they come into that was a little bit tight between the two of them as they came into his lops that time, but the leader about to go towards the checkered flag, I think.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a bit of heartbreak, sorry guys, but Charlie Hyatt's just had a stop-go penalty right at the end. He's just lost out, and he's had to come in, but across the line to take a very impressive victory. His first of the season. Tom Stoughton in the Gun TS12. It's worked out for him, and that was a beautiful, beautiful drive. Tim Tudor crosses the line just behind with Peter Williams. Those two finishing 7th and 8th on the road. But now we wait for our new champion, pretty certain to be emerging from Lodge Corner and Dear Leap. And the cheer on the pit wall is going to be massive for Josh Law, who takes the title in 2022. That's all he needed to do, is finish ahead of Richard Johnson. His brother Ash finishes just behind him in car 73. Roger Donnan crosses the line. It's a shame about Ash, actually, because he was running very, very well. He still finishes in 10th place. Roger Donnan is 11th. And one of the next cars we need to keep our eye out for is going to be the man that's going to finish third. That is 21, Richard Johnson. And then, of course, we need to look for the Pinto winners, which it does still look like we're going to get a 1, 2, 3 for the Hyatts, which would be phenomenal. I don't think it's going to be that often that happens. I think Ian was mentioning one of them earlier where it was 1, 2, 3 for family members. Richard Johnson crosses the line.
Yeah, the Moors.
Yes, that's why that came from, was it? As there you go, Nick Hyatt takes the win in the Pintos across the line in the Lola. Car 36 gets the job done. It may be a bit of a bittersweet victory to have taken it from his brother right near the end, but it wasn't his fault, I guess. It's going to be Ross Hyatt that finishes in 2nd place in the class. Now, is Charlie going to take 3rd? He is. There he is, across the line. So it is confirmed a 1, 2, 3 in the Pintos overall for Nick, Ross and Charlie Hyatt. That's a good day at the office, isn't it, Ian?
Yeah, absolutely. And with the quite significant collection of cars that Ross Hyatt races, I would imagine we'll see them out in something other than Sports 2000s, but I know he enjoys his Sports 2000 racing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the paddock is amazing, and bless him, it's I think it's Astley House Capital have offered to underwrite an entire Sports 2000 Pinto Championship.
Oh, right.
For this season, they've had some Pinto only races this year, which have been incredible entertainment. So they don't have to worry about being lapped by all of the Duratechs all the time, and they can have their own race. And they've actually got a full campaign of it planned for 2023, which will be absolutely remarkable. And I, for one, cannot wait, and I hope that I'm back to commentate.
Well, the single-seater equivalent, the historic Formula 4 2000 Championship. Anyway, here's the result on the screen in a moment. Or 3. We are watching the cars making their way into pit lane.
Now, how true is that graphic about Josh Law getting a penalty, I wonder? We'll have to see. We're just having a bit of an issue here getting the results up, but we...
Yeah, well, it doesn't take any difference to the result, actually. He still finishes in 2nd place. He's got a 30-second penalty, which means the gap at the flag, instead of being 30 seconds, is 55.4 seconds when the penalty is applied. So Tom Stoughton wins, no problem about that. 50 minutes, 39.194 seconds. 2nd is Joshua Law, but with a penalty, ends up 55.4 seconds adrift. Isn't really the actual on-track situation, but in terms of the classified result, he's still 2nd, but with a much bigger gap behind Tom Stoughton. And Richard Johnson 3rd, number 21. 4th, David Houghton, number 8. 5th, number 15, Clive Hayes with Patrick Sherrington. 6th, number 77, the Barwells, Tony and James. In 7th place, number 40, Tim Tudor. In 8th place, number 88, Peter Williams. In 9th place, 25, another shared car. That's the car of John Waggett and Joshua Needham. And in 10th place, number 73, Ashley Law. 11th place, number 34, which is driven by MCR S2N, otherwise known as... Where did you get to? Roger Donnan. in 11th place. Then 12th, Nick Hyatt. 13th is number 44, John Eiley. 14th, Ross Hyatt. And 15th, number 10, with his penalty, Charlie Hyatt.
That was very entertaining.
Well, there's a lot going on. It's presumably the drivers enjoy having a longer race for a change.
Yeah.
It's a shame there's been only the one this year, though.
Yeah, there used to be like an endurance cup as well within Sports 2000. It was really, really good, and I hope to see more of them. It's just they always have quite a small calendar, maybe 7 or 8 race meetings a year, so they want to make sure that they sort of don't have a separate championship within that, because then you've got 2 very small, even smaller seasons to think about. But still, massive entertainment once again for Sports 2000s. A very friendly bunch as well, so come and see us all in the paddock if you can. I'm sure everybody would love to show you the cars, talk you through them, and if you might hurry up, you might catch them before they all pack away, because I'm sure they all want to go home and, well, cool down as much as they can, because the weather is incredibly hot. It doesn't take me to tell you all that. But thank you for having me, Ian.
Thank you very much, Chaz,
it's been
for
an absolute pleasure
being involved and showing your knowledge of Sports 2000. And the final round of the championship is the other end of the country, actually. It's Brands Hatch. Still an MSV circuit, though, of course, but Brands Hatch on the 17th, 18th of September. Well, really enjoyed that. Great race. Thanks, Chaz, very much. And we move on now. Another sort of sports car, and that is the Radical Challenge Championship. This is also going to be an endurance.
We have the Clubman's
cars next, yes. I'm getting ahead of myself, but Peter Rich's breathing down my neck has explained why I was wrong without saying a word. So what we need is the grid for race 2 of the Clubman Sports Prototypes. I've got an amended grid here as well. So let's deal with that, then we'll see what Peter can tell us about activity over lunch amongst the Clubman's Brigade. So this grid, based on the finishing order of the first race, no, based on fastest lap, best lap in the previous race, so I'll give you the lap times there. It's a good idea, this I think, but the Clubman's pioneered it, because they do it in some other championships as well. Monoposto do it. It's a good idea. Right, so winner of the early race was Alex Chamkin. His fastest lap was a 1:41.991, way quicker than anybody else's. So he's on pole position. It's a 1x1 grid, not a 2x2 grid. So Alex Chamkin starts in pole position, and with him at the front of the grid, number 7, Steve Dickens, 1:44.283. So 21 and 7 at first and second on the grid. Grid being shown on the screen now. Third on the grid, number 17, Alan Cook, 1:45.715, and fourth, number 32, Steve Collier, 1:47.348. 17 and 32, third and fourth. Fifth is 76, Maurice Hart, 1:48.515, and sixth, number 84, Michelle Hayward, 1:48.717. 76 and 84, fifth and sixth. Seventh is number 20, Mathieu Gauthier Thornton, 1:50.240, and eighth, number 87, Samantha Evans, 1:51.555. 20 and 87, 7th and 8th. Ninth, number 58, Tom Muirhead, top of his class, 1:52.855, looking to rejoin battle with number 50, Clive Wood, who's next on the grid, 10th on the grid, 1:52.086. 58 and 50, 9th and 10th. 11th is the third man in that battle, number 25, Martin Walker, with the best lap in the race of 1:52.767. And 12th, number 81, Rodney Player, 1:53.841. 25 and 81, 11th and 12th. 13th is number 40, Mike Upton, 1:58.545, and 14th, number 52, Roger Watton, 2 minutes 2.223. 40 and 52, 30th and 14th. And 15th at the back, we'll probably hear from Peter something about Jared's experience in that earlier race, as long as it lasted. Number 68, Jared Lester, without a lap time to his credit, but he's got at least a place on the grid. Hello again, Peter. So you enjoyed your lunch?
Thank you, Ian. Yes, I enjoyed my ice cream for lunch. So.
Oh, that's all you managed. Okay, right. Well, let's start at the back. Jared Lester.
So Jared actually didn't make the first race at all. His car had a clutch failure in qualifying, which they almost fixed in time for the first race, but failed unfortunately. But the car is now fixed and he's ready to start from the back, and his target's to try and get into the top 3 by the end of the race.
Okay, well, Dad's out anyway, isn't he?
He is, unfortunately, yes. He bent his car a little bit too much.
So
we've also, if you remember, Cody Tree was running
yes.
second in the first race for a period. So unfortunately, Cody's retirement was caused by a front wishbone that failed during that race.
Oh dear!
I don't know if he hit the curb a bit hard or something, but that wishbone broke, and he's been unable to fix that. So he's not going to be starting race 2. So he's most upset. Yeah.
Well, I imagine so, because what's that do to his championship prospects?
Well, not much positive, unfortunately. No. So, but of course, the leader of the championship going into that first race was Jared Lester. So it's all with Alex Chamkin winning. The whole top of the CSP1 table is closed up significantly.
Ian, I've actually worked out those points after the first race, and it's Jared Lester now on 129. Obviously, that's not changed after the first race, but Alex Chamkin 128 and Cody Tree 123. That sounds like a poem, doesn't it? And then Pete Richings 96.
Sorry, give me Alex Chamkin's number again.
128 and Cody Tree 123.
So he's 1 point behind Jared Lester.
Correct.
Yeah. Right. And how many does this chap Richings have? Still 96, isn't it? Don't you get any bonus points for commentating?
No, unfortunately.
Chris Hart used to come up here regularly commentating in the hope he would get some bonus points.
Yeah, sure. But no, I'm going to stay where I was. So I'm sure Steve Dickens will have overtaken me today.
Well, the way he's going, I fear that he might, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
Thanks for that, Ian. So what else do you know that may be of interest? What about those fighting foursome or threesome, whatever it was, in the CSPB?
Yeah, well, they all 3 of them thoroughly enjoyed the race, so they were all slapping each other on the back after the race and ready to rejoin combat in this race. But I've got a sneaking suspicion if Clive Wood gets away at the beginning, then they may have a job hanging onto him.
Steve Collier should be chuffed with the fact he's completed his first race.
He's absolutely delighted, and so delighted having finished his first race. He's now changed the setup of the car completely for the second race, so we'll see how he gets on. So taken a lot of downforce off the car, and I hope he goes a bit quicker down the straight. But there we are, experimentation.
Yes. And anything that Alex Champion had to say for himself of interest?
No, he was just delighted and was amazed. He got as amazed as I was that he got off the grid so well with high first gear, and so he was very pleased with himself.
And he's in the same boat for this race.
He's in absolutely the same boat for this race. And the other person who was very pleased with himself was Maurice Hart, who, having started third in CSP2, jumped into the lead at the start, and nobody ever caught him. So, as I mentioned to you this morning, then earlier on. I told him he was very good at Oulton Park, and he always is, and that reminded him. So he
does he have some sort of place of entertainment in Altrincham? Or
yes, he has. That's right. Yes, yeah. He's got a
nightclub,
a sort of a bar, I think it is. I've not been there, but I believe it's some sort
I thought it's somewhere to which all clubmen's drivers would repair after an Oulton Park meeting.
Well, maybe many of them do, but I'm just too respectable for that, Ian, as you know.
Gosh, what are you forcing me to say here? Right. So the cars are making their way round. It's a standing start, and it's 15 minutes. Did they, on the whole, feel as though in the heat of the day that was enough for them?
They did. There was quite a few people saying that they'd, after 15 minutes that was enough for them, and they were worried that it was going to be even hotter now at 4 o'clock, which I'm sure it is.
Of course, a point we didn't perhaps make earlier on, but should make. They're very quick cars, these, aren't they?
Oh yes, these are.
I mean, they go Formula 3 sort of speed.
Well, the comparison that I like to draw these days is that if you look at their lap times at nearly every circuit, they're about the same as a British touring car.
Oh, right.
You do it in all the different places, slow it down the straight, quick around the corners, but nearly every circuit were within a second or so of a British touring car time, so to put it in perspective.
Go back to the early 70s, and they were as quick as the then current Formula 3 cars, the 1600cc Formula 3 cars.
They used to trade the outright lap record around Cadwell Park and places with F3. That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
They are seriously quick cars.
Oh, yeah.
They may look, in a way, old-fashioned, but...
I like to think they look different rather than old-fashioned, yeah. Distinctive.
Right. I did put it in quotes, as you heard.
Yeah.
Or saw.
Saw.
Right, OK, the race is about to get underway then. And on pole position, Alex Chamkin, could he get away as well as he did on the previous occasion, or is Steve Dickins going to get the benefit?
Alex Steve Dickins under pressure from Alan Cook. No, he's just chopped him off though.
That's on.
And Maurice Hart's made a brilliant start in CSP2 again.
Right, so it's heart to heart as they head down the avenue. Then in the lead, it's Alex Chamkin from Steve Dickins. Ian.
It is, and Alan Cook in third position, and fourth place at the moment is the number 32 car of Steve Collier as they make their way out of Cascades down towards Island and Shallows Corner for the first time. Certainly there was Alex Chamkin with already a lead of several car lengths as they disappeared from my sight.
Well, yes, but that lead almost completely disappeared as they disappeared from your sight, and as they go through Shell Oils, actually it's opening up again, but through Island they were almost overlapping as they come up towards the Britain chicane for the first time. It is still Alex Chamkin, number 21, in the Phantom in the lead, but he is being given a really hard time by Steve. Steve Dickins absolutely on that. It twitches the car through. You like that, Peter, didn't you?
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Here they come then, Ian.
Down towards me, and they are nearly overlapping once again as they come into the braking area for Hislops, but it's the racing line taken by Alex Chamkin in that pale blue number 21 car in the lead of the race. Steve Dickins there is second, Alan Cook in third, fourth is Steve Collier. In fifth place it's the number 76 car, which is Maurice Hart, of course, and then the rest of them all making their way through. It looks like they have all got through the first 2/3 of this lap safely, and they're heading back up towards Druids.
Yeah, well, through Druids, the leaders are heading towards Lodge Corner. There's nobody particularly super quick who's near the back of the grid, apart from Jared Lester, I suppose.
And he's already working his way up through the field. I can see he's about midfield at the moment.
So we need to watch out for his progress as well. So they're coming through to complete lap one. And the gap has got larger as the lap came to its conclusion, hasn't it, really?
Yes, Alex managed to pull out a little bit of a gap as they came out of Knickerbrook, I noticed, and then just gradually pulled away. So yeah, Jared Lester's up behind the CSP2 battle. He's just behind Michelle Hayward at the moment, who's side by side with Matthew Gauthier Thornton.
Leaders already through Cascades once again, and a good little battle going on in the midfield there. And in fact, that is the battle that involves Jared Lester trying to make his way through. That CSP2 scrap has got past one of those cars now, which may well have been the Gauthier Thornton car, up into 7th place. As they are down at Shallows Corner, she's out of my view from the Knickerbrook commentary box. We'll get over Hilltop. Here's Alex Chamkin as he crests the hill, leading the way in his Phantom PR21 from the Steve Dickins Mallet Mark 29 in second place, and it's another Mallet Mark 31 for Alan Cook in third place. Looking further into the distance, I can see that that Jared Lester, is he still making his way through? Yes, he is. Yes. He's just in behind the Maurice Hart car now, so he's got past Michelle Hayward as well.
That was a bold move there by Tom Muirhead, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's certainly keen to get in front of Samantha Evans there to keep a bit of distance from his closest challenger, Martin Walker, who's in the green car following him.
Where's Clive Wood?
Clive Wood's made another leisurely start to this one, so he's a second or so behind Martin at the moment.
Perhaps he likes these pursuit races. So, leader's gone through for the second time, and already Alex Chamkin's opened up a nearly 3-second lead, 2.845 seconds. Chamkin to Steve Dickins second, Alan Cook third, and Steve Collier fourth. Maurice Hart fifth. That's pretty good going, isn't it?
Yeah, Maurice has made yet another lightning start. That seems to be his speciality, making a lightning start, and he's going to be overtaken by Jared Lester very shortly, but he's got a good gap to Michelle Hayward of a couple of seconds at the moment.
Well, Jared's made pretty impressive progress, actually, hasn't he? Because to be up into sixth from the back of the grid on by the second lap is good going.
Yeah, absolutely. But he told me his target was to try and catch Alan Cook. So let's see if he manages it.
I think we ought to raise his aspirations and say he ought to catch Steve Dickins as well.
There's a car going very slowly.
That might be his hidden aspiration that he didn't tell me.
Okay, yes, Ian.
The car going very slowly is the number 81 car. That's Rodney Player.
Oh dear.
And he has pulled off onto the Foster's circuit actually and retired from the race. As Alex Chamkin comes past me again with this comfortable lead over Steve Dickins. Alan Cook still there in third. Fourth is still Steve Collier, And yes, we've got this little target then for Jared Lester to try to make a...
It's a nice looking car, that, isn't it? That side-on view. Now who we got pulled off here?
Jared Lester was pulled off, unfortunately.
Oh,
so after his lightning start, I'm afraid I've got a sneaking suspicion that clutch may have not taken the strain.
Oh, well, we were looking forward to more excitement from Jared before the end of this race.
Disappointing,
that's, as you say, very disappointing. So Alex Chamkin, meanwhile, completes his third lap. Steve Dickens is 4.3 seconds behind him. And the rest are really quite some way back. 4.2 seconds behind Steve Dickens is Alan Cook. And Steve Collier in the Vision in 4th place. Then Maurice Hart, then Michelle Haywood. Has she ever won a race?
Michelle
overall?
Haywood?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, she has.
Yeah.
When weather conditions were a little inclement, then she's managed to win overall. Absolutely. And of course, she's won her class in the championship.
Yes,
a couple of times.
Yeah. Well, she's going well again in 6th place, ahead of Matthew Gauthier Thornton. And then Tom Muirhead in 8th place, with Samantha Evans directly behind, and then in 10th place, second of the CSPB cars, number 25, Martin Walker, with Clive Wood still thinking about it.
Yeah, Michelle Haywood won her class in 2021 and 2018.
In the championship?
In the championship,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, it was more whether overall wins.
Yes. Indeed. So we've got Maurice Haywood and Michelle Haywood. Maurice Hart and Michelle Haywood coming past me now, and they're all pretty much together now.
Yes.
They were 2.4 seconds behind at the start of the lap, if you read the right line. And it's not that now, it's about 3/4 of a second, I would think, between those two. So we could have a change of lead in CSP2 before much longer.
Okay. Alex Champion through. Are there other new Phantoms around, PR21s around the place?
That's at the moment that's the only one, but I know he's got another one in build at the moment,
right,
which hopefully should appear next year.
It is spoken for. Somebody's shown an interest.
I'm not sure about that yet.
Right. Is that his full-time business, building Phantoms?
Building Phantoms and race equipment. So he
right,
builds a lot of setup equipment and race boxes for transporting equipment and that sort of thing. So I noticed that Michelle Haywood's got a lot closer to Maurice Hart.
Yeah,
on this lap.
you would have heard, but Ian just mentioned that as well. Yeah, so I know Peter can't hear what you're saying. You have to shout louder, Ian.
Okay. that battle is headed down towards Ireland again, actually, for the CSP2 lead. And it's, what, about 3 seconds between the leaders? No, more than that, in the CSPB lead, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, because as Peter pointed out, Tom Muirhead was keen to get ahead of number 87, Samantha Evans.
The previous lap for Alex Chamkin was a bit slow, wasn't it? 1 minute 50.
Oh, yes.
And the gap's still only about 2 to 3 seconds between Chamkin and Dickens. So I wonder if there is a problem for that Phantom that's leading away, the PR21. We'll have to keep an eye on that particular gap this time around.
We're watching it coming into Lodge Corner now. And do you see anything untoward, Peter?
With Alex Chamkin's car?
Yes.
I can't see anything that looks amiss.
No.
No, I think he's just pacing himself, I guess.
Right, what's that lap time going to be? A 1:45.5.
Okay.
Will you relax, Ian?
Yes, okay. Panic over. Meanwhile, that Class 2 lead is looking pretty spicy again. That'll be heading to you shortly.
CSP2
Yeah, Hart and Haywood.
is half a second between them last time. So 2 cars we need to be seeing then, if possible. Number 76, Maurice Hart, there they are, heading into Old Hall Corner. And Michelle Haywood, number 84.
Yeah, that gap, as they come back into my view into Cascades, is much larger than it was when I last saw them heading up Clay Hill. So maybe Michelle's made a small mistake and dropped back a few lengths to Maurice from where it was. But it was looking good, more exciting than that last time I saw them.
Well, last time around, just to give you these basic stats, Morris was a 150.910. His best lap, that is his best lap. Michelle was a 151.278, her best lap, a 149.9. So her best lap is quicker than Morris's. But last time around, she was slower.
Yeah, I wonder whether she had a little go at him at some point and just dropped back a little on that lap.
Yeah, they're heading down towards me once again at Hislops, those two, but there's probably a dozen car lengths between them at the moment, if not more than that, 15, 20 maybe. So it's not now that close between the two CSP2 class leaders, Hart and Hayward, who of course is in that borrowed car for this weekend, not her regular drive. Then the 20 car coming through next, that's the third place car within that class, which is the Mathieu Gauthier Thornton car. And then we get Tom Muirhead, who's our CSPB leader, and I think we'll move up into second in that particular class's standings if he can convert that to a victory here. So we'll go ahead of Barry Webb, who's not here this weekend.
Well, one of the things, Peter, that I found remarkable about Clubman's racing is the age of some of these cars. I mean, they're racing at what you might call modern speeds, but they date back to the 1970s, some of them, don't they?
Some of them do, that's right. I mean, it's a bit like Trigger's Broom. You won't find so many parts on the car that date back to the 1970s, but the basic car does.
The chassis plate does it?
Yeah, that sort of thing, yes. And
what about yours? How old's yours?
My car was originally built in 1990.
Oh, it's a new one.
Relatively new, yes. But they're all nicely maintained and have lots of good parts, new parts put on them.
And how many of them could claim to have been worked on by the Mad Major himself, by Arthur Malik himself?
Well, my car, which is the Mark 30 PR, the PR doesn't stand for my initials, was the last car that Arthur actually designed and was responsible for. So, so anything up to my car would be considered to be touched by the Major. Yeah.
Is there a Malik tribute car out there?
What, in terms of tribute to Arthur?
Yeah.
Not as such, no. But as I say, the Mark 30 PR was the last that he was responsible for. So this is Martin. We can see Martin Walker and Clive Wood behind Samantha Evans, trying to get past us so they can close on Tom Muirhead, but not being successful so far.
Yeah, Clive Wood not being as successful in rising up the order as he was in the first race.
No, he hasn't made the impression he did in the first race, has he? No, but he's just
2 minutes.
With 2 minutes to go, he's just starting to close up.
Left it a bit late, I think.
I think he may have done, yeah.
Yeah, he's still behind Walker and Evans as they head up Clay Hill this time. And that's for 9th, 10th and 11th overall, as well as for various class positions. So yes, we're working the penultimate lap now, I think, aren't we, for the race leader, Alex Champion?
Yes, next time through he'll be starting his last lap. And he leads Steve Dickens by 7 seconds or so. It became 7 seconds quite early on, and it stayed that way in the second half of the race, really.
It's interesting, his best lap time is nearly 3 seconds off what his best lap time was in the earlier race. So I think he is pacing himself in these very warm conditions that we have at Oulton Park today.
I call them hot.
You might even go so far as to say that. He's passed me again, and still very much clear of the rest. Behind him on track at the moment, he's got the 52 car, which is Roger Watton, a lap down in his Malik Mark 15.
So Alex Champion comes through Druids and onto the straight to the final corner, to Lodge Corner, and will be taking the checker flag to win his second Clubman Sports Prototype Championship race of the day.
I think he may have another lap, you know, Ian.
Am I jumping the gun here?
Yeah, I think so. He's coming across the line. With
yes, I am. Yes, he's got another lap.
Yeah, about 30 seconds to go.
All right. We can rerun that later.
Yeah, that was just a practice.
Here's what I thought of it. Right, okay, so through Old Hall and down the avenue into that little kink called Denton's and back into your sight, Ian.
Yeah, and he's got one more back marker ahead of him that he'll have to deal with on this final lap, I think. As that little scrap goes past me again that involves Clive Wood. He's still at the back of that trio, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. As they head up Clay Hill.
Alex's lead 8 seconds, 8.021 seconds over Steve Dickens that time. With Alan Cook only a couple of seconds behind, but he's not lapping quicker, so he's not going to threaten Steve's second place, I don't think.
No, Alex Champion should come back into my view any moment, I would think, over Hilltop. Here he is. And out of his own.
Matthew Gauthier-Thornton going slowly over the start and finish line here.
Well, he was where in CSP2 he was third.
He was third in class, yeah.
Behind Maurice Hart, Michelle Haywood.
Yeah, he's slowing down.
It was a slow lap for Haywood as well, above 2 minutes that last lap for Michelle Haywood.
So it was.
So she's lost a lot of ground to Maurice Hart. Meanwhile, the leader's gone past me at Knickerbrook again, and this time it will be the last lap as he heads to Druids and then Lodge.
So if I can remember the lines from previously, up to Lodge Corner for the final time. For his second win of the day comes Alex Chamkin. See, I knew it was just a prediction. The actuality is that he turns into Lodge Corner and takes the checkered flag to win, and what good that's going to do him in the championship. What do we reckon? Definitely brings him into the reckoning, doesn't it?
Oh, I think very much so. I think Alex is going to be very
good
much
day.
in the reckoning. That's going to put him right up in the sharp end of the championship now.
Yeah, he'll take the lead of the championship quite comfortably, I think, from Jared Lester and Cody Tree, who've both had days to forget.
So, in second place, Steve Dickens, 7.6 seconds adrift of Alex Chamkin. Alan Cook takes third place, number 17. Fourth, number 32, who should be well pleased with this weekend, Steve Collier, with the vision, takes fourth place. In fifth place, Maurice Hart.
Yeah, Morris takes his second CSP2 win of the day, which is he'll be very pleased about.
But Michelle will stay in the lead of the class.
Michelle was still, she had a good lead in the championship in 2 second places with no harm at all. And Martin Walker did manage to hold off Clive Wood for second place in CSPB, just on the line there.
Behind Tom Muirhead.
Yeah, Tom Muirhead had another win in CSPB. So good day for him.
What happened to Matthew Gauthier-Thornton? Did he pull off in the end?
Yeah, he slowed down, and we just saw him coasting down the avenue on the last lap.
Yeah,
so
he pulled off.
for him.
He pulled off the circuit at Cascade, so he didn't make it to the end.
So for Michelle, that's good news then, because
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on to go second place points or third place points, wasn't he? Right. So, any other thoughts on that race, Peter, or way the championship is going to go in its closing stages?
I think what it's done in CSP1, it's closed the championship points right up at the top. So as we go into Brands Hatch in September, that'll make that quite exciting. And CSP2, Michelle Haywood will have really consolidated her lead there.
Just to confirm the finishing order there, Alex Chamkin in the Phantom wins in 16 minutes 13.405 seconds, 7.6 seconds ahead of Steve Dickens. And in third place, Alan Cook. In fourth place, Steve Collier. In fifth place, Maurice Hart. In sixth place, Michelle Haywood. In seventh place, Tom Muirhead. Eighth, 87, Samantha Evans. Ninth, number 25, Martin Walker. And in 10th place, number 50, Clive Wood. Well, there we are. Peter, thank you very much indeed. You'll have your car back to play with at Brands Hatch, will you?
I'll be back in harness at Brands Hatch, yes, indeed.
Well, good luck for the rest of the season. Thank you very much for all your input. Delighted to have you here.
Pleasure.
A bit like old times, really, isn't it?
Yeah, good to see you.
Thanks very much, Peter. Cheerio. Right. So coming up next is our other long race of the day. 45 rather than 50 minutes, but still incorporating pit stops, and that's the Radical Challenge Championship 45-minute endurance race.
Comfort break on 2. if the shots haven't been amazing, it's like a sauna in here. It's just it's actually getting too hot. But I mean, what can you do? Yeah, Justin. Yeah. Not really, but what can you do?
Getting a rolling start for the Radical Challenge Championship endurance race of 45 minutes duration. Entry on page 3 of the Digi program, and the grid will line up like this. On pole position, winner of the early race, Noah Degenbol, number 77, and with him on the front row, number 50, Dougie Bolger, who aspires to become the first Japanese driver to win the Formula One Drivers' World Championship. And he had a lap of 1:37.932. So 77 and 50 is the front row. The second row, 58, Anthony Ayres, 1:38.964. And beside you, number 14, the quickest of the Fangio class drivers, John McLeod, number 14, 1:39.035. 58 and 14 is row 2. Row 3, we have number 5, Ben Stone, 1:39.150. And 39, championship leader James Lay, 1:39.559. So didn't have a very inspirational opening race, so we'll see how he gets on in this one. And we'll go over to Ian in a moment for championship permutations. Fair warning. So 5 and 39, row 3. Row 4, the extra runner, number 80, Peter Tyler, 1:39.953. And 28, Elliot Goodman alongside him, 1:39.942. 80 and 28 is row 4. Row 5, we've got number 4, Chris Preen on a 1:40.129. And 88, Jacek Zielonka, 1:40.233. 4 and 88, row 5. Row 6, number 54, James Sweetnam, 1:40.369. And number 16, Matt Jones, 1:40.384. 54 and 16, row 6. Row 7, number 18, Mark Williams, 1:40.552. And 22, Andy Lowe, 1:41.058. 18 and 22, row 7. Row 8, number 96, Nicholas Francis, 1:41.530. And 6, Chris Myhill, 1:43.068. 96 and 6, row 8. The 9th row, number 10, Wesley Fonjani, who had a big battle with Chris Myhill, so there's lots going on at the back of the field as well as at the front. Chris Myhill, 1:43.068. is on row 8. Row 9, number 10, Wesley Fonjani. The grid sheet shows Jason Rishover, number 23, as being the other car for that row, but he isn't here, withdrew from the earlier race. We do, however, have number 66, Brian Cordwell, coming in at the back, presumably in his SR1, showing how durable these cars are, because he's done already the 2 SR1 Cup races. Now getting a chance to come out and race in the Radical Challenge Championship endurance race. Ian, have you had a chance to work out points?
Yes, I have. And with what happened earlier on, which was a win for Noah Degenbol, and second for James Lay, and third for Dougie Bolger, it is now just 6 points between James Lay and Noah Degenbol in the championship. 5-4-7 for Lay, by my reckoning, and 5-4-1 for Degenbol. And then it's a long gap back actually to third, which is Anthony Ayres 4.46, and John McLeod 3.70 in fourth position. I've not gone beyond that because really it's only going to be between the two at the top this championship battle overall, I think, with one more event to go at Donington. This weekend it's just a 2-race format, of course. Usually it's 3 races with 2 sprints and an endurance race. We've got 1 sprint and 1 endurance here, and the endurance races effectively count for double points, so it's 80 on offer to the winner of this race, where it's just 40 earlier on. So it has extra significance, the fact that it's a 45-minute race rather than a 25-minute race that we had earlier.
So if complete disaster befell James Lay and Noah Degenbull, and Anthony Ayres had things go his way, he could still win the championship.
I guess so, because there are no drop scores here, and we've still got 2 sprints and 2 enduros left, including this race. So that's 240 points available for those 4 races, effectively. So yes, mathematically we could still probably go a bit further down than that, but it's unlikely, I would have thought, that it's going to be any driver other than those top 2, unless for any reason either Lay or Degenbull aren't at Donington in a month or so's time for the final round. What I've not done is work out what's going on in the Fangio Challenge.
No,
that's extra marks, I think, for that.
In your enthusiasm for scoring championships in various ways, have you? Because it seems to me, just sort of at first sight, this is as good a way as any of scoring points, the way that they do it in radicals.
Yes, it does seem to work quite well, doesn't it? Sometimes you have championships where you have very little differentiation between first and second and third and fourth.
Porsches.
Yeah, and some of the gaps go the other way, but I think this strikes a nice balance. Sort of, for this race, 10 points between first and second, 10 between second and third, then gaps of 6, and then sort of 4, and then 2 beyond that, I think. So
And with a decent helping of points, it's not. There's 1 or 2 championships that had huge amounts of points, and so you end up with 1,000 points at the end of the year, which just seems to be going way beyond what's sensible. But
absolutely,
the totals you get here are kind of sensible totals.
I think so, and also the fact that there are no drop scores here, that keeps things relatively simple as well.
Yes,
otherwise,
indeed,
it's virtually impossible to keep track of it without the use of a spreadsheet.
Well, you know how to do that.
Well, exactly, yes.
But not all of us.
It's not the easiest thing to be commentating and updating Excel at the same time. No, strangely. I can give it a go though. So yeah, I mean, I thought James Lay. I mean, he had a good start to the race early on to get from 6th on the grid to second, but then he kind of stayed there. Really, he never really attacked Noah Degenbull. But I guess this is the race that really matters in terms of the points. Constantly points on offers for the early race. So possibly he might attack a little bit more this time round. But of course he's still got work to do, because we go back to this grid where he's 6th again.
Now, Dougie Bolger started the first race from pole position and finished 3rd.
That's right, and this time he starts 2nd on the grid. Did some F4 last season. I think finished 15th, if my research is correct, in the championship last year, racing with Carlin. Born in Japan in, I think, 2004, I read, but moved to the UK in 2016. Initially to continue his karting career, and then switched to cars last season, and has done some races this season in the SR1s earlier in the year. I think had 1 win, and now appearing in the SR3s in the main Challenge Championship for the first time this weekend.
You're right, he had 1 win at Donington Park in SR1s, and however many points you get for 3 4th places.
Yeah, he was out at Silverstone as well, I think, from memory. So we'll see what he can do this time. He obviously had good qualifying pace to get on pole position, but he couldn't quite lift with the first 2 in the earlier race.
Interesting that he's chosen a sports car route rather than carrying on in single-seaters, though, isn't it?
It is, given his stated aspiration.
Yeah, exactly.
So whether he's reset those aspirations
wants to be a professional driver driving sports cars or GT cars.
Yep.
Yeah. We shall see in the future, no doubt. But meanwhile, another young driver, Noah, on pole position, Noah Degenbol. But one dares say, good old John McLeod on the second row, old enough to be in the Fangio class. As these two teenagers ahead of him. Well, it's a great sight they make as they come down towards Lodge Corner, all nicely bunched up, 2x2 formation. And we can far from predict who's actually going to get through Old Hall Corner first, because they're both quick young drivers. Lights out, away we go then, and a good charge coming through from the second row there by John McLeod. Is he going to get there first? No, he doesn't. It is, as they come out of the corner, the red car. It's pole position, Noah Degenbol, who leads at the moment. Dougie Bolger, I think he'll find in second place, Ian.
Yeah, we do, and it looks like it is the 50 car in third position, in fact. So that's Bolger down to third.
Right.
So I didn't quite see who it was ahead of him. I don't know if you can...
Could be Anthony Ayres.
Yeah, I think you might be right looking at the colour of the car, actually, as they headed out of my view down towards Island.
It's certainly Noah Degenbol in the lead through Shell Oils. So he's done the first bit properly. Not such a good start by Dougie Bolger. Then with his single-seater background, although he's done some radical racing this year, he'll not have quite the experience of rolling starts, perhaps, as regular radical people have. So down they come towards you, Ian, for the first time.
Yeah, they do indeed, and it is Degenbol ahead of Ayres in second place, and he was 9th in the end in race 1, I think. Then it's the 50 car in third place, and then James Lay is in 4th position. He won 6 races in a row before this meeting, finished second earlier on, is running 4th here, so he's got a little bit of work to do, and he does lead the championship by only 6 points now as they head back up towards Druids and then Lodge for the first time.
Yes, so there's 88 going through. That's Jacek Zielonka near the back of the field. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, waiting for them to come through as the pack shuffles itself mid-pack into Lodge Corner. Through goes the leader. And it's Degenbol in the lead. Anthony Ayres it is in second place. Bolger is third. Lay is 4th. In 5th place is John McLeod. And in 6th place, Ben Stone.
It's going to be fascinating to see if Anthony Ayres can cling on to the pace here, because he was running 6th for the majority of the earlier race and then had problems on the last lap that dropped him almost to the back of the top 10. But here, he's running in second place, having started third on the grid, and is still within 6 or 7 tenths of Degenbol as they're halfway around the second lap.
Yeah, so through Britain chicane they go. And the lead that Degenbol had at the end of the first lap, 0.643 of a second. Is he building on that? Anthony Ayres, no, keeping in touch.
He is. That's still pretty much the same as it was, I would say, and the order is the same as well among those first 4. There is this gap back then to 5th position, which is John McLeod in the number 14 car. It's the green car, but it's 28 now, so that's Elliot Goodman, I think, that is up into the top 6 at the expense of Ben Stone.
Yeah, Ben Stone's day hasn't gone terribly well for a driver who did well last year, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. So a bit disappointing. Sort of, where did he finish in the first race? He was 4th in race 1, wasn't he?
Yeah, he emerged okay, but he was never really a threat to those ahead of him, I don't think. He was there or thereabouts. So leaders through for the second time. Degenbol leading by 1.17 seconds, so he's nearly doubled his lead. Anthony Ayres second, Bolger, Lay, McLeod, Elliot Goodman, as you said, up into 6th place ahead of Ben Stone. And in 8th place is 54 James Sweetnam.
Oh, and second place man Anthony Ayres is off the circuit on the exit of Cascades. He's been cutting the grass.
Oh.
He's gone down to 4th position as a result of that. So both Bolger and Lay have gone through to 2nd and 3rd positions respectively now. Just ran wide, unforced error it seemed to me on the exit of the corner. He'd already lost quite a few car lengths to the race leader Noah Degenbol as well. So Ayres has now got back to 4th. So that point of interest of watching Bolger and Lay try and get past him, that's gone away, I'm afraid.
Rather quickly, that's disappointing, isn't it? That's building up a nice little battle for us.
It was. The back down towards me at Hislops again, and now it's just a group of 3 cars for the lead. Dagenbol in number 77, 50, which is Dougie Bolger, and 39 James Lay, the championship leader. Lay has John McLeod right on his rear wing now, and then Elliot Goodman is in 6th position. There's some good scraps further back down the order as well, which I'm sure we'll pick up on as we go along.
Yeah, shot on the screen there of James Lay, who is keen to, but he's not at the moment, nor has he earlier on in the day, looked likely to be a threat to Noah Dagenbol. Just doesn't seem to have had his pace. I mean, 4th place is pretty good going, but it's just not looking as though he's going to be able to challenge his rival for the championship, his principal rival for the championship.
No, doesn't look that way. So Dagenbol heading down into Cascades once again. Bolger and Lay following through, and now it's Ayre still there in 4th, McLeod 5th, Goodman 6th, Stone 7th, and in 8th position at the moment is Sweetnam, who was a retirement fairly early on in the earlier race. Yes, just completed 4 laps.
Now, Dougie Bolger has just done the fastest lap of the race. He's got a clear road ahead of him, i.e. between him and the race leader. Could he catch the race leader, and could they then lay on quite a battle for us between these 2 youngsters? 1.5 seconds was the gap. This is the result of Anthony Ayres' moment. So here they come over Hilltop.
Here they come into my view then. 77 still the leader, which is Dagenbol. 2nd and 3rd quite tight between Bolger and Lay. Ayres is still just about pinging on from John McLeod in 4th position. Then 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and right together. And there's another group of cars that's being head by the number 88, which is Jacek Solonka. His SR3 XX, he's got about 4 cars queued up behind him as well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking at the moment, James Lay looks more likely to pass Dougie Bolger than Bolger is to catch Noah Dagenbol.
I would agree.
Anyway, the first 4 have gone through. 2.6 seconds the gap 1st to 2nd, 0.7 the gap 2nd to 3rd.
Yeah, back through Cascades once again. Still pretty much steady in 2 seconds or so, 1st to 2nd and 7/10 2nd to 3rd. Ayres in 4th place is under all kinds of pressure from John McLeod. That mistake 3 laps ago now at Cascades really has cost him dear, because he's having to defend really hard from McLeod, who was on a sort of similar pace to in the early race. He was in the battle with McLeod until that problem on the last lap.
Yes, the fastest lap 1:39.819. Do you have a note of the fastest lap in the earlier race, Andy?
1:39.336.
So half a second slower at the moment.
Yeah.
But obviously more fuel on the cars.
Yeah, that was Dagenbol as well in the earlier race. And certainly here, the Bolger car, number 50, that is under pressure now, I would say, from James Lay in number 39. So it looks like there's a very good chance that we will have a change for 2nd position. It's still a long way to go, 37 minutes to go still in this race.
Yeah, I don't think that challenge is going to come this time at Lodge Corner. That continues to be one of the preferred places for passing. So that is now 5 laps completed. And Noah Dagenbol, very consistent. His best lap, a 1:39.819. The lap he's just finished, a 1:39.874. That's consistency for you around a circuit that is not the easiest.
No, not at all. It's a technical circuit. There's a lot to it. But he's a long way clear. And now for 2nd and 3rd, I think we are getting a challenge by the looks of it. I think they're going to go side by side as they go into Ireland. Lay and Bolger. I don't know if you can see that on screen, Ian.
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
No.
That's the battle for P2. That may well be in a different order by the time they come back to me at Hilltop then.
So Bolger against Lay. They we'll be back with you at Hilltop, you reckon, in a moment. There we see the leader. We've now cut to a different part of the lap.
Okay, well, the leader's now into my view, and the second place is now into my view, and it is a change. It is now James Lay that's got into second position. So I reckon he must have done that either at Ireland or possibly Shell Oil's corner.
Yes.
But James Lay has now got through into second position, and Bolger just seemed a little bit sluggish out of Cascades and towards Ireland that time, and that's given Lay the opportunity to get through and already pull away by 6 or 7 car lengths.
Yeah, so the real test now of how good a move that was perhaps will come when we see whether he closes up on the leader.
Yeah, I mean, he was 2.5 seconds behind at the start of the lap, and it's more than that now as they've been battling with each other.
Yes, the overtaking manoeuvre in itself will have slowed them up both by comparison with the race leader.
So we've got 25 car going past me at the moment. That's the Denning car, I think. Paul Denning.
Noah Degenbol's lead over James Lay at the end of that 6th lap, 3.311 seconds. And already by the end of the lap, although he only gained the place halfway round it, James Lay was over a second clear of number 50, Dougie Bolger.
I'm just looking at 4th and 5th. That is still very much on, the fight between Anthony Ayres and John McLeod. They're not slowing each other up sufficiently for Elliot Goodman in 6th position, number 28, to start getting involved in that, though. I thought that might transpire, but it hasn't.
Somebody who's lost quite a few places, dropping down from 10th to 13th, is number 88, Jacek Zielonka, the Polish driver.
Yeah, I just spotted that, and only because he's got a bright yellow car, it sort of stands out, doesn't it? There's one car going slowly towards Ireland, now got the white flags out for that of the marshals. Can't quite see who that is though. It was someone from around the long kind of territory, somewhere around there, but perhaps pick that up in a moment to see who's dropping down the order on the screens. Leaders have gone through. Still we've got Ayres fighting very hard indeed to keep McLeod at bay. I think he's another former winner on scratch of the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone, organised by the 750 Mostly at the end of every season.
Does it have a class for Formula V?
It doesn't, no.
Perhaps you should sort that out.
Open wheel cars not allowed, but it's about anything else goes. There's usually a few teams of radicals.
Yeah.
We didn't have a Clubman's team last year. I should have had a word with Peter Richings about that maybe, because hopefully we'll see some of them back for this season.
Well, Degenbol to Lay, the gap has come down slightly. Well, no, to be precise, the best lap of each of the two front runners is exactly the same to the thousandth of a second, 139.636. Last time around, James Lay did that, and a little bit earlier, Noah Degenbol had done exactly the same time.
Yeah, 139.636. So that is Lay's. No, it's not his best time of the day. He did 139.4 in the earlier race.
John McLeod ahead of Ayres.
Yes, that's the change then for 4th.
Yeah, Anthony Ayres dropped down to 5th. Seems to have recovered from that spin.
Degenbol is back past me again. That's for the 8th time now. 3 seconds clear of Lay. About a second and a half clear of Bolger now. And McLeod, yes, he's got ahead of Ayres, and he's also got away from him a little bit. Ayres now under pressure from both Goodman, well, all of Goodman, Stone, and the 54 car as well, which is Sweetenham, yeah. So that's a nice little scrap actually going on, because that takes you from effectively 4th back to 8th.
Okay, the leader should soon be through to complete their 8th lap they go through, and Degenbol to James Lay, much the same, 3.1 seconds.
The car that I saw going slowly on the previous lap must have been Matt Jones, looking at his lap time last time through. That was a sort of 2-minute lap time rather than a 1:42, which he has in this race. So I think he probably lost places as a result of that.
John McLeod's having a good day, isn't he? For one of the elder generation, one of the Fangio class drivers. Running 4th, he's just done his personal best lap. He's got 58 right behind him in the person of Anthony Ayres. And then there's Elliot Goodman 6th, Ben Stone 7th, In 8th place, 54, James Sweetnam. 9th, Andy Lowe, number 22, and 10th, number 80, Peter Tyler.
As Degenbold comes back down towards Hislops for the 9th time now. Got 30 minutes or so of this race still to run, of course.
Yep.
So plenty of time for him to squander this advantage of just over 3 seconds over James Lay. But at the moment he's staying fairly consistent. Bolger there in 3rd. 4th is very clearly now James McLeod. So Anthony Ayres, I think, is going to be spending most of this race looking in his mirrors, because for the first sort of few laps it was keeping Bolger behind, then it's been keeping McLeod behind, and now it's Elliot Goodman that's in his rearview mirrors.
Yeah, I think that spin must have unsettled the car a little, done a little bit of damage to it perhaps. It's not showing its early pace, is it?
No, it's not. It even he kept the car pointing in the right direction at all times, albeit it was on the grass, but it will be rough, hard grass as well at this time of year.
And a big split. 22 has just lost it. That's Andy Lowe. We cut away from where that was actually, so before I could identify it. I think it was Shell Oil's area. Island perhaps. Druids. Knew it had to be somewhere out of our sight, otherwise we would have seen it out of the window.
Yes,
But, Druids, Andy Lowe.
Certainly didn't see that. I noticed from a very early stage of the race, the number 40 car has been sporting damage. That's James Hadley in his SR1 Scorpio Motorsport Paddock car. So I imagine he had contact with somebody probably on the opening lap of the race, or certainly the opening couple of laps of the race. He's running around at the back at the moment in 23rd position.
Bit of bullying going on the smaller car, not the big
Possibly,
boys.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, talk of that. Down the pit lane it comes. Andy Lowe, the car that went off. Oh, he's did hit something backwards, so the rear of the car is slightly rearranged. Probably won't be going any further. Andy Lowe was running in the bottom part of the field, but now not running at all. Meanwhile, up at the front, 10 laps completed by the 2 leaders, and the gap is pretty constant, just over 3 seconds.
It's a good scrap as well for 11th and 12th place, and that's between Zielonka and Chris Preen as well in the number 4 car, one of the Fangio class drivers. He's 4th within that competition.
Yeah, Zielonka had a moment earlier on, didn't he?
He did, yes.
Which dropped him down the order a bit.
Lost about 4 places.
Yeah.
He put a nice move on Preen a couple of laps ago actually at Cascades to get at least one of those places back, but he's not been able to get away from Preen now, so they're having a good scrap for 11th and 12th.
Brian Caldwell, also in an SR1, is retiring at the pits.
So that looks like he's going to be the first driver to retire from this. Did Lowe go back out into the race? Was he still
I doubt it.
Oh yes, he was damaged, wasn't he? Yeah.
There's quite a bit of damage at the rear of the car.
So possibly 2 drivers that have lost so far.
Can't see it in the pit lane, so I suspect it's in its garage.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a spin by 96.
Britain's, is that?
Yeah.
Because I can see the green
Nicholas
flag at
Francis, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah,
Curious angle the shot is, because it looks as though there's no driver sitting in the cockpit, but there must be. But it was angled in such a way, it looked like an empty cockpit. So the driver suddenly disappeared, as if by magic. We've got the safety car deployed.
Yes, I was just watching the marshals put the safety car boards out.
Must be time for the pit stop window.
That's usually how these things work.
I don't think it is actually, but you'd think it might be. Yes, as you say, it's the way things do work out, as we've seen already today. 26.5 minutes remain. So I think the safety car, you'll see them it's at Cascades now. Does it have the leader behind it? Not quite.
Let's have a look. No.
The leader's the second car, isn't it?
The leader is indeed the second car. The car it's picked up is Denning, Paul Denning, 25.
Who is
in
20th.
So they'll wave him through, but that's a reasonable effort to get the safety car out just in front of the leader. They'll wave that car by, and Otherwise, the car should be in the expected. There's still something coming quite quickly out of Cascades onto the back of the safety car train.
I agree. The boards are out, the flags are out.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't be doing that.
No. I did see an incident in a race last weekend where two cars came together at the back of the pack and the safety car was out. It's never particularly clever.
Well, I know there is this telescoping effect, chain reaction down an order of cars. You see it so often on the motorway.
That's right.
But there's not as if there's not warnings out to tell everybody. Anyway, they've all now slowed down behind the, well, all those in the queue have obviously slowed down. And when I said it observed that car because the camera angle didn't have a driver in it, I think I'm right in saying it didn't have a driver in it, and that's why the safety cars had to be deployed, because it stopped on the track, pointing the wrong way. Possibly something broke to cause it to be where it is.
The pit window probably opened. It opened according to the screen at 17:00:51. It's now 17:03, so it probably was about the same time as the safety car was called, I would have thought.
Yeah, you've got the same message as me, but it doesn't give me a message of when the safety car was summoned.
No, but it wouldn't have been too far after.
So 34 is in the pits.
Right, the 25 car has been waved through, but he's now, well, he's going very slowly. I don't know if he quite understands why he's been waved through, possibly, but he's been waved through because he's at the back of the pack and needs to do pretty much a full lap to catch the pack.
Who was that?
That's 25, which is the Denny.
Denny.
Yeah. Of course, he may want to make his pit stop this time around.
Well, if he's uncertain why he was waved through, he probably doesn't have full knowledge of the rules.
A racing driver, not having full knowledge of the rules.
It's unusual, I know, but perhaps I'm being unfair. Anyway, we've got cars in the pits. And heading out again is 34. That's David Sven Thompson. So the SR1s joining in this race. And the lights out on the safety car. And the correct car is behind the safety car. In other words, Noah Degenbold. And straight away he heads for the pit lane. So one of the two cars have stayed out, but the majority elect to go into the pits to make their pit stop, mandatory pit stop. Do we have any driver changes?
Well, the 34 car is shown on the screen as being shared between Thompson and presumably James Headley.
Yes.
But other than that, all solo efforts, I think.
Of course, safety car's still out though, isn't it?
No, we've got green
came
flags. We've got green flags.
Right. So 58, Anthony Ayres. I think they're just checking the car after his moment. I think all is well.
So the leader of the race is going to be Ducky Bolger then, because he stayed out according to the screen.
Yes.
So he should be shortly appearing into my view, which he does, over Hilltop, and he's a long way clear of anybody else.
Yeah, well, all the other quick drivers have gone in, haven't they?
Yeah, so the second car that is out there is the number 18 car, which is...
Oh, now something curious has happened here. Now, this is number 54, James Sweetnam. There was, I didn't see it beginning, but there seems to be some contact as cars were emerging from their pit stop positions.
Right.
With another car. Anyway, he has pulled off onto the grass just beyond the pit exit line.
That was, who did you say?
54.
Okay, Sweetnam, yeah.
He's out of harm's way, but looking at the front, there's a bit of damage to the right front corner. 6 is being pushed away, Chris Myhill. So they're dropping out like flies would not be quite right, but they are apparently disappearing quite rapidly now, 2 or 3 of these cars. So yet to stop, but in the lead, number 50, Dougie Bolger. Second, number 18, Mark Williams, yet to stop. And third, number 4, Chris Preen, yet to stop. In fourth place, number 53, Ben Casely, who has made his stop, currently making it.
It'd be interesting to see, but I think James Lay has lost quite a lot of time in the pit stops. He's showing 7th on the screen at the moment. He is towards the back of a large pack of cars that have come past me, most of whom have made their stops. So I think James Lay has lost out big time in the pit stops here.
Well, Degenbol is shown on the screen just ahead of him, but he's now dropping down
He's
the order
dropping down
as well,
isn't he?
Yes. Yes. There's another car that's a car that's gone off.
Now Lay showing ahead of Degenbol now. So perhaps Degenbol made it out at all.
Now, whether we'll get a chance to see the number of this car. The driver's out, it's okay, but which car it is that's gone off, I'm afraid didn't get a chance to see the number.
Where's that?
That's the other question I can't answer, because we only had a close-up view. It didn't help me, the scenery wasn't sufficiently extensive. It could be Druids.
Okay, well, Degenbol hasn't come through.
It is
again.
Druids. It is Druids.
Is it red?
It is red.
Yeah, I think that's Degenbol then.
Well, I didn't want to commit myself, but I fear you could be right, because it looks like an all-red car, as much of it as I can see, rather than a car that's partly red. And Degenbol's car is red. All red.
Yeah, well, he's not come through again on the screen, has he? So.
Well, this all began with you saying that James Lay hadn't come out terribly well from the safety car situation. Then we thought that Degenbol hadn't either. Well, James Lay is in 13th place.
And did it look from the shot that you could see like Degenbol's car was damaged, or did it?
No, he's dislodged part of the barrier or the wall, and that's lying across the side of the car, so I can't see the front of the car at all. That's why I couldn't see the numbers.
So an accident rather than a mechanical.
Oh yes, it's definitely not. Well, I say
okay.
definitely not. If it was a mechanical failure that caused the accident, but certainly it is an accident.
Yeah.
He's out of the car, as I said.
Yellow flags again. So is that another safety car? Yes, it is another safety car. Probably because of Degenbol's car.
Yes, it will be. And we have 18.25 minutes remaining.
And it's worth pointing out, this is potentially important for the championship.
Yeah,
in a race that's worth 80 points.
Yeah.
Degenbol going to be a non-finisher here with 6 points behind Lay coming into this race. Lay is currently running in 13th position now. That's one of the drivers ahead of him, which is Chris Preen, has yet to make a stop. I think Dougie Bolger now
has just come in.
Has just come in, yes. So he will drop down the orders, but Lay net is going to be 11th here, I reckon.
And Chris Preen is in.
So that's everybody now that's still running, isn't it? That's made a stop.
Now, that you'd think, looking at the screen, that means up into the lead would go number 18, Mark Williams, but I think that'll correct itself as well next time the leader comes through, whoever the leader might now choose to be. So Chris Preen has stopped. Mark Williams is shown as third, number 18. Fourth is 55, one of the SR1s, that's James Ockerden's. Fifth is 58, Anthony Ayres. It would be ironic if he ends up winning the race, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
But I think that's looking a possibility now. Sixth is John McLeod. It would be very good if he could win the race. He's just a second behind Anthony Ayres at the moment. And seventh is Elliot Goodman, number 28. Eighth is 8, Peter Tyler. Now the things are... Yeah, Anthony Ayres is third.
Yes.
And Dougie Bolger...
He's just gone back out into the race.
Has just
And
rejoined.
he's just ahead, importantly, of the safety car is Dougie Bolger. So he's going to catch up with the back of the safety car train here. So that's important. The safety car has picked up Anthony Ayres, which is right.
Yeah.
I think, really.
We can go along with that then.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, okay. So Anthony Ayres, John McLeod is right behind Anthony Ayres and is as quick as Anthony, I think it's fair to say, today at Oulton Park.
Yeah, pretty evenly matched those two.
Elliot Goodman is fifth, therefore third. Peter Tyler is 6th, therefore 5th. Ben Casely in the leading SR1 is 7th. Paul, that's 6th.
So Dougie Bolger's heading up Clay Hill now, and it's passing the sort of yellow flags and the yellow flashing safety car boards.
Yeah.
And that will be at the part of the circuit now where recovery work presumably is going on.
Well, we'll see as the car, Dougie Bolger's car goes through. Do we pan across to show us?
I bet there's not a truck there yet, because there's one just leaving.
No, there isn't.
Leaving the scene at Cascades here.
Well, if this is a major tyre wall repair job, well, there's not going to be much more racing in this race. Just
Well, there's only 15 minutes left now, isn't there?
15 exactly.
So the safety car train is just about to pass the sort of Foster's loop part of the circuit. It's going to come into Hislops now. Once that train of cars has come through, then the recovery truck will follow those cars up Play Hill, I think. I'll tell you what, Dougie Bolger doesn't have to keep his wits about him, because as he's going around behind the safety car, he may well catch up with a recovery truck going up Play Hill at the rate he's going.
Yes, because the recovery truck's allowed to take the shortcut on the Foster
That's
circuit.
right, which is what it's just done, and is now navigating its way through the twists and turns of Knickerbrook. But hopefully the marshals will also be waving their white flags to indicate that there's another vehicle on the circuit.
Well, let's assume it's going to take 5 minutes to sort this out. That'll still give us 9 minutes of racing.
Yes. Well, I mean, a safety car lap is probably 3.5 to 4 minutes. Probably 3.5 minutes with these cars, I would have thought, something like that. So it's probably going to take at least 2 more laps to sort this out. So call that 18 minus 6, that'll leave 8 minutes. So perhaps 5 laps at best, I would have thought, left in this race.
But what we're still waiting to be clarified, next time they go through, it'll become clearer, is exactly what the order is.
Well, because I think Bolger's stolen a lap here, hasn't he? Effectively, he's now going to catch the back of the safety car train, but yeah, that's what it is. He's 3/4 of a lap ahead of anyone else. He's 1 minute 30 ahead of Anthony Ayres now on the timing screen. So it was important that Bolger got out in front of the safety car, because now he's in the prime position to win this race. So that was a very important moment of the race.
Yeah.
Because if he'd been a little bit longer in the pits, and he would have had to wait for the whole safety car train to go past him, and he would have lost
Yes,
the lap.
in other words, he stayed on. That's what you're saying. He stayed on the same lap, just.
Yeah. And that safety car is waving more cars past. I think, well, presumably he's going to have to wave everybody past until it picks up Dougie Bolger.
I was just thinking that. Well, where is he in the queue?
Well, Bolger will be right at the back of
That's
the
what I
queue.
thought,
I think he has now joined the back of it, in actual fact. So if the safety car's waved,
Everybody through.
well, he's only waved 2, and of course, as we know, you've got to wave all of the cars through. You can't just wave some of them through.
That only happens in Formula 1.
Only Formula 1, and only in one race. So I would think by the time I next see the safety car, it will only have Dougie Bolger behind it, and the rest of the cars will be
Catching him up
again. So we've had the last 5 minutes watching Dougie Bolger catch the pack, and now the pack is going to try and catch Dougie Bolger.
I think. Well, I'm going with your flow at the moment here, and I think you could well be right. And just under 12 minutes remain.
Sometimes it's a bit of a mystery quite how these things happen, but I'm fairly sure that is what has happened. That we've had Bolger effectively, well, he would have had a gap of 1 minute and 30. He's going to end up with a gap of 1.3 seconds or something when the pack catches him again.
The safety car, I reckon, has slowed right down.
It has.
What do you? Yeah. So.
And it's now got one car behind it, and that is Dougie Bolger.
Dougie Bolger, yeah.
Yeah.
You particularly. Meanwhile, his arch rival from the early stage of the race's car, Noah Degenbol's car, is being loaded onto a flatbed over at Druids.
So, safety car with just one car behind it. I can see the rest of the cars are at varying speeds, it has to be said, trying to catch up. I think some of them are being a bit more cautious than others. I mean, there are still yellow flags all around the circuit, so you have to be careful. They know where the incident is.
Yeah.
At Druids, I suppose.
Well, the leader behind, no, not the leader, the safety car goes past. How we're getting on with the recovery job. Well, yeah, looking a little bit the worse for wear, I have to say, is Degenbol's car. That damage won't polish out, I don't think. Anyway, it's on a flatbed now, ready to be taken away. So maybe one more.
Was it more than one
lap.
corner of the car, Ian, that was damaged?
It looked like both corners at one end of the car.
Right.
But it was so crunched up, the bodywork, that it's difficult to tell whether it was the front or the back end. But anyway, the wheels look close together as if they were from one end, one axle.
Okay.
So maybe this will be the last safety car lap.
The lap that the safety car's just started.
Yes.
Yeah. Because it's not going to be too long actually before Ayres and McLeod et al. Catch it. And the interesting thing here is, because they've been herring around, Ayres and McLeod will have warmer tyres than will Dougie Bolger, I suspect, by the time this race gets back underway.
Yes.
So that might be to their advantage when the green flags wave. With probably, I would think, we're going to have something like 6.5 minutes of racing time. So maybe 4 laps.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, the safety car heading into Island and Shell Oils at the moment.
And the next group is at Cascade, so they are basically with them.
Almost there, yeah. That's why the safety car's been going pretty slowly to enable everybody to catch up.
That's right. But at least it seems like we are going to get some more racing, which
yes,
is possibly a concern at one point. Assuming there isn't any more barrier work to be done up there.
When they pass you, as they will do shortly, they're just coming out of Shell Oils now into Britain's, could you see whether the order behind
is the order on the screen?
Is the order on the screen, or something approaching it?
I will do my best. I mean, I imagine there will be some lapped cars
exactly
in the middle, but actually I think there's probably only one that's still running, which is the Denning car. I think all of the other cars that haven't done 18 laps have stopped in this race. So I imagine that we might have a Denning somewhere in the middle of this pack, but other than that, I think it will be as per the order on screen. So I will call the register effectively as they come past me. So the first car is going to be number 50, which is Dougie Bolger. The second car is number 58, Anthony Ayres. Then it's 14, John McLeod, 28, 80, 4, 25, 53, 5, 34, 18, 16, 39, 55, 88, 10, and 40 is the last car that comes past me.
And 25, which you called out partway down the line, is the lapped car that you were suggesting was going to be in amongst them. So it's just the one car that's not going to be a problem. So when racing resumes, which it may do this time, I think it is going to this time.
Important to see how many places James Lay can make up. He's 12th at the moment, so he's not going to win this race, I don't think, but he could well get into the top 6 or something, maybe even higher than that.
It is going to be the restart this time. I've got 7.25 minutes on the clock. And so Dougie Bolger with Anthony Ayres, who already has his own little moment in this race. They come through and green flag is waved, and so we resume racing. They can't overtake till they get. Have to be careful not to do that, otherwise they'll pick up a penalty or two for overtaking before the green flag. And as they head through, no changes of position just yet. Bolger to Ayres, what does it look like?
About 3 or 4 car lengths, something like that. Similar back to McLeod in third. I can see James Lay in the middle of the pack. I think he was trying to make up 1 or 2 places there as they went through Cascades, but they've disappeared from my sight again now.
Well, well done to the Marshals recovery team for sorting that incident out, because it was done with the greatest efficiency, the minimum loss of time. Didn't mean it lost them racing, but we're back racing with 6.25 minutes to go. And Dougie Bolger, car 50, leads the way after a late pit stop from Anthony Ayres, number 58. Here they come.
Yeah, John McLeod in third at the moment. Elliot Goodman is fourth. Just trying to pick out the car of number 39, James Lay, is making a move down the inside of number 18 there, and he makes that move stick. So he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9th, I think, past me is James Lay. So he's made up 3 places, I reckon,
in half
on
a
this
lap.
lap already. But Dougie Bolger still leading, but only just by a few tenths from Anthony as they head back towards you.
Now, of course, with his main rival out of the race, in the championship that is, any points gained is a bonus for James Lay in a sense, isn't it? With no points for Noah Degnable out of this race.
Correct.
And as you made the point before, it's double points.
It is, and no drop score, so it's not as if Degnable can take it out. I'll just write that off from
that's right.
Drop score from this round.
So through they go. Ben Stone also gained a place on that lap up to 7th, and James Lay was right behind him over the line. Now he may have passed him by now. And of course, all the cars ahead are all quite closely bunched up, and James Lay, undoubtedly one of the quickest drivers there, is going to pick up quite a few places before the end, I would have thought.
I would have thought so. He's got probably 3 more laps, I would think, in this race. 8th at the moment. And some drivers that he's certainly faster than ahead of him in the train at the moment.
17, 21, 29, unsafe release. I'm not quite sure who that is addressed to, but somebody. Is it car 29? Don't have a 29.
Leaders are back down towards me. I can see Lay is on the back of Stone, so he's still there in 8th position at the moment, but he's certainly pulled clear of the next group, but he's got 3 cars ahead of him. I would say he could pass those in the remaining 2 laps of this race. Dougie Bolger, by the way, still leading by a slightly more comfortable margin now over Anthony Ayres in 2nd and John McLeod in 3rd. Those 2 have been battling for much of today's racing.
Yeah, Dougie Bolger led by 1.1 seconds over the line, but you reckon that's more than that now?
I would say so.
As they come into Lodge Corner then, with 3 3/4 minutes remaining. And Dougie Bolger, 21 laps completed, 2.7 seconds ahead of Anthony Ayres. John McLeod in 3rd place, Elliot Goodman 4th, Peter Tyler up to 5th place, and Chris Preen is 6th, Ben Stone 7th, James Lay 8th, and surely should be able to pass some of those drivers.
Yeah, he's got Stone right in front of him now, 2 car lengths in front of him as they go through Cascades down towards Island.
Somebody's gone off in a cloud of dust. Is that an off and on again? I think it was.
I didn't see any dust, so I'm not sure.
That was coming into Cascades.
Okay.
At Denton's area.
Missed that then, missed that. As I was looking a little bit further up towards Island Bend. Let's see if Dougie Bolger is going to continue to lead by this respectable margin now, more than 2 seconds, nearly 3 seconds in fact. Ayres in 2nd.
In fact, Dougie Bolger, last time through, because he's got a clear road ahead of him, partly, I suppose, did his personal best lap of the race.
Meanwhile, James Lay is trying to get past Ben Stone. He's going to go to the outside of the circuit as they go around his lops. They're still wheel to wheel. Stone is off on the grass on the exit of the corner. He rejoins. He is now down to 8th position, so James Lay has got up to 7th place now, but is making slightly heavy weather of it.
Fairly robust driving that, but when the cars are all the same, it's difficult to overtake unless you take a chance.
Yes, agreed.
Lots of drivers putting in their personal best laps now as the fuel load comes down. And we've got 2 minutes to go, so next time through, will the leader be starting his last lap? Yeah, he's got time for 2 more laps. The one he's just started and 1 more.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
First to second, 3.9. And James Lay, in that robust manoeuvre that we saw on the screen, up to 7th place.
Yes, so now he's got Chris Preen ahead of him, hasn't he?
Should be able to deal with him.
We've seen Chris racing in Radicals for some time, both in this and the 750 Motorcycle Bike Sports Championship as well in recent seasons.
And then Peter Tyler in 5th place. Should also be a manageable proposition.
You would have thought so. I mean, Leighton 139 in this race, they've both been in the 141s at best. But as you say, it is difficult to pass around here without being a little bit robust at times. Anyway, Dougie Bolger's coming down towards his lot again, well out in front here. of Anthony
Yeah.
Ayres.
Yes, he's got the race under control now, unless he makes a mistake, unforced error. Now you've got the pack.
Yes, and it is a clear pack. In that pack is James Lay, and he's still not found a way past Chris Preen. He's got Preen and Tyler both in striking distance, but he's not really made much impression on them on this lap, hasn't James Lay?
Number 14 has a drive-through. That's John McLeod. That's a shame. They're in third place. Drive-through penalty for number 14. I think that is the unsafe release.
I would imagine it must be, yes.
So he's going to lose what would have been a very worthy third place. And that place will be taken by Elliot Goodman.
And he will also lose probably a few more places as well, won't he? Because the pack is tightly bunched after the safety car.
So the leader on his last lap.
Yes, the clock's just ticked down to 0. Lay has not made any more places yet. He's still in 7th.
I don't see John McLeod taking his drive-through. I think he's going to have to take a penalty at the end of the race, because we're really at the end now.
Exactly.
Unless his name's Michael Schumacher from however many years ago it was, at the British Grand Prix.
Yeah, just thinking about Lay here, and he's been very quick. We've seen he's got the fastest lap of the race, but I've not seen any evidence in either of the two races that he's a fantastically good overtaker, but these are very evenly matched cars. And it is the first time I've seen him race, I think, so that may be grossly unfair, but he's got the one-lap pace, but he's not been able to find a way past cars that are a couple of seconds a lap slower than him.
Well, we're watching Dougie Bolger at the moment make his way through Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill, under the bridge, and up to Druids for the final time. In his first weekend of racing a SR3 Radical, Dougie Bolger is going to take a win, partly thanks to misfortunes that befell others, but he's driven a good race and takes the checkered flag to win the Radical Challenge Championship Endurance race. Second place goes to Anthony Ayres, and right up behind, well, not right on his tail, but not far behind, in third place, Elliot Goodman. Fourth place goes to Peter Tyler. Fifth place to James Lay.
So he did make up one more place.
Ahead of Chris Preen, yes.
Yeah.
On the last lap, got ahead of Chris Preen. Benstone, 7th, number 5. 8th, number 18, Mark Williams. In 9th place, number 53, the first of the SR1s, Ben Casely. And in 10th place, number 34, 10th place, number 34, David Sven Thompson, which kind of make amends for the problems he had in the SR1 races.
Yes, had a couple of spins, one in each SR1 race.
Yes, but give him a bit of endurance and does the job right. An incident involving car 14 will be investigated up. That's John McLeod. So the penalty hasn't been applied as yet, or has it?
Well,
actually, it has. Yes.
Showing.
Yes, it has been.
15th.
Has been applied.
Yeah.
But it says it's going to be investigated after the race, and perhaps another incident. I
Could
don't
have
know.
been. Yeah.
Yeah.
The cars going past me on the slowing down lap. Interesting race that, with the safety cars and the pit stops adding an extra dimension to it. A shame really that we lost Degenbowl with that incident at Druids. But if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have had the second safety car and the drama that brought.
Well, it's not his very first race for Dougie Bolger, but is this the first small step towards becoming the first Japanese Formula One world champion?
It could be.
Might be, might not be, yes.
As you say, does the fact that he's in Radical signal a change of career aspiration?
Yes,
as you say,
exactly.
possibly a professional career in GT racing is something that might be more attainable and ultimately profitable in some cases.
The caption on the screen's gone off again now about that penalty. Penalty number 14, 30 seconds is captioned, so that looks like, well, if there's any more investigation to take place, no doubt it will take place as we prepare for the final race of what's been a good day's motorsport. I know it's been very hot, and if you have the benefit, as we do in the Oulton Park commentary box, of air conditioning, making it really rather pleasant, sorry to say that. Ian, you're surviving, thank goodness.
I have a fan blowing hot air at me, but at least it's moving hot air.
The results coming up then. So the win goes to Dougie Bolger, car number 50, 46 minutes, 21.286 seconds. Second, Anthony Ayres, car 58. Third, number 28, Elliot Goodman. Fourth, number 80, Peter Tyler. Fifth, number 39, James Lay. Sixth, number 4, Chris Preen. And that's as far as I'm going to be able to take them for you. But, well, I can take them off a different screen, actually. Seventh, Ben Stone, number 5. Eighth, number 18, Mark Williams. Ninth, number 53, Ben Casely. And 10th, number 34, the shared car of Thompson and Headley. Fastest lap to James Lay at 139.636, 97.27 miles an hour. And now we say farewell on the stream, because that's not going to take care of our final race. So if you're here, don't go, because we've got a classic Formula Ford race. But thanks for tuning in. If you've been taking our stream, I hope you've enjoyed this afternoon's motor racing from Oulton Park, courtesy of MSVR and the team here. And tune in again very soon.